So we're going to pick up where we left off in our colony. We are playing as the tribe. Our chief isn't very creative because naming things is hard. Oh, I was going to actually mess with trying to turn on P music and don't stop the music. I might do that really fast because the music stopping is gross and extra music is good. So let's take 2 seconds real fast. I know we literally did that. I want to go in here, and even though it says it's not compatible, I'm gonna pretend it does say it's compatible. We're not turning everything on. I just want don't stop the music and P music. So auto sort, save and apply. Okay. I bet it'll work. It probably will. It's unlikely to mods that just... Yeah, I also had the OST on Locker. I'm gonna leave that alone because I would have turned that one on as well. Why are you... It weirdly put RimWorld in windowed mode. So RimWorld should pop up on your screen in just a second. It's telling me... So, load anyway. So we'll see what happens. Game explodes. Babies cry. RimWorld's canceled. Yeah, no, sometimes even with mods that seem that benign, you will have weird edge cases that'll end up happening. That does happen. So yeah, we just had a pigman raid. And I think we had a refugee group here as well. It looks like we got a gun laying on the ground. Yeah, because right at the end of stream, we got that. So let's haul this out of here. And haul that out of there. And we're just going to let the rest of that all burn. And you didn't have a backpack or anything we care about. That's fine. So you turned off pigmen. Yeah, I mean, the pigmen have their own faction type or whatever. Oh yeah, I forgot we got some sightseers. We do have the Oh wait, you know what? I remember why we have people set to the home zone. We were dealing with the sight stealers. So let's quickly get these bodies out of here. I don't care about those bodies way over there. I don't actually care about getting these bodies very far. I just want them outside of here. That way we can deal with that. Oh, hey. Because I managed to strip one of these people. Alright. Yeah. Well, no, we remembered in time, because we did... I think we've done 2 waves of the sight stealers now, and it could be up to 3. So we've got that. So everyone's going to be restricted back to the home zone, and we'll keep that going. Make sure the home zone does include where the alpaca are. It does. Yes, that's the reason why this is unfinished and all that. It'll be nice if we can get the anomaly stuff built. The problem is this is my only source of anomaly research right now. And we do have to worry about people getting ambushed by the sight stealer going there. Because I remember that's what happened. We had one of our people out here. Ooh. There's still some bodies over here. So you're gonna let our people heal. Disease, plague, and Marcos, please. We can't quite preach health you yet. Yeah, so you're gonna win that so far, but we'll preach health Marcos, please, to make sure they make it, because they're our person with unnatural healing. We are in a tropical jungle on this map, so we are going to deal with a rather high rate of disease compared to normal. I haven't done, honestly. I used to do tropical swamp and tropical rainforest a lot. They used to be some of my favorite maps because there's so much like not easy to use ground that would kind of force you to build weird colony designs. But with all that, it's just kind of one of those things that I haven't done in a while, not because of deliberate decision. Okay, we got rid of Sentient Cookie's Scar. And then just waiting on Marco's Pleas to slowly work through their plague. We do have Marco's Pleas is still a different ideology. They're going to be very, very hard to convince to switch ideologies, which is going to be really hard. It's pretty much going to boil down to me landing a renegade conversion ritual where we roll masterful is probably the only way we're going to do it, because they're not going to imprison them and keep them locked away for long term. I just don't see it as particularly practical. Meanwhile, we can check our resources. We're doing all good in that. I am producing more food than I need, which is a pretty standard problem for my colonies. But that's okay, because we got a bunch of extra bedrooms and all that here. I forgot we had refugees here. As things escalated, they ended up getting caught in the crossfire. With the pigman raid. Oh, we got a Sight Stealer here. That is what it is. What difficulty are you on? Strive to Survive. I used to play like 500% naked brutality stuff back in the day. But I did find when I played that manner, it kind of really restricted how I could play the game, that every colony started to look kind of the same. So I made the conscious choice to stop doing it. And no judgment for people who play that way. It is genuinely very challenging. Get a bunch of shells for food in here. I'll just leave that alone. Alright, so we'll just let them keep building those shelves, and then I'll get them all set to have the same thing. Quest expires soon. This is where we have to attack a camp. Again, we're waiting on a Sight Stealer wave that I don't know what's going to come. Loki, what I'm kind of expecting is we're just going to have a group show up like this, and then bad things are going to happen. Okay, so we're clearly okay for the moment. Alright. I have a charge lance laying around somewhere. I thought we'd already used... we were all using that. Oh, we get rid of the grenades. And you don't have what I need for any of that. They really don't have much for me that I actually want. Like, the reinforced barrels would definitely be a good thing later. I'll take their medicine. And then give them some side tea in return. Take their package meals. Let's say about 40. Carpenter Tree Sprout, that's fine. Because I'm kind of hoping that we can quickly get this enclosed. Because if I can close that, that'll let me run in and out of here real quick. And keep my anomaly research happening. I also don't remember if we did the last wave or not. Because we got a shard, and the shard usually doesn't happen till you're about wrapped. Major break risk on you because serious pain. Because you're getting over the plague. Insane ramblings, that's fine. You're just curious, you're not a big fan of wealth management. It's not a mechanic you overly enjoy. I don't mind a little wealth management, but yeah, I'm kind of the same way. Like, when it got to the point in your colonies where you have to sit there and you go and you grab all your stuff and you go and Molotov it in the back room or whatever, and need to do that constantly, and especially very late game, where it becomes a whole thing that you fight the fight here and you have to light up the whole area on fire because the literal corpses will add so much wealth to your colony. You'll start maxing out the wealth consideration. It can get pretty rough. Yeah, so one thing is putting up the things to see invisible enemies on this map is going to be a little tricky. Because usually with Anomaly, I have one way in, one way out of my base. I don't do the chain of doors to kite. Because that makes, like when you have just the one way in, one way out, it makes Revenants super easy to manage. Because to run the whole way out of your base, so you can just set up your entire force in between and just rip them apart as they try and go by. But in this particular case, it's fine. Major break risk on you again because you're tired, ravenously hungry, still sick. There's a clip that's floating, looks near your mic stand if you're curious. There's a clip. Oh, if you mean this is my mic stand. If that's what you're talking about, it's like this spot here. Because yeah, there's not really a great way. Part of it is like normally I end up moving. Yeah, no, it's all good. Yeah, part of it is I do move around a little bit. So if I like I could crop this to be closer where it cuts that edge off. But then what ends up happening is start cutting my arm off. I don't think it's a big deal. If it does, you know, distract people, it's not hard for me to clip that out.
Take a sip. What's the worst that could happen?
So I got all the corpses moved aside. We've got that. Cache of goods expired because that wasn't the good one. You know, you're all good, Packpaw. I was reason I was a little confused and you're like, there's a clip near your mic. I was like, what? There's a who and the huh? Alright. Just checking things, making sure everything's working correctly. Had a Windows update reset my audio, so I didn't get to listen to my own intro music. It was super upsetting. Okay, so they've almost finished getting all these shelves built, which is way overkill from anything I could possibly need. And we are working on getting, yeah, the high-tech research bench unlocked, so we can make this into a proper lab. Does he have some spare green screen material? Yeah, I could do that. I don't have some, but yeah, no, it is a thing where you can wrap it up. And I've known people who've actually wrapped up their mic. The only downside with that is if it's green screen material, so say like my arm gets like this, suddenly I get this big hole out of my arm where the green screen material covers. I don't think it's enough to worry about though. Because I've tried to do that with stuff with the mic before, and then you kind of come to the realization like, oh, this makes this weird void. Which suddenly makes me remember I found the infamous void rabbit again. It doesn't stand out too much. It was like a little thing that I had gotten an Easter gift like a couple years back. It's just a little green rabbit for whatever reason. It kind of became a meme as it's the void rabbit. So copy settings, paste settings. No, delete that to get those off the floor. Yeah, the clip. Yeah, there's a clip where I have just like the very, very edge of the mic sticking out, my old mic. And it genuinely looked like there was dead pixels on my screen trying to look at it. And people are like, well, we see it too. It's like, oh, that's not how dead pixels work. What? Don't we have someone who's having a baby? Was that a thing? No. No one's having a baby. I know we got a married couple, or a marrying couple. Ah. Yeah, you're 52, that makes sense. Right, so we have a married couple, they just can't have kids. That's fine. I'm like not trying to go out of my way to have kids in this colony, but at the same time, you're sure as heck not complaining about. Yes, I need one. Oh no, that's actually got coverage. Because we don't want any of these rooms to not have light. And the reason for that is if any of those rooms don't have light and we get the Noctil event, the Noctil event hurts anyone who stays in the dark. And you can get where that's going. We have 247 more uranium. Yep, that was the right size. Okay, so we'll go here. And I'm making those out of uranium. And the entire reason I'm making those out of uranium is those are going to be our holding cells. And uranium has the highest hit points for blocks that you can get pretty easily, in my experience. Okay, so with this we can actually have them research things. Okay, we can now lock these doors open between these different areas. No point in slowing our people down when they're all internal to the base. Dark rooms also have a higher chance to attract insect invasion. Yeah, I'm not worried about that, but we won't likely see insect invasion. If we get an insect invasion, it's going to be this room. Will be the vast most likely place for it, because this room is both dark as well as it does have the whole under a mountain, whereas none of this is under a mountaintop. The chance of an infestation hidden up here is pretty minimal. That on the other hand will just be a magnet for them, which is fine. I'm not actually super worried about infestation. Even if they trash these pods, and those pods are pretty useful and nice, it's not super worrisome. Especially having someone with unnatural healing, it's very unlikely I'll cryogenically freeze someone. You tend to keep rooms like that? Yeah, I don't go out of my way to make infestation traps, just because I find of the different events you run into in RimWorld, infestations tend to be one of the absolute easiest to handle. Like once you've got some basic stuff set up, they're one of those events that just really... It's pretty rare I run to a colony that runs into a problem because of infestation. Not never. But I think in all the years I've played RimWorld, not counting since like the very, very beginning where I just didn't understand basic mechanics and ran to like my very first infestation. But ignoring that time frame, I have never lost a colony except for like 2 times to infestation. One was the colony was already mostly dead, and I was like, I can't handle the infestation right now over in that corner, and ignored it, and don't do that. Like, generally as well as take cases where if I went up to fight them on my terms, it would have been a death. And then it just took too long for everyone to get back into fighting shape. That things just kept escalating. But I wouldn't even necessarily give the infestation as credit to why the colony died. I would say the colony got killed by the really bad raid and everything we had before it that put everyone nearly to death. The infestation was just the thing that kind of pushed it over the edge. Because very genuinely, any next event was probably going to be what finishes the colony. Oh, you don't have any wood left. That's fair. We can go here. You cut those trees down, bring in more wood. Okay, so that we're actually getting anomaly research going again, which would be really good. Yeah, you're taking apart all the extra stuff we don't need in here. Actually, probably go down here and just claim the whole place. So that will repair walls and all that. Alright. So I don't have enough uranium to build another room. I'm kind of hoping to get the entity containment room up before we do anything else. That way I can build our first entity containment rooms here. Get that all going. We'll want to get like bioferrite extractors going and yada yada. I really do like the bioferrite power. The bioferrite generators, to me, are some of the best things for power in the game. They take a long time to get everything set up, get the anomalies you need to power them, but once you get them, it's just like unlimited power. Is there anywhere else we need to be putting down slate to keep our paths clear? Oh yeah, we could probably do that over here now. So floors, slate flooring, flagstone. Because honestly, at this step, you're able to go the whole way around there anyways. And like, this is a thing you wouldn't do on 500% Naked Brutality. You would not build big, heavy paths going all over the place. All of that is adding wealth to the colony, and that kind of wealth doesn't really benefit the colony in any meaningful way. So it's just not a good idea. Okay, your unnatural healing's back up. Those will probably want to wait on. We'll put like bioferrite floors in them or something later. You've achieved the state of mobile refining rover. Oh, are you playing Space Engineers? I always liked in Space Engineers doing like the one... Like I never made much in the way of special purpose vehicles. Like I made like the little mining ship. You go up and you mine a little bit and then you bring stuff back. You mine a little bit and you bring it back. But generally speaking, I always liked making like the one massive like either mining ship or rover or whatever. Like I remember on the stream the one time we made the rover that we'd had like the shocks all like half height. It would just run the drills and just slide them across the ground. And even though like half the stuff was just junk it was picking up, it didn't matter. There was just so much good stuff coming in. We'll go ahead and grab... Oh, right. We're going to need to choose... Where are you at? Armor. Plate armor. And then with that, we can go here and say production. High-tech research bench. Okay. How are we doing in power? 900 watts. Because I'm tempted to go in here and plunk down 2 advanced research benches, and then we'll retire that one out. So finally actually upscaling our research That's going to really push our power to the limit. I do plan on adding more stuff that's going to need power. Cool thing. You just finished watching Ghostbusters today with Jeff? Gotcha. A classic. Okay, so that one is one of my actual people. That is not one of my people, and this is not one of my people. I am gonna actually have them take that apart, and we'll put the colonists that we had die right at the beginning inside a sarcophagus in the freezer, even though like they're long since rotted. One thing we can also do is go orders, paint floor, do this, grab the ideology color, put that in our lab. Okay, so I can paint those wood floors if I wanted. Also found the mother of all iron deposits. Yeah, I do find in Space Engineers, iron is usually, like, right at the beginning it can be a little hard to find at first, but it's pretty early on you end up finding decent sources. It was the other stuff that always got me, like magnesium and all that was the harder stuff to get a hold of. Or platinum, or gold, or silver. But ice and iron were usually pretty available. What's going on there? Is that like one tile that, okay. One tile I wasn't allowed to build flooring on. Alright. As far as components, I've got 40, so we're good there. Steel, I can use more. There's a bunch, there's 1,000 sitting over there. Can do that. Yes, there's uranium ore. Right, we had a uranium asteroid here. Okay, so that's the only uranium ore we've got exposed. Yeah, no, I gotcha. I mean, finding a good source of materials in Space Engineers is always a good time anyways. I definitely remember, like, early on making, like, the big worm ship that, you know, you just had the wall of drills behind it, and it was just, like, the driver's seat, and then, like, refineries, like, the whole length of the other side with, like, assemblers and all that put in there. Mixed in big cargo containers as well. Or I think maybe it's just the small cargo containers and just a lot of them. I can't remember the exact setup. And then just enough armor around that to keep it from going. That was always fun. Unfortunately, Space Engineers, when you start getting to that scale, especially back then, sometimes its calculations would get a little dodgy, and so you get a chunk of rock would not get consumed properly and get into the ship, and then just all hell would break loose. Because it'd like get into one of your things that's full of ore and then break that, which would split open, and now all these rocks appear inside your ship that are too big to fit inside your ship, and then just violence ensues. It's way better now, but there was definitely times that those things could get pretty bad. I still think probably the most fun I had in Space Engineers was playing with a handful of people I had met. But what we were doing is just I had made this platform, and it had like I was like painting up all the areas, and I had like places where you could bring like ships and we just salvage. And it was being cheesy because people kept, it was on a server and people kept dying and making their newbie ship and dying and making their newbie ship. And they weren't despawning because that, I don't believe that's in the game originally where the newbie ship would despawn. I think that got added later. And so what ultimately happened with all of that was just going in, going in and like we had people just collecting the newbie ships and bringing them back, and I just kind of had my chop shop that I'd hack apart all the newbie ships, put all the materials in so that people could collect what they needed and use them. So it was kind of the kind of me and like the 2 or 3 people I had working on like the salvage yard became a source of raw materials for a lot of stuff. And then on top of that, or like when people would fight and there'd be a shipwreck and people would drag it back for me to tear apart. But it was just one of those things where like doing the public service and there's all this crap floating around on the server and we would just clean it up. But that was a lot of fun. Later on they added, and it was the better thing to have, they added stuff like the newbie ship would despawn after a certain period of time if you weren't actively using it or whatever. Which I think was the better solution. You could have it where the server would cull stuff that was like unpowered grids after a while, so that if you got into a fight and a chunk of a ship got torn off and just spinning out into the abyss, that it would eventually despawn because there's no power on it. Like they found ways to do object cleanup. Alright, so you're getting the last of the iron mined up over there. Or steel, actually. Yeah, steel. Yeah, so Anomaly is getting really close to getting our containment stuff built. Then we will get bioferrite extraction going. After we get bioferrite extraction, I will probably... I'm not sure if I'm going to go for detecting the invisible things. Probably the flares first, honestly. The detecting the invisible things is great to give yourself a tip-off when something's about to happen. But the flares actually win fights for you. Let's also shift you over to the left so we have short, medium, long range weapons. Honestly, that SMG is probably the better bet. I probably should be rocking that SMG for a medium weapon. Heavy SMG, that is. Until such time that we have to, like, clean up bodies. Just because they don't have a great way for us to manage the stuff around. So you're getting the last of that built. Hey, thank you, Alana Rama, for the raid. I missed who it was. Really do appreciate that. I hope you had yourself a good stream. I'm gonna go off a limb here, and actually, I don't think... Were you playing RimWorld? I thought it was hanging out over there. Either way, for those who don't know, Alana Rama, absolutely fantastic. Oh no, it was Mind Over Magic, that's right. For those who don't know, Alana Rama, absolutely fantastic content creator, fellow member of the Halcyon Frequency stream team, someone who I'd highly recommend checking out. Also plays a ton of RimWorld. Among other games, so definitely someone worth checking out with all that stuff. You haven't played in so long, you miss it so much, RimWorld? Yeah. Yeah, I've been taking your break. Like, that's kind of one of those things that's always a struggle. It's like, okay, the new DLC is going to be coming out soon. And when that happens, the binging... Yeah, no, I caught you, Darstar. I actually responded to it saying the server cutter, yep. But, like, you know you're going to be going hard on the RimWorld once the DLC pops out. So there's the thing of, like, okay, do I start playing it now in preparation for the DLC? No, I'm kind of eating into the time before, like, you know, I need my next RimWorld break or whatever. Or do I wait till the DLC drops so that I get more time till I'm like, okay, I need 2 seconds, you know, for a break or whatever. Like, what is the strategy? For me, it makes it easy because I don't have to think about what game I'm choosing for the day, which is really nice. But yeah, no. So again, definitely check out Alanorama. Like, very genuinely plays a lot of RimWorld among other games. Really good times over there. So definitely check him out. Highly recommend Alana. And again, member of my stream team and all that stuff. Let me just say mine. The same stream team I'm on. It does not belong to me. But yeah, good times. You're so full of food that... Oh no, we're not near time yet. I was like, that reminds me that I need to make sure to do the ad break so that when Tomb gets home, I like time my break to when I have to go down there anyways. But that's not a thing I need to do. Alright, so let's go ahead and deconstruct a regular research bench. Botates under threat. Okay, they would bring in a 2-mech cluster. They give me Death Rust capacity serum that I don't have a use for right now. I have to keep their mood up. I don't have EMP stuff built yet. That is a lot of goodwill, but goodwill is super easy to get a hold of, so I'm actually really not caring about that too much, honestly. That's whatever. Yeah, Mind Over Magic is cool. Recovered from a few rough mental breaks and graduated a few children. Oh yeah, no, I had, we were playing Mind Over Magic for like a week, quite a while back, and I had a really, really good time with it. It was definitely one of those ones that I could have certainly played more, but was also certainly like, oh, okay, people are getting a little burnt on this. All right, hang on, I'll just go over. But that's because I kind of binged it for a good couple, like a good almost week. I binged it pretty hard. I just need my community to get better tasting games. They keep showing up for some reason. Okay. So we have a mech hive anyways. It is 3 scythers. Alright, is it just the 3 of them down there? Looking like it. Because that attacks immediately? No, they're going to prepare. So schedule, home zone them. Because what we could do is just have them feed in and just deal with them. One down. Ooh, wait, actually we got one big problem here. Beset. Pop the door. We still have it closed from the Sight Stealers. Okay, there you go. That way they actually target my people running around. Or this could be a not me problem. This is feeling like a real strong, not my problem. Did you just bypass all of them to attack? Okay, I guess I deserved that. I was going and saying it's not my problem because there's all the people for the mechs to attack the tile. And that Scyther literally beelined right through the middle of that caravan. And just... nobody cared on either side. Or maybe it's going over there? I don't know what's happening right now. Where are you going, Scyther? Screw you, Scyther. Okay, good enough for me. Wait, what? I didn't... There were multiple groups? Because we killed... There was 2 downed here. What? Oh, one of those isn't an actual... Yeah, there must have been multiple groups. This is actually pretty bad then, that we got everyone spread out like this. Maybe you don't pop through there right now. Door closes. Okay, so how badly do we get cut up? You got slashed up pretty bad. You're in really sorry state up there. The good news is we can just go up here and say, hey, your problems are resolved. We can deal with that. And then stop Todd, we can get an actual doctor on you. You're already being treated. Why? I literally was telling you to unnaturally heal that person. So the moment we get you in here, unnaturally healing on you. And the reason I wanted to do that is Bassett was just really, really cut up. That I was worried about bleeding out and all that in the meantime. It says you're tending... Oh, you're tending the bruises. That's fine. So that's a good use of the unnatural healing. Meanwhile, you can get that all resolved. Your Equa is there. Oh, it's all good if you were late on the raid. It's all good. Meanwhile, Donkey Duff is feeding Bassett, after which you'll trade with the people visiting. Alright, so what do we got from you? We do not need that. We've already got the research we can get out of it. So for books, we got artistic, we got intellectual, and no other books. I don't particularly have a need for TV right now. We got mind reading, we can get rid of those seeds, I don't need them. Glitter World is always a plus, so I might just grab those real fast. And then I think we just do without and the rest. Oh, we're still set to home zone. So grab the Glitter World and bring it back in. Okay. I believe we've got our machining bench over here set to shred mechs. And we will want a set of EMP grenades. The rest is probably fine for the time being. Yeah, so both of you got pretty thrashed. Luckily, Bassett didn't die. Yeah, so the mistake I made there was I counted just the 3 scythers. And there's actually a bunch more. Ah, come on. Let's go and preach health right away. Yeah, so I even tried to like look around, I just missed some of the other ones. Bunch of random animals dying. All the stack of components. Yeah, because I had two up there, I had one die down here. We had another one we killed over there. There's a bunch of random, like, animals floating around that we're going to be able to get food from. Yeah, and that's got our actual colonists. Then we got those two out there, so we can go ahead and go here, 2 floors. Put down the slate. Slowly but surely they're getting all that sorted out. Poor Piggy. Yep. Piggy died for the cause. Alright, so we got that. So the next thing we'd want is probably the bioferrite extraction. Then we can go in here and go biotech, not biotech, anomaly, holding platform, boom, boom, and boom. That gives us our first 3 holding cells for actually keeping the things that go bump in the night locked in a room that they won't immediately escape seconds later. But yeah, so for the anomaly, we'll probably go here, go to shaping, get the flares, get the harvester, get the proximity detector, go down towards biopheric generator, and then we'll start backtracking for the rituals. The things I mostly care about from anomaly is the flares are my favorite, the proximity sensor is useful for that, and the biopheric generator is amazing. The biopheric harvester is just kind of a means to an end. There's a lot of good stuff in there. A leathery stranger, ragged with... This is like our 3rd creepy stranger or whatever. A ragged stranger with leathery skin approaches your colony. He wants to talk. You can send a colony to see what he has to say. You are a joyous jogger. We finished with the flak armor. Let's go ahead and jump right over to multi-analyzer. We're gonna beeline right for fabrication. Joyous. Joyous is pretty solid. We'll go ahead and we'll talk to Pablo here. The leathery stranger stares into space and speaks in a monotone as though he hardly sees anyone or anything. He refuses to leave, insisting he is only interested in your colony. He says that he can help. He is the bringer of joy and serenity whose abilities go beyond mere charisma. He lifts spirits and inspires others by telling jokes and spreading blissful thoughts. He may be very useful, but you also sense there's something he's not telling you. Yep, we are going to allow him to join. And for right now, because we don't know what his deal is, we are going to downgrade his weapon to probably just an auto pistol, I'm thinking. And we're going to go to his schedule, and we're going to start getting everything set up with him. So you will do all that stuff. You're not going to childcare, you're not going to do this. You're definitely not going to cook. You can do those. Yeah, so you're pretty limited on what you can do. But we could make them a permanent cook later. Oh, Marcos Please can definitely become a cook now. That'll probably actually be what we do with Pablo here, is Pablo will probably become a cook as well. The big thing is this is a creepy joiner. And we are doing anomaly stuff. So mech horrors are things that we have to worry about. So when someone shows off the side of the map like a creepy joiner that we don't know their deal, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure they're not a doctor and they're not a cook. Just in case they have a metal horror, that is a way to prevent spreading metal horror throughout your entire colony and getting you all killed. We won't know their deal until, one, it's either revealed or this hits 30 days. If it hits 30 days and they haven't left or something, nothing's gone wrong, then they're just a permanent joiner. Right, you go get your mace back. So we're just going to kind of wait and see. Now, one good thing is with unnatural healing and Pablo here, if Pablo shows up with something like Crumbling Mind, we can deal with it. If Pablo shows up with something, I can't forget what it's called, but it's where their, organs are rotting inside their body, we can deal with that too. That one will be like, I heal them, I put them into cryostasis, wait for a natural healing, I pop them out, I heal them. You get where that's going. Unnatural healing lets you really deal with a lot of problems pretty straightforward and easy. So we've got another 400 uranium over there. So build those two. We have another mech hive. Okay, so we got 2 groups of transport pods. Restrict everyone back to the home zone. Pablo here is going to immediately run over and grab the EMP grenades. So we got a Scorcher and a Scyther. And then a Centaur and a Lancer. They are going to prepare, just making sure we aren't dealing with any more than I've already spotted. Okay. So I think the plan for this one is we'll do just a straight up fight. I can get Pablo in position with the EMPs, just chuck EMPs down this hallway. Actually, if I remember correctly, I believe, and we'll do a quick test here, I believe you can actually EMP through walls if I remember correctly. I just can't remember if when it comes to EMPing through walls if you need the diagonal clear or not. Yes, you can. Because you'll notice it's hitting over here. It's not super reliable, but that should work. I can also just chuck them straight on down the line. Yeah, I mean, but barely, it's only one tile wide. But yeah, so we could just put the EMPs like right here in the middle. The first EMP against the Centaurian here will take out its shields instantly. The big concern here is primarily gonna be that Lancer and the Scorcher. Scorcher mostly because it could scatter us, and then we're not uncovering bad things. The Lancer because my luck is it'll pop me once and I'll be dead. Which wouldn't be too surprising because we're not rocking body armor yet. Oh, also zone, build, home zone. You can keep doing your research and all that. Cool. So we've got all those paths built. We're still waiting on that. That'd be even nicer is if they came in separate groups. Okay, so they're beginning their assault. The downside is our melee pawns not really doing great. We'll have them ready to intervene if necessary. We're going to keep them kind of out of the way. We got our close range pawns up here. Got our mid-range pawns over here. Got our long range pawns. We're going to pretend the EMP is long range to see how far you can reach. So we don't want the melee to get involved if we don't have to. Yeah, it's fine. Okay, so it looks like the Scyther is gonna... Oh, this is perfect. So the Scyther's gonna get right in the front, probably get annihilated immediately. There's a good chance we get a pretty good amount of damage on the Scorcher before it's gonna be able to do anything. The Lancer will probably get knocked down pretty early. Oh, especially since you stopped moving for a second. That's perfect. Oh, no, that's less perfect. It's fine. They keep pausing for a reason, and I'm perfectly okay with that. Okay. So you took a couple hits. Good, good. So you two get out of here. You're not going to be needed for the last one. So you can go to the hospital, get yourself patched up. Because they're low on health, and I'm worried they'll take like one hit. Because I recall correctly, the gun on this thing, we actually look up its weapon. The charged blaster here, I'm pretty sure that keeps shooting even if you get him into melee. There's a couple of the mechs that have that situation where they've got like a little turret on them that even in melee will keep popping shots off to the side. And I believe the Centauri is one of them. So I'm a little worried on this one that both of our melee pawns are still really roughed up from the last mech battle. Nicely done. You got one shot off which went to the wall, and that was it. So as beelining for the components production, because like, oh man, components, but then after having like 2 waves of mechs, both of which drop like 12 components as part of their stuff, is like, oh, actually we're doing pretty good on the components front. Alright, so one thing we should probably do in the not too distant future, I'm probably seeing a nice bit of fabric, yeah. This is probably not the greatest way of doing things. But let's just not sit on regular chairs. Nothing but the fanciest. Okay, so cross joins. They have a social skill of 20. Oh, is it they're a high mate? He admits he profaned the peace ritual between the 2 groups, and they'll both attack us in 3 days. Yeah, so it's a high mate with 20 social. I actually want that. We're gonna probably do some xenobiology stuff, and high mates actually have a lot of stuff you can get from them. Hey George, how's it going? So I'm going to accept that. We'll have the Mad Alpaca. Right now, restrict everyone back to the home zone for again. We'll let it start working its way in. Cross joins. Okay, so what do we got with Cross? So they're a high mate. Recreation. Keep them restricted to the home zone. Work. They are a new colonist. I feel pretty confident we don't need to worry about them being metal horror kind of situation. They can help with research as well. They don't have a whole lot of else going on, but what do we have for our traits? You are a trigger-happy, slow learner who is kind and delicate, who is incapable of violence or cooking. Alright. That's not the greatest. But yeah, so High Mate has a lot of good stuff in here that we could take advantage of. Like, you know, the very happy is a really good one. Kind is a good one. You know, great social. These negatives here can be really good for offsetting if you're trying to make someone else. A lot of the rest of this is all just neutral things. The psychic bonding, it's really surprising it doesn't have a stronger metabolic thing. It actually has a lot of benefits. So we'll go ahead and we'll name Cross because they're probably here to stay. So that'll be PS. We'll have PST4. Welcome to the colony. It also has some spicy negatives. Yeah, that's the thing. You look at the negatives, and violence disabled's pretty bad. That's a pretty bad. Heat weakness is not great either, so there's a lot to say there. These here negatives, I don't really care about. Wait, did you get in already? Oh yeah, no, that's all good. Yeah, no, if I redraw the same name more than once, then usually I'll just kick you out of the colony kind of thing. Or not kick you out of the colony, sorry. I'll just roll the next person's name. High sex drive? That's not a negative in this game. In a negative, psychic bonding has some negatives too. Yeah, no, if your person they psychic bond with is distant or dies is really bad. It can be really harsh. Okay, so gotta keep in mind, in 3 days, we're going to have a 2-front attack. There is a good chance that those 2 different groups are going to be enemies to each other, which is kind of what I'm hoping for. I I might also have Pablo here. As much as I don't want it, where is the incinerator? Pablo here is going to grab the incinerator for that fight, because what I'll probably do is just coat this with fire and use that as a hopeful way of delaying everything. The big thing we're hoping is when these two attacks attack us that they're not siege raids, because technically they can... Sorry, not siege raids. Siege raids would be bad too. Not breacher raids. That'd be real bad for us. So I can unrestrict you for now. The big thing we need to watch is once we start getting up to those 3 days, we need to get everyone back in and ready to throw down. Meanwhile, I got Pablo and T4. T4's favorite color in this is light mauve. Which is looking like one of the many colors that they have the information there, but they also don't actually have. So we can go with dark mauve. And then Pablo's favorite color is light green. Which is unfortunately another one I don't think actually exists. Hey, Penny Simplex, how's it going? Psychic bond with Kitty is great until Kitty is angry and not feeling well and sick. Yeah. Yup. Void curiosity. I'm not worried about that right now. No plain light green, but there's swamp green. It is a very weird thing that the painting stuff palette is a very limited palette, whereas a lot of other things actually have a pretty extensive palette. So you can begin the conversion ritual. We'll wait for that to go. We still have about a day and a half till this double raid shows up, which can be a potentially pretty dangerous encounter, depending on where it's at. It can also be an easy one. Say both raid groups show up right here and they're hostile to each other. We just close the doors and wait, and it works itself out. On other times, though, if they're friendly with each other, the two different factions who go to attack us, that can get pretty messy. Alright, so let's go here. Conversion ritual. Gonna try yet again to do a conversion ritual. While we're in here, I do think we're gonna schedule, we're gonna start restricting them in here before I forget about it. Because I don't want anyone out there getting caught by two separate factions attacking by themselves. Because that's how you have a very dead person. Ineffective. Cool, man. Really appreciate it. Royal Tribute Collector. Are you going to be here for it? Nah, you'll be out of here by then. I was going to be like, Royal Tribute Collector, you want to just hang out while this raid shows up? Because, I'm down. I am down to let all my problems face each other and sort each other out, and then I just pick off the 1 or 2 survivors. You ate too much? It does happen. Look, it's the food's fault for being delicious. Alright, those last 3 we can't reach, so those won't get tiled. Okay, we'll let them work on that. Meanwhile, for another thing for them to work on as well. Make the path out here. Okay, so medicine, we're in great shape. Site T, we're in great shape. I was trying to think if there's another plant I should be growing in here. Yeah, you'll be out of here long before that hits. Because I also have plenty of dye. I don't need more medicine. Because I could fill in this little area around here that I don't have anything going on. Also notice I'm not finding any wood over here, so let's go back on here, because I don't know what we're actually using all the wood for, to be honest. So I could soothe this ending. So we'll probably have all hell break loose here in about half a day. Fries, fried chicken, 3 types of chips, alcohol, ice cream, smoothies, and fruit. Yeah, that sounds like entirely too much. Probably delicious. But also an overwhelming amount. Alright, bioferrite extraction done. So we'll go for bioferrite face shaping. Then we'll go for the flares, because I love the flares. And then we'll go for like the other goodies. Oh, it didn't do anything? No buzz? I mean, yeah, if you ate that much, it dilutes it a lot. But so I usually don't worry about getting a buzz or anything like that anymore. I've never really been the type to go out of my way to try and get, like, buzzed or drunk or whatever. No judgment on it, just it's not been my pursuit. I just find when it gets to drinking, like if I don't feel like I'm in control of my faculties, it's a real feels bad kind of thing. No package meals there. Okay, so we got them coming from opposite sides. They are going to try to avoid turrets, which shouldn't matter. So we got this group up here. This looks like it's a group of impids. That are rocking bows and pointy sticks and all that. And then we got this group down here, which is also rocking a book. Oh, is it just impids? There's 2 different groups of impids? What? And that is they're going to prepare. Oh, that's the first group. The second group isn't here yet. And they're rocking some serious firepower up here. Okay, so the impids are split up in 2 groups, and then we got them. Now, these 2 groups shouldn't be friends. You shouldn't be attacking immediately, right? They are attacking immediately. Yeah, so the impids unfortunately look like they're going to split up into groups here. That's not going to really help me take them down faster, unfortunately. So I'm going to go ahead and grab them, put them back here, get our short-range group. Unfortunately, I don't think the impids are going to be able to put too much damage into the wasters before they get there. And also, this flamethrower's not going to do a whole lot for this fight. I was really hoping to catch a couple of them on fire before this all goes down. Okay, minor bruise. So they're retreating. Alright, so that group, the second one, I believe was not going to attack immediately. The second group is supposed to be a siege raid. Which is unfortunate, because I don't have much in the way of range. But we might get lucky, and all this fire might end up messing with what they're trying to do. It did not. Okay, so. So trying to get them in here before they get a chance to really set up some serious stuff. We'll probably get lucky and that fire will spread and just take them out. I don't want to count on that. It really just depends on what the fire does and how fast it does it. Yeah, and they are starting to try and put it out. And it is starting to rain, so it's good that we didn't wait on it. As far as they go, that bolt action I'm gonna have to deal with. How good is your aim? Ah, you suck. This is Strive to Survive. So not particularly high difficulty, but not a super low one. I'm a little concerned about this fight. I don't think we get the choice to stay out of it, though. I don't have a good angle to move in on it. They have the range advantage as well. And the firepower advantage and the body armor advantage. My hope here is, if we can get lucky, we can cause some trouble here. But that bolt action's the big problem. Not sure I want to approach it either. Cool. So we baited them out. Are you slowed? Not much. Okay. So we want to try to fall back to our home position. As quickly as we can. Yeah, so it looks like they scattered, so we should be good. Are you slowed? Not meaningful amount. So I think we'll be okay. We did get a couple hits in here and there. A bunch of them have been softened up a little bit. None of them... I don't like that bolt action getting some shots off. None of them in a big way. Get everyone into position in here. That should put some more cliffs in between us. The good news is we managed to spare literally all of the resources for their siege. So we got their ammo, we got everything else. Looks like we're going to get in here well before they can get any shots into our people. It's still going to be a bit of a nasty fight because they definitely have a lot more firepower than we do. But we do have a good position for raking fire over them. We got them to pop a bunch of their tox packs way ahead of time. I was just worried that whole time that I was going to fire a shot and their bolt action was just going to shoot right back across and just dome one of our people or something. Yeah, because you're all wearing flak. So anyone who doesn't die straight on the get-go. Okay, cool. So we'll do that. So for the moment, we'll unrestrict them. Pablo's gonna go back over here and immediately get rid of this incendiary. Because we don't know what his deal is yet. Oh, for the moment, put you back in the home zone because we do want to recover those guns. Okay, so medical-wise, minor cut from a gun. That was not a big deal. Yeah, so heavy SMG is probably going to get destroyed before I get to it. No, it'll be okay. So haul that. We all in all good stuff. We got 14 components, 3 reinforced barrels, a decent number of explosives, a bunch of steel, a whole bunch of meals. That all has to be hauled back. Meanwhile, I can go over here and say home zone. Get rid of that home zone in there. Once we get the weapons out of there, we can start burning all the bodies and all that. Oh, we got a caravan. An affair. PST4 courted Bissette and subtly complimenting her opinions. Bissette was attracted to now PST4's lover. PST4 is married to... Oh, it's okay. It's an affair with someone who's not part of this colony. I was about to be like, wait a second, don't do that, don't ruin everything. It's fine. It's another faction's... It's also weird because they're not seeing the other person here. No, you're good. That's what I'm saying. It's an enemy faction that they're like, we're in a previous relationship with. It's like, oh, I don't care about that. All I care is it's not going to cause drama within my own colony. Because that gets annoying real fast. Where is that charge lance? We need to figure out where that is. Oh, it's probably don't like? Yeah, where it sticks and then it's kind of permanent. You don't really have much I need, unfortunately. Don't go anywhere. I want to find the person you're trading with. I'll go gift. SIT, grab that. Got plenty of herbal medicine. It's 6 the target say so? Yeah. We've got a person that's being targeted. They're gonna give me a mining book. They really want me to take on a whole bunch of mech clusters. Okay, unnatural healing's back up, that's fine. Okay, so in this case, you can choose set owner. Ah, they can't share bed yet because of PST4's ideology. So I'll have to work on that. Unfortunately, we killed them all, like, right in the get-go. They didn't get downed and give me a chance to strip them for the flak. Let's see, you hate to ask this, so it's probably been asked last. Any interesting changes in 1.6? You notice the DLC announcement. Looks nice. Caravanning got a rework, so, like, if I have my caravanning spot over here, they will always leave over there because it's the closest to the side. They also now have a button that says just get out of here. Like, stop collecting things, just go. So caravanning got some very noteworthy improvements. They did a bunch of quality of life stuff they added to the game. Let's see, what else did they do? They changed the way the AI deals with moving around, so a lot of your older kill boxes don't work anymore. Like, the enemies will stop much farther back, and, you know, like, they won't stop on the they won't keep going on these barricades, they'll stop on the barricades. Stuff like that. So a lot of the cheese strats are no longer on the table. You've got to make yourself new defensive designs. I did notice on this one, we did have the person with the bolt action did stop here. So my theory that they wouldn't have line of sight down here and therefore had to walk in the middle, so both of us had to be in the middle, is not true. Which does suck, but it is what it is. You know, keep working on ideology stuff. What else did they do? There was a couple other changes. Oh, right. Yes. So all of the pathfinding stuff is now multi-threaded. Oh, we got a wedding. So where it used to be like everything was on kind of one core, now one of the most computationally heavy things that RimWorld has, which is pathfinding, is now on a completely separate thread. So on top of that, with the other thread, it has made pathfinding a lot more reasonable. It makes more sense. If you go to RimWorld's old pathfinding, going from, say, here to there, the pawn would kind of go like this, trying to figure out its way, versus, like, maybe the fastest way is just go along there. So you get, like, much better pathfinding. The load times are substantially less. Like, very, very, very much less. So that's been a really big boon. We have our planning tool got a massive upgrade, so we can go, okay, I want to make a room. It's going to be like this. Oh, let's mark out where the beds are. Sure, we'll make those blue, so there's the beds. And the beds are up here. Okay, oh well, I'm gonna go ahead and put, like, some shelves. The shelves will be up here. And they're all different colors and all that. So, like, that got a whole big, over thing. So mods on base game, yeah, they do that a lot. And every once in a while you'll have people pop into complaints, like, they stole the ideas from the modders. One, Luden works with the modders in a lot of cases in the first place. But then also, I have been pretty vocal about, generally speaking, just because a modder did it first, doesn't mean I think a game shouldn't be allowed to add that feature. Like, there's definitely ways they could do it better and worse. Like, at least giving credit is usually very important. But Luden's done pretty good about all that stuff. Like, with Anomaly adding the wall lights and all that kind of stuff. They gave a nod to the wall lights mod. You look at Factorio, space exploration was a 300-hour mod, and Space Age evolved from that, and it was all cool. Yeah. Well, that's, like, the DLC is very, very heavily influenced by Save Our Ship 2. But it's also one of those things that's kind of a predictable mod for RimWorld. because the way RimWorld ends as your normal ending is you push the button and you launch into space, and then it rolls credits. And so, like, if you're invested in those characters, you're like, alright, but I want to keep going. I want to see where their story goes next, which is space. Now, granted, from what I'm understanding of what we're getting grav ships. So we're not going from planet to planet. They're ships that can kind of get up and come back down on our own planet, is what I'm understanding. I shouldn't have hit that button. It's fine. The new world generation is much faster. So, like, my assumption is I could take a ship, fly up, and plunk it down over there as sort of an alternate to caravanning that has a lot of cool stuff under its own stuff. Okay, so that'll be more than enough containment for the time being. Everyone's schedules are fine. They've already got this hallway basically cleaned out of all its goodies. We still got all this over here. Alright. Research-wise, we're working on our multi-analyzer. Bioferrite shaping is coming along. So grab those, grab those, grab these. Grab those real fast. Please stop social fighting. Okay, just bruises. All the meals. All the meals. Basically trying to get all that stuff that they brought with that siege raid. The steel I'm not so worried about, but a bunch of the other stuff. I think it's worth taking 2 seconds to get all of that in because it's a bunch of good materials. Let's also go down to our assignments. So food policies, lavish, and for right now, meals, don't eat the survival meals. And Mohan Rai on their 155 stream streak. Catch us 155 streams without missing one, so thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it. You're still working on space exploration? It's currently in closed beta. Closed beta? Yeah. Oh, is that all considered under roof? Oh, okay. I mean, I'm actually okay with that. That does mean we are going to want a light here. In there. That way anyone going through here doesn't get hurt during a nocturnal event. How are we doing on power? 390 watts. So we basically have all but exhausted the power grid for the moment. And you probably don't get into this area, but it's really hard to tell where we do and don't have light there. It's usually pretty obvious during the nocturnal event because you'll have areas that are just pitch black. More than likely, I'll probably need a light like right there, and that'll get these ones lit, while this one gets those ones lit. Diplomacy. You want peace talks, and they're right nearby. Sure. So form the caravan, go there, come back, accept. 1 second. Who did it say needed to go? Who do you consider my leader? Sentient Cookie is considered the leader. Right, because you do have actually the leader title. So send caravan, return, accept. So it'll be Sentient Cookie. And who was our moral guide? I wish I could see that from here. So it's Sentient Cookie and Donkey Duff. Alright. Send there. Go back. Accept. Sentient Cookie. Donkey Duff. And then we will send Stop Todd as escort. We will go to travel supplies. Well, actually, no, down here. Let's go for the adults. So you'll all give me 35 carry weight. Yeah, cool. So that'll give me enough to get there and back as fast as we can. Basically 2 days. 1 out, 1 back. Yeah, so with this spot here, they should go straight down-ish, because I think that'll be the closest border. Just waiting on Cookie with the goods. Because I want to get some peace talks going. Because we managed to nail those, we might be able to get. I didn't even see what which group it was. Rare Thrombos. I'll always try to tame a Thrombo if I have the resources. Because even if I don't plan on keeping the Thrombos, we can just butcher them and eat them then. Alright, I need to put you in the home zone, don't I? And we already got all the food and all that from up here. We already used steel from there. That's still up there. Medical treatment need on P4 because you ran directly into fire. And there's Bassett. Ran directly into fire. That's certainly a first date choice, is to run actively through a burning wildfire. Alright. Yeah, no, you're on fire. Yep, and you got a scar on your eyeball from the fire. So once we get these other burns, we'll use a natural healing to get rid of that eye scar. Fire walking isn't extreme enough. Yeah, you gotta live life on the edge sometimes. The ritual opportunity soon, that's fine. We'll definitely need to move the kitchen eventually to be down here somewhere so that they don't have to run over the whole map just to get food and all that. Interestingly enough, you're not putting the food on the shelf? Not out of meals, right? Oh, I am out of meals. What are you missing that you're making my packaged meals, not my other stuff? Just simple meals. I mean, you've got a mountain of food here. Guard creativity. Who's my cook again? They're not here, that's why. I sent... Let's see. The talks floundered. Delegates managed to communicate clearly with basic respect, but were unable to make any progress on any genuine issues. Relations have remained unchanged. The negotiator gained 2,000 XP. Honestly, all things considering, with the amount of social skill they had, that's fine. Sentient Cookie didn't exactly have a whole lot of social skills, so that's a good thing. And it's an itchy eye scar? Yeah. Good time, right? Alright, let's see how we do on getting rid of that eye scar. And it's gone. Defoliator ship has landed. Okay, so we have 1 Lancer, 1 Tesser, 2 Scorchers, and a Pikeman. That's actually not the worst we could have. So Pablo here is going to grab your EMPs again. They're definitely in here somewhere. Alright. So, with them being asleep, the plan is going to be straightforward. I'm going to move most of my people over to this side to drop the EMPs on the 2 Scorchers and the Pikemen. Meanwhile, Beset and Stop Todd, when they arrive, are going to jump on the Tesser and the Lancer. Because they should probably be able to solo those, not a big problem with them. And just everyone will probably focus fire the Pikemen at that point. And we'll just try and clean everything up. Could you not be... JD, you are stressing me out, friend. Pablo has become hostile. And has howled for reinforcements. So you all don't worry about getting here for just a second. Everyone else is now restricted to the home zone. Beset, I need you to walk up to Powell and cave in his skull for me real fast. You should be able to handle that perfectly fine on your own. I will send support just in case, though. Excellent. Pablo did survive. So we can go here and make that into a prisoner bed, because we have decided that Pablo lives here. And that's just what Pablo has to live with. It's a creeper thing. One of the potential outcomes for them is to just go hostile. Yeah, so you keep working your way here, but I don't want you to actually go in. Because we're probably going to have... Too late. The Beset's still on their way. The rest of you try to get to where you can help each other. Okay, so you go here. Let's actually leave it open. What are you doing? You are resting. Okay, you're already dealing with that. I'm not expecting that much of an amount of sight stealers. And I deliberately did leave those grenades on the floor. Prisoners, start working on converting them. Because that defoliator ship can sit for a pretty good time before I care about it. Because like I said, we'd go over here, drop EMPs. Okay, so Marcos, please, is already, working on stuff. Okay. Meanwhile, you did take a hit, PS, so I'm just going to assume you are compromised. Anyone else get hit by a sightseer? And JD, we'll assume JD is compromised. And what I mean by that is metal horrors can, like, it could be that this is an event to give us a metal horror. Because it wasn't a particularly large attack. So I'm going on the assumption that one of the enemies is like queued up to make sure that one of them gets infected. So I'm trying to remove them from consideration of spreading the infection in case the game rolls the dice for metal horror. Now to be clear, the way the game usually works with metal horror is if it rolls that a metal horror should happen, either one, it'll look for an event that's recently happened, such as those two just took a hit. So at the time that this Sightstealer hit JD, it did not infect him with metal horror. But if immediately afterwards it says it's time for a metal horror, it'll look back and be like, oh yeah, JD did just get hit by a Sightstealer. That's where it came from. So it's not like this is a carrier that you get infected and you just live with. The game rolls a dice and decides why. If the event that there is nothing available in the game, like, as a valid excuse for the metal horror just already, it'll just have, like, a joiner show up, like a creepy joiner. And that'll be that. With that said, once we get Pablo out of here, Pablo can go to actually, you know, doing all the stuff, because now that we've seen their negative, we know it wasn't metal horror, it was the thing where they betray us. Alright. So you're already healed up. Let's have you go over here real fast and grab those EMP grenades. Because once the fire, or once the rain lets up and all that, I'm going to need to deal with this nonsense. I can ignore it for a while. I don't think I can ignore it for how long it's going to take me to recruit Pablo. So once everyone's patched up and the weather clears up, like I said, the plan is get one melee there, the other melee here, drop the EMP on this, and everyone else blast that one. And the idea is to Death Star the first Scorcher down. But the story writer named Virtual is crashing a transport pod nearby. If she survives the impact, she'll be badly wounded. She is with the Teller, who is one of my friendly neighbors. And our people will be upset if we don't patch her up. She does have some bruises, and she's got a wake-up addiction. She's abrasive and doesn't have anything I want from her. I am going to rescue this person, but I don't plan to keep this person. They are someone who, if joins, I probably will evict them. And the reason we'll probably do that is abrasive does lead to a lot of social fighting. Now, if they're a really good pawn who happen to be abrasive, I might work with it. But they're just okay. They're not an aggressively bad pawn, and that wake-up addiction is a real bad time. We're still waiting on you to get over your bruises. Combat supplier from Teller. There's a good chance they will take Virtual away when they leave. If you have someone in a faction that's unconscious, that's not hostile, a lot of times they'll pick up their person and take them on their way out. Which is convenient. They didn't used to. That was, I think, Biotech they added that. We don't need the flame bow. Take the revolvers. Take the bolt action. I'll keep the heavy SMG. I need to go find that charge lance, because it's good. Take the club. Take the tox shells, because I probably won't use them. And we don't have enough might to get, like, the Zeus hammer, I think. But that's okay. Alright, everyone seems in order. Are you going to be good for 2 seconds? Alright, soon as you feed Pablo, we're going to run up here and deal with this. Alright, so let's grab everyone. So run up this way. Do not fire at will. Okay. Range team, you're going up top. Melee team, get ready to move. Because again, one's here, one's there. And this is a situation we probably don't even want to worry about cover on a real level. Just spread everyone out so if fire gets thrown, it shouldn't hit more than one person. Okay. Okay, everyone's in position. You. EMP right there. All of you. It's good on target. Don't run. That is the one we didn't need to get loose. Okay, well they took care of it. That's fine. It was messy because the tester got away from it. That's fine. And thank you very much, Lardine, for the tier 1 sub. I really do appreciate that. I hope you've been enjoying the channel, enjoying the stream, and all that good stuff. Been subbed to the channel for 20 months, which is a heck of a long time. So thank you so much for that. Really do appreciate it. And then we got a follow. So thank you so much for the follow. All right, so now I just go in here and deal with that. Yeah. So all in all, while it wasn't clean, we did just get only one bleeding wound. But yeah, no, it's the fact that that one Scorcher broke away because I hit just a second too early on my melee ones. So it broke away for a moment, got the fire on one of my melee, which freed up the Tesser. That's where things can go wrong with those types of engagements really fast. You just get the wrong timing, and then one of the things you really need to be under control gets loose. BU, choose a tile that's purposely cold and everything, and then just forget to prepare for the first winter. Yep. I have done stuff like that. So grab the components, since they rot relatively quick. You wanna take your friend here when you leave? Cause I don't want to deal with someone who's got a wake up addiction. Not if I don't have to. Of course, the one and only one who's bleeding is the one who's like, nah, I'd rather relax socially. Get in the hospital. Okay, you're already on it. Cool. We have a pretty good thing to reduce the rate of infections. 2 pawns starved to death. One of them got their leg taken by a wolf, and your leader got killed in a murderous rage. Yep. Hunger is one of the fastest ways for a colony to melt down mood-wise. The moment people start getting hungry, people start dying. We got 7 up there. Oh, all of you get back in the home zone. Don't be out there. So decent amount of firepower in that group. Are you prepping? Yeah, you are prepping first. Unfortunately, unless they happen to caravan off to the north, we're gonna be fighting this ourselves, which is fine. Hope we can heal up as much as possible before the fight goes down. All right. Oh, there's another group up here. Okay. Yeah, so they got a lot of short to mid-range weapons. And just a little bit of melee. Alright. Not patched up enough? Too bad. Fight's happening anyways. I wonder if I could force... I might be able to force this. Because that'll probably make them reset their target to force them down here. Or they'll just ignore all that and they'll prioritize it anyways. That's fine, we can probably handle it. You've actually got equipment on. Yeah, so this guy here is the one we actually probably want to recover his stuff. Do you have anything you care about? I mean, you're not a bad pawn. Really don't want to deal with the Yekin right now, though. Okay, so. We can strip you. Because you've got equipment. Now, unfortunately for them, this is one of the factions you cannot befriend. And therefore is unworth treating as actual people because they're effectively just monsters. They don't function as human beings or whatever. They don't allow you to build any type of rapport or anything like that. They're just like violence, murder. What's your personality? Death. Evil. You're going, cool game. Really, really appreciate the interest there. You had two survivors, one being a girl now with a peg leg, and the only one who pulled through by murdering and butchering refugees after hunting everything in the map, which led to more mental breaks because of guilty ideology. Oh yeah, guilty ideology turning cannibal. Like even just not helping people is that. Think most people do? No, that's the thing. Like in real life, you know, people show some level of like empathy or whatever. Or even if you're a bully of a faction, so you're just not nice people. If you were being like fed resources by these people, you're not going to be like, I'm going to, you know, like, I must murder them. You're gonna be like, I got a good thing going for me. I'm getting all this stuff because I'm bullying these people, and this is great. You know, you can always find some level of common ground, or at least some measure of accommodation. Granted, it could be awful, unfair, and unreasonable. I'm not gonna say that's not the case. But, like, the fact that literally, no matter what you do, it's like, no, murder. You say sometimes, but I think higher of people than to think that people are just incapable of change or improvement. I don't see the world as like some people are inherently evil. Everyone's a hero in their own story, just some people's stories are based on pretty messed up standards. Deeply, deeply flawed logic. Love mechanic that lets you hold off a hostile faction with gifts. They won't help you, but they'll stop raiding. And hit 10 times harder with the gift stop. Yeah, I could go for something like that. Like, that to me is very realistic. You know, you would have an enemy faction who is willing to, what's the word? Force you to give them tithes. Spiritus, is that us? I don't think that's us. Oh, it is us. Would you look at that? Begin the festival. Started at a campfire. That's fine. Pay tributes? Yeah. Tributes would be another word. Basically that, you know, you could be able to, like, give stuff to people and they would, you know, they would be less willing to just attack you out of nowhere. Hey, unforgettable, and we finally get to reform our ideology. Cool. So, we can reform it to add memes. Now, we do have an unnatural healer, which will gradually cause us to have, like, tentacles and all sort of stuff. However, the problem with transhumanist, if we go to do, like, where we do all the endings in our location, I'm not going to have stuff like neural supercharge and all that stuff available over there on a real level. I'd have to build it all, and we're not going to have those resources or time. Guilty forces to take joiners, which is a little thing. Pain is a virtue is an interesting one. Where they like the pain, it makes them happier. I've definitely done that a number of times. We're probably not doing Inhuman or Cannibal or anything like that. Tunneler, we're not in caves. Flesh Purity can be an interesting one with this. It can get you in trouble with the Unnatural Healer when they start getting that tree connection. Gross. The Ritualist one can be a pretty interesting one for what we're doing. Like, there's a good chance I might take that. Rancher and High Life would be awful for what we're doing. Yeah, so the ones I think make sense is any of these three here are pretty standard. Like, those are pretty neutral. It doesn't really matter. Guilty is a fun one to deal with. I think that'll get in the way of what we're trying to do, but I'm not against it. Ritualist does seem to be kind of in line. That would be fine. Pain is a virtue does have its benefits. Darkness would be interesting, but probably not something we would do a lot of. Guilty being counted as low impact, yet being one of the most impactful depending on how you set it. Yep. These ones on the bottom are all rough. Like, a lot of these, like, Blind Sight, for example, is almost like a challenge run one. I'm leaning towards Ritualist, honestly. I think we're gonna do that. So I'll move that over. I'm gonna go ahead and leave that on slow. Nudism? No, you already get one tapped without armor so often. Yes, you can remove memes. So, literally, I could do, like, a reform later and be like, nah, I don't want Ritualist anymore. I could actually have my change be to take Ritualist back off. We got everyone set to their zones correctly. We're not ready for the conversion ritual. Oh, and speaking of which, people mentioned the ads. So I'm at what I've referred to as my long break for the stream. Got to run downstairs, welcome my wife home, all that. It's about 5 minutes, so long is very relative here. It's not that long a break, but I got to run down, welcome my wife home, throw some food in the oven and all that, and I'll be back up. But thank you so much for tuning in. We'll pick up where we left off here as soon as I'm back. I do hope you've been enjoying the stream. I'll be back in just a couple minutes. Don't be in a big building. Ah, we're in the middle of Louisville. Right, literally in the exact middle of Louisville. This is a dead character. Oh, good. I haven't moved yet, and the jig is already up. Like, are very not comfy. All right. We can dive deeper than the vehicle. Yeah, I mean, the idea behind this vehicle is like it's a big glass. I feel like I should be leaving. Nope, it's time to leave. Nope, 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 nope. There we go. Just had to top it off. Okay, I guess we're going this way. This is cursed. Please. Well, that was lovely. Let's go ahead and do that real fast. There we go. Like, am I dead or alive? I guess I'm dead. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Well, that's not going to help us. Yep. It's probably fine. That'll almost certainly not have any repercussions for us, having the entire group of guests who are going to stay, die from heat stroke. My colonists are doing fine, so I don't know what their problem is. Maybe they should just have made themselves out of tougher stuff. There. There is our winner. Hey, buddy, I need a volunteer. Do you volunteer as tribute? Okay, do not instinctively stab. Fall over. Alright. So we make our salad. Welcome, buddy. And we have 121,000. Or sorry, 135, 121. So we have beaten our record. Did I mention the game is jank as we just punted you into the sky? I guess I don't have a laceration? I am so confused. Unless I caused a laceration to the wolf. What? Thank you for being quiet, demon dog. You're really messing with my mindset. I'm pretty sure I just got Brildain killed. I want a stack of corn. Raw corn in the mouth. That's what I want. No judgment. Or maybe a little judgment. So something is getting messy in the physics calculations. Oh, I see a real problem with going this way. Hang on, we might need to go around. That one log on the right looks like it'll be a little problematic for taking through there. I'm just gonna go on a guess here. I should tell the sad news. No, no, please. Imagine that's your permadeath run, and that's how you die. It counts. It counts. Yeah. Your child will be 100% safe in that treehouse. I wish it kept the treehouse up there, and we could build a bridge that stands. But it takes an engineer to build the bridge that barely stands. All right. I have a potato harvest all... So we got 33,000 users on our malware. You heard me. Thanks, everyone. Sorry. I did not expect that to do that. My apologies. Stop it, eyes. I need you to cut it out. Are you having an emotion? Yeah. Don't you hate it when that happens? Think we broke Strainer? Yeah. I think I've only gotten teary-eyed, what, 3 times on stream? Okay. Now, the problem we have here is I have to move things that have weight. And they're gonna make me want to slide. And as you can see, we're not really on there well, but it is what it is. Hop out. Okay. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what would happen is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go through the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you know. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical assistance.
I don't know what happened. I got thrown forward and hit the, I was crushed. Your friends turned into weird magical cards? Oh, by the way, I'm taking literally every flower here. I know you need those to live, but I mean, look. Wait, I can attach the stick. Oh. Alright, I guess we're just gonna hit a zombie. Oh! Oh, okay, no. Alright, the wrong way. Mm-hmm. Yep. Mm-hmm. Nope, that's not the way we're going. I need you to move. Let me in. All right. Can oh no, I can't get out. All right, sorry about that. Took me an extra couple minutes and all that stuff. Break the streamer? Where'd the break the streamer? Oh, was it one of those was it the train game that is playing where everyone was ridiculous? Like in the best of way, not in a complaint. Let me catch up. Let's see. Let's see, zombie trained to death. Was that from a multiplayer challenge they did? I'm missing a lot of what's going on there. You got emotional? Yeah, no, if it's a clip, it was, like... It was, I won't go into the details of what was there, because I don't want to bring everyone down. I had gotten some, like, really bad news from, like, stuff going on with a family member, and just... You know, I, like... didn't say anything about it like on stream on a real level. That's just kind of background noise that was going on, and it was just a day that chat was like super duper above and beyond supportive, as like I needed this. Like on that day, it was a real bad news day. Yeah, they cut it out. Yeah, no, exactly, that was what it was. So like I was already in like kind of a really vulnerable place with all that stuff going on, and Chat being good beans that chat can be. I read that as petty hard worker, and that I felt relatable. I mean, it's a hard worker who's got medical, melee, and social. I'm getting a lot of people who don't really have any specialty. So this person will more than likely make their way into my perimeter anyways. When they do, I might try to tame them. Oh, yeah. Yeah, we were, yes, the one I dragged all the zombies to Brildane. That was, Brildane, myself, Snoot TV, Killadrix, and, Digwood. We did the Unfriendly Neighbors. That the entire idea behind it was we were a bunch of neighbors who, in front of each other, were being mostly, like, all positive and, like, everything's good. But we secretly absolutely despised each other and wanted each other dead. But, you know, straight up murder is uncouth. That's below us. So it was a lot more about, like, orchestrating each other's deaths. So there was some really fun things, like poisoning each other and everything. I did a zombie train, and that just dumped it all on Brildane. Because Brildane made her character basically be like the HOA enforcement kind of person, being like, oh, your grass is too tall? And I was like, alright, you know, I'll be back in a minute. And I grabbed a bunch of zombies and drug them on top of her while I guess she actually had like a pencil and like a notepad, and she was like trying to write on it like what my violations were, which it wasn't even my house. I was actually broken into one of the other people's houses because I was going to set up a trap there when she kind of caught me there, and so I tried to play it off. I'm still sad no one hit my really elaborate trap, which was I locked my front door but left the side window obviously open, but the blinds closed, and I had a fire going inside the house with a bunch of furniture lining up to the fire. You can get where this is going. So someone trying to sneak into my house to come after me would, you know, go for the obvious window, climb through, and just mechanics how Project Zomblade works is you climb straight across all the furniture, and you can't change position until you land on the other side in the fire. And so you get where that's going. You get to slowly watch your character make their way across all of the furniture until they plunk down in the fire. But yeah, we were running out of time for the session, and so I kind of oversold someone like popping into one of the houses because there just wasn't enough time for someone to run into it passively. And the moment I was trying to like convince someone that I had seen something that someone else wanted in the house, because, you know, obviously outside of it, we all knew where each other were living, but in character, no one knew it was my house. And it was just kind of one of those things that, you know, once I started overselling it, the suspicion levels went high. I will say though, for both Killadrix and Digwood, they were both very good on like the yes and improv side of things, where very clearly as the player there was stuff you're doing be like, nah man, there is definitely something wrong here. But you know, like the one was like they had poisoned the food like horrifically badly. And he's like, no, it's safe, and started drinking it. Took like the tiniest little sip. It's like, yeah, sure, you like see it's safe. You can try. It's like, oh, if it's safe. And like the second one, very clearly knowing it was poisoned, but like in character, you would see that as like, oh, it's in the clear. Started drinking this obviously tainted food. It was pretty funny. I don't think me or Snoot died at any point. I don't. Oh right, we were doing the multi-analyzer. Plunk that down there. We should have everything I need for that. I don't remember what the power need is for it, but we're like right on that fence. You start in the middle of a zombie horde, the top of the stairs, and of course died within 30 seconds. Yeah. Oh yeah, that's another one. Where I spawned in and I spawned in Louisville and just like maximum zombie population at build 42, and it's just like instantly everything aggroed is like, well, it's like I'm a very talented player, but there's only so much, like so many slight getaways you can get away with. That was that first big run we did in build 42. Like I pulled so many ridiculous plays out of my pocket, but for all the close calls, I eventually ran out of luck. And Shadow Pain, thank you so much for the Prime Gaming sub. That's 9 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate it. I have got to get my TTS fixed because Google TTS decided to stop working for me yesterday. And I was going to work on it after stream, but I was busy working on Redacted that I can't talk about because of NDAs. Let's see. I'll low-key do this in the background real fast. So alerts. Subs, edit. Yeah, so you got Google text-to-speech. Grab the message there. I'll have to see what that was. Solar flare, nobody cares. Add new effect. And then we can go text to speech, select. Alright, we'll go ahead and have David do it. Okay. And then we add another one. With the sub message. And we'll add a new effect. Text to speech. Select. David's got it. Or actually, wait. I can choose default. Oh yeah, no, if I leave it on default, I could change it at the higher level. I don't have to change it on each and every command. That'll be good. So save. We will for now disable the Google text-to-speech stuff since it's not working. Save. Okay, so it doesn't have a bunch of things, but at least like the very basic sub thing should now actually have its text-to-speech fixed. The problem is I have to go on each and every single individual thing that has it and try it. Oh right, we took you off doctoring and all that because you had been hit by Sight Stealer. How long ago did that happen? So Sight Stealer. Oh, I can't really tell, can I? I can probably tell by your information. Will it tell me how long you've been a prisoner for? 5 days. That's not long enough. Let's see, someone should make a game called Redacted offering, offer sponsors and set an NDA for it. So you have to say, I'm going to present you Redacted after the NDA runs out. And then come out with it being redacted. I do love a good word pun. I do enjoy myself some good punnery. Especially if it's properly clever and not just, you know, the same ones you hear all the time. Alright, I did see that we have a thing going. I'm shuffling windows around. Prison break on Pablo. Pablo? Friend? What's your... Okay, so your melee is low. I'm gonna try to keep my actual melee people uninvolved. Oh, whoa, let's keep you out of this, Beset. You will win that fight. My fear is you'll win it a little too good, though. I also love how PS4 was like literally like, I don't care, it's fine. PS4 was like, yeah, it's fine, who needs any of this? Okay, so good news, we had the prison break. We just roughed him up a little, sent him back to his room. Just got some bruises. You mean it probably has 0 commercial success because the game behind it would be missing? Yeah. There's been sometimes people have used like ridiculously clever names that some of them have worked really well and then some of them have absolutely kind of bombed its hope of success. So for animal handling, our highest is JD, which is at 11. What is your melee? It's 4. It's not a negligible amount. But I am willing to try to recruit Eek here, because Hard Worker is pretty good. Pretty is actually kind of a bad one, in all honesty. Everyone starts hitting on each other, and then everyone gets into fights. But they're a relatively good pawn. Hard Work is definitely a desirable trait. So all in all, I'm not going to say no. Legendary work. JD2V0 has created a legendary large sculpture. This carving depicts the abstracted rendering of fellowship. The work has a fauvist feeling and a vertical structure. Besides that, the whole image is depicted by a careful arrangement of a group of maids. News of the valuable artifact has been spread far and wide around the world. Cool. It is worth 1,150. And it's going in your room, PS. It does have vertical structure. Actually, no, let's not put in there. It's going in the science... Actually, not in that corner, though. It's going in the science room. The person's common. Just the dot in it. Yeah. Yeah, no, the automatic link detection thing that Twitch has, literally, if you have, like, letters, dot, letter, it doesn't matter. It's just like, very, very clearly, that is a link. It's like, but it's really not, though. Where's the power? Oh, I guess you're just far enough not to reach. That's fine. We're gonna unloop that. And with that, we can start researching for fabrication. Oh, we got visitors. Alright. You don't exactly have a lot of money for me. You literally can't buy hardly half of what I've got. As far as things you got to offer me, you have even less. And we can go gifts. Have the drugs. Have some of the medicine. You can have some of the guns I'm probably never going to use. You can have a bunch of clothing that's worn out. And that'll do. Alright, Basset, you take it easy. Thank you so much for the lurk and all that, and I hope you have a good one. Alright, so I think... Gonna have them remove the roofs around here. I still don't know what we're growing. Honestly, for this one, as useless as the spot that is, you're gonna grow roses there. Does it objectively make any kind of sense? Absolutely not. Am I doing it anyways? Absolutely. Delete that spot. Looks like I got a little bit of floor to pull up over here. That must be a mud spot. Alright, that's fine. We can have two different grow zones back here. Things don't need to make sense if you like them. Yeah, I mean, well, sometimes you just put pretty flowers down the ground. Who needs a reason? They're pretty flowers. What do I want to plan here? As they're actively working on it. We'll put more Psychoid down there for Psy-T. Honestly, just Psychoid, it's fine. We need flowers to hide the Eldritch Horrors. You're not wrong. I've done that before, made a bunch of little areas where you got like roses and all that growing, because they do add a lot of beauty, if I recall. Yeah, it's 14 beauty per tile, which is really high, considering most of these tiles will be like 1. Let's see, I can have 14. Then we'll send 14 drifters, 5 warboars, 2 groups that size, and I get a neoformer and a recreation book, a neoformer and a couple components, or a neoformer and 12 glitter world. That is a lot of enemies for a colony with only 8 combat capable people who does not yet have armor that has not been pilfered off the corpses of their enemies. I'm not saying it can't be done, because it certainly can, but 19 enemies per wave that are going to have potentially some limited amount of armor, not a lot, but guns and spears and that, and really strong melee people against 8 who are, if we're going into like our equipment, we're only like, sorry, I didn't mean to blast the mic, only like middle of the road equipment. What is our ideology? So right now our ideology, we've been working it up, is human primacy ritualist. So we're gonna do spooky things in the basement. Don't worry about it. Got a caravan approaching. We could do it. I've done worse. I do believe we could actually make it work. I'd probably get the incinerator and have to dump it on the hallway here. But the big concern is if I got a group of the Yetkin that was very, very melee heavy, and if they had someone who was like jogger tough, once they managed to get into close range, there would be casualties. If I got a group that's primarily like long range enemies, we'd probably just school them because they wouldn't really have a good place to position themselves. But you get the idea. Alright, so we got those. Still waiting for someone to potentially get that, that tame on you. I've got a passion for melee, so there's a good chance I would make them into another melee pawn, even though I don't really need another melee pawn. Xenogenetics is always a good time. Hey, Oceanic! Thank you so much for the raid, I really do appreciate that. How was your stream? Let's start researching fabrication. That way we have that starting to go for making our components. But I hope stream was really good. Thank you so much for the raid and all that. Welcome in, Raiders. And thank you for getting the shout out. Playing some Marvel Rivals. So I just had some good games in Marvel Rivals. It was fun. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I'm also trying to decide where we're doing our next thing for power. Because almost all of our geothermal are pretty far out there. That's probably my next best one, is up here, because these other ones are all like right on the edge of the map. We have to start taking consideration, like, am I on the boundary of the map where that's going to happen? How many endings are you in? We haven't done any of the endings yet. The intention is to do all but the Arco Nexus endings at the same time. Is it a smart strategy? It's okay. It's not, I wouldn't say it's a recommended strategy or anything, but I think it'll be an interesting thing to attempt to do. You could do that. Yes. The Arco Nexus is the only one that, like, you start running into some, like, weird limitations with it just because of the nature of it being a bunch of resets. Yeah, that'll be fine, because that'll be there. I'm making room for when I get the fabrication bench. So I'll move the art table up here, and then the fabrication bench can go down there. And thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, so with that, right now we're in phase 1. So the way I'm looking at this is phase 1, basically get everything lined up to start doing the endings. We need to get our royalty honor up. We need to get the anomaly stuff starting to square away, and we need to research our way up to the point that we can get our starship built. Once we've got all of that lined up, we pack in the basic main materials I'm going to need for building a starship, and we then caravan across the world over to here, which is where the ship's at. Right in that little pocket in the temperate forest. And then we set up there, and we start building as aggressively as we possibly can to get that thing defended. We are definitely not going to be able to get away with the strategy of trying to have like a really small base that would keep the wealth down, because I'm taking their existing ship, and I'm building a second ship next to it, or nearby it, or wherever. And so I'm going to have the wealth of 2 whole ships on my map, which means we are going to be at least in the 150 some odd thousand for the ships, not even counting any of the people on it. And the people are probably going to tack on an easily an extra like 50,000. And then from there, the plan basically boils down to, I want to get everything I set up to be able to effectively do the anomaly ending. And then once I've got that, I hit the button to like start the Empire ending, first I trigger the anomaly ending, and then I start going through triggering all the other ending stuff. And the thing that works out to my advantage with that is the anomaly ending supersedes a number of the other endings. So while it's running, a lot of the other ending stuff will actually be disabled. It won't be like we're adding all of the extra things on top of each other. It'll actually make that part easier. On the downside, it's doing the anomaly ending with an absolutely astronomical amount of wealth. And a whole lot of your base that's just filled up with ship. And in addition to that, because we're deliberately not going to be finishing the anomaly ending as fast as we can, we're going to kind of just sit on letting it run. We're going to have to fight the waves of enemies anomaly throws at us, which you normally don't really need to do, while we wait for all of the other things to get ready for, like, the ship launch, the second ship launch, the shuttle to go. You know, then we have to do the regular anomaly ending after ditching whoever's getting ditched on those various vehicles, because I won't send them empty because that doesn't feel like it's doing anything. And then once all that's done, then we just do an Arco Nexus run. We have a nice, chill, relaxing time. Volcanic Winter. Honestly, I don't really mind. You might mind. Eek here, running around with no clothes on, might mind a whole lot about that Volcanic Winter. But as long as they don't die, that'll make our lives a little bit easier. There's so much, but you think you get the most of it. Yeah, I mean, ultimately the big parts are step 1, get everything ready to fire off all the endings. Then step 2 is we start the anomaly ending. Step 3, we start all the other endings. And basically we just play the anomaly ending until the other 3 endings, or sorry, the other 2 endings? The other 3 endings are done. And then we wrap up the anomaly ending. Okay, we've got quite a bit of firepower down there. Don't love what I'm seeing there. It's incendiary? Yeah, it is. Pretty big group down there. Looks like just 1 grenade. A lot of ordnance going on down there. Nothing too over the top. Oh, get the hell inside. And then there's another group up here. There's a lot of firepower going in there. Not feeling great about this attack. That is a lot is what that is. Do I switch over to the incendiary to try and prevent them from getting really established? I think we do. So JD's gonna grab that real fast. Okay. So we get the bioferrite shaping table. Alright, yeah, this is going to be rough because not only is there that number, a lot of them are wearing flak, which means it'll be harder to take down too. One good news we might be dealing with is because they've got fire stuff going on and I've got fire stuff going on, there's a good chance we can use that fire against them. We'll see though. That is a lot. This group should break easy. That group should break okay. This group will be a little bit harder to break. There's a pretty good number of them. All right. You got plenty of warns and all that. Pablo here is not converting it all well, though. I think we're just gonna recruit Pablo. Skip the conversion. Wait. That's because you already got converted. I'm literally waiting for no reason. Cool. So let's try and recruit Pablo. They're not going to get recruited even remotely in time for any of this action, but that's okay. You know, it'd be interesting to do sometime. So, when you're dealing with the mechs, sometimes they have, like, the overlapping shield things. I wonder if it'd be reasonable to knock out all the other mechs but the shields. And then trying to build your base with those shields, like, buried in a wall or whatever, so you had these domes that keep overlapping your base to fight from. I don't think it'd be practical or realistic or anything, but it would be interesting to have your base, you have that thing drop over there where it's got shields covering this whole area, and just moving into that shield area. And just fight from within the shields. Because they don't let you build the shields like that. You can build like the little shields you can deploy for a couple of seconds. But it'd be interesting to have those shields that are like these big area covering shields that last a while. Because they turn on and off is the way they work. They turn off to recharge and they turn back on again. Okay, so you're in the middle row. You two are in the back row. Oh, it's not 8, it's 7. My apologies. So it's 7 people who can fight against everything. Okay, so we're getting a little bit split up, which is perfect. Those two are getting grouped up, which is the opposite of perfect. And they're mashing up against each other. Perfect, so that flamethrower, when the one went for the grenade, the flamethrower lit him up so that he didn't get a chance to actually throw the grenade. First group handled. That might work out if they keep moving. That frag grenade's gonna go off soon. Yeah. Okay, so JD, you can run back over here and grab your gun. Which is in all of this garbage somewhere. That's fine. And the rest of you bunch up over here. Shoot the crap out of him. Her, them. We do want to eventually burn this whole thing down. But for right now, let's put out the fire, see if we can get recover. If I can get to... Oh, never mind, we can't help them. I was gonna say, if I was gonna be able to patch that one up in time. Yeah, I was gonna say, there's not really a good way for me to do that. So we only had one person take any hit. We got one person got stuck by a knife just a little. Alright. We got ourselves some goodies. We stripped the flak off of one of the ones that actually survived. Part of me wants to get more of the chain shotguns because they're just such a solid weapon for this kind of range. But the way I designed this, there's not really the means to accommodate for it, unfortunately. We could check. I don't think if I go to the second row, they can aim this far down. No, they can't, but that actually might be okay. Because I'm looking at it, for everyone running in, it just means we'll get multiple waves of shotgun in there. You've got a smoke pack. Let's strip you. Schedule, you're unrestricted. Zone. You are no longer part of the home zone. Alright. Got all the stuff laying around there, that's fine. Got plenty of steel. This is all set up here. Those are all waiting for me to have more materials. You're coming along fine, which is good. You can go back to being normal. Yeah, so you're starting to get hypothermia, which will be a potential way that I might get this person for low effort, is if they pass out, or like if they collapse due to hypothermia, I can grab them, imprison them, without having to even put up a fight. I did set you to no tainted, right? Yep. Oh, we got Nutramine. We finally can get our Penioxylin. I forgot we even had that, because that's just really good to have Swamp and Jungle Tile since you're going to be dealing with so much disease. Any disease you can prevent for yourself is going to be a win. It's also a good way to, like, wealth sink without, you know, deliberately burning stuff. Is just have materials that you have a need for anyways that are kind of non-renewable. So you kind of spend your money on the materials to give your stuff that's good, knowing full well it'll end up kind of getting binned on the other side of it. An elephant has decided it would like to be a bunch of packaged meals. Thank you, Elephant, for your contributions to the colony. That made you laugh? Yeah. We, there's a few of those ones that repeat, like the contributions to the colony by the animals joining. The impact on, like, the, you know, death on arrival, like, died on impact for colonists that are really awful that the game tries to give us, like, oh no, they just died. Even though they definitely weren't dead on impact. So you're managing to avoid hypothermia. Like, you keep getting right on the fence? Still. And how are all alpaca population doing? Yeah, we've been letting the alpaca population just properly explode here. Oh, they're adolescents and all that. Which is a deliberate thing, because that means they become a source for a lot of good stuff for making our clothing and all that. New recruit Eek. Nice. You're probably going to go into the melee team. Let's go ahead and go to your priorities. So Eek here is genuinely an actual doctor. So we're probably at that point where all these not good doctors can be deprioritized. And then Eek is another one that's going to probably haul and clean as most of their responsibility around here. Also, Eek here is going to join Team Melee. And so, our brand new doctor in the colony is going to be... we already have a Donkey Duff. And it'll be Cody Husky. Your team Stabby Stab. Alright, we're about to get Pablo back into the team. And this time when Pablo joins, we will name them. Because since they've already done their betrayal thing, we know what their deal is. So you don't have to worry about them being, you know, someone who's going to leave or metal horror or something else like that. Alright. That does mean this will be Cody's room here. And that would be pink. Just straight up pink. Do we not have just straight up pink? I do really, really wish... if they're gonna have them have favorite colors that I can't dye things. Either one, make it so they can only use the colors that you can dye, or expand the amount of colors we can use dyeing stuff. It's not honestly a big deal, but it is a smidge annoying. Meanwhile, we'll go ahead and grab you for the ideology color. And grab you. To give it a painted border. Alright. That'll be Pablo joining. Cool. So we can go you back to colonist. Pablo's joined, and so Pablo gets to be named this time. So we got Smiffles in the colony. And Smiffles' character in here is one of the ones that just permanently gives everyone a mood buff for just being there. Which is why we actually did want them to be around. Like that's a good colonist to have. Oh no, we do. Yeah, so you're researching. The Smiffles will help cook. What's this buff? Yeah, so if you look at Smiffles, they've got the Joyous here. Ability to make everyone feel better and inspire them to be the best version of themselves. So if you look at one of our other colonists, you'll see Joyous Presence, +3. And it's everyone gets +3. So it's not a huge bonus, but you consider literally everyone the colonist just for existing gets a +3 mood bonus. That helps. And I believe it can stack. I'm not super certain on that. I haven't had many opportunities to have multiple people of that nature. Meanwhile, you can actually be equipped with a proper weapon now. Oh wait, don't we have a machine gun in here? Yeah, so your range is 23. Grab the SMG. Rearranging our people just a little bit. There we go. Do you hate hacking missions where you finish the base and someone breaks right at the end? Yeah. Now you gotta get everyone out and they're just being stubborn about it. Mm-hmm. Okay, so we're working on our disruptor flares. We got all that going on. We have our fabrication benches starting to happen. Once we get that, we can circle back. So we got the monolith study complete, so this will now give us more anomaly research. Let's see, you play RimWorld more like let's make a pretty base with lots of recreation options and cute clothing happy pawns. Let's go fighting and make things defensible. To each their own. Oh yeah, no, that's absolutely one of those things that people can play the game very, very differently. You can play like sweaty, try hard, 500%, making individual mistakes is the end of the colony, and it's going to be really hard to, you know, claw your way through each and every encounter. And then you'd be like, you know what? I'm going to run where there's almost no combat or anything at all and just make a pretty base. And everywhere in between. And I think that's actually one of the main benefits to RimWorld, is that versatility, that variety of play offers you so many different ways to play the game. And those difficulty settings are also really important, because sometimes when you do like weird challenges and all that kind of stuff, you can't do the really wild challenges on the higher difficulties. Like the challenge in itself creates an abnormally high difficulty that, you know, juicing up the enemies literally makes it so you can't realistically do the challenge, or it kind of defeats the purpose of the challenge. Now, instead of doing what you're supposed to be doing challenge-wise, you're now focused on a completely different challenge. And that's not even getting into the modding scene. Like, the modding scene, you know, takes that to another whole layer. Inspired recruitment. You are just a little too late. Okay, incompetent cook. Alright. If PST4 was going to be, have the metal horror, they would have done some by now. We've got ourselves 3 doctors who are actually going to be at least okay at doctoring. Okay, so we got JD and... Okay, so we're starting to get some people who don't have stuff to do. I would really rather not have, like, a no capability crafter. I don't really have a lot for you to work on right now, though. Which is an unusual problem for me to have. Like, usually there's always more to be done. But, like, food I am way above and beyond what I need. We basically got all the stone we can possibly want cut up. I don't really have much for other crafters to work on. I got some people could do. That way, any of these ones who find themselves with nothing to do, they could just start hunting random animals. I don't even need them. It'll be a way for them to practice their shooting. Okay. I keep having them cut down trees and the wood just seems to disappear. I'm really not sure where all the wood is going. Alright. I'm kind of thinking we can add a ritual room down here as well. That might be my next project. We go down here. Granite. That'll be the biggest ritual room I've made because I've never really had a reason for them to be bigger. Oh wait. We can convert someone. So I've got 3 people who aren't the right ideology. So we are still just trying to depend on the 1 in 5 chance each time we do this of just straight up instantly converting them. It is taking a while, but, you know, it's more social XP. Eventually they'll get there. It's fine. And effective. Cool. That's actually usually why I get Prolicizer. It's just that people walk around and just keep seeing their like confidence getting knocked down by like 2-3 points here and there because everyone's endlessly badgering them about their ideology. That kind of just solves the problem for you. You usually give them like 3 tries to convert, then you dev mode it. Oh yeah, and I don't like use dev mode almost ever. It's one of those things that's actually there's a bunch of different ways to work on the conversion. If you imprison them, that's like the guaranteed kind of you'll eventually get there no matter what. Yeah, that's the thing. You can put them in jail, and that means you will eventually wear them down. For those who don't know Alice in Adventures, also been playing a bunch of RimWorld recently, so if you like RimWorld, which I imagine if you're here watching RimWorld, you probably like RimWorld, or you like suffering or something, like you like to do things you don't like because you're a complicated person who I don't really know what to make of it. Gonna start time to not keep the stone blocks in there because it's getting out of hand. But, you know, you've watched Rual, Blanco, FG, and others play way too many challenges, both peaceful and hostile. And yes, you were... I missed part of this. You wrote a wagon trail, or some might say trek, original sense of it. And that's when it happens, the same mind things. Yeah, we got another party happening. Star Trek. Does you know I hate RimWorld? Pay attention to 1,500 hours on Steam. Yeah. This is going to be our unreasonably large anomaly room. Or ritual room, not anomaly room. And I'm going to slowly fill this in just because we can. Okay, and we'll run a power cable through there. And go to the furniture here. Now we can keep advancing the anomaly stuff as well. The big thing we need to chase soon is going to be dealing with the honor stuff, buying our way to our top rank in honor. That's kind of the one we're slacking on, because the research, well, we're definitely like got big gaps in our research. We're definitely making solid progress to that end. It'll also be good if we can start messing, like, I'd like to get a xenobiology room going as well. Honestly, that probably would have been not bad, xenobiology room. I mean, I could just make like a room like that down here, the xenobiology room. It's honestly probably not the wrong call. We can set that up to be the next one. Okay. I am going to need... Ooh, wait, I have 1,000 extra... Oh, right, because I turned off this bench. Right, I turned off the smelting bench to clear up 700 watts. So, we are going to have to branch out to grab more power. That is just the reality we live in. So we're going to plan for our next power to be this spot. We are going to pause building it, though, for just a minute. So we have them build it right now, it's just going to get destroyed in the very next raid. Now, question is, do I go the method where I make a tunnel directly from my base to that point? Or do I go with the method that I just leave it freestanding? I think I want to make a tunnel directly to our base. And then use this as a way for me to get around. So I can pop out on either side and use that for dealing with enemies. And plus, it'll get rid of a lot of brick. So we'll go to floors. Slate. Structure. Bridge. We'll go floors. Slate. And the next question is, do I want to take the time to give that sterile floors? Or do I want to just toss down stone floors and call it a day? Bridge? Oh, I put down, it's, bridge is just so you can build on top of it. I'm mostly doing it so that the stuff doesn't get dropped in water and stuff like that as everything goes down. Oh, you got Luciferum. We might use that someday. Don't know when, but we might use that someday. And I'm actually going to take the clothes. Use it as a source of money as well. He's going to have like a pretty big onslaught of stuff. Alright, so we'll go to gifts, have a giant pile of drugs. And that'll do. We do not want to take this Lucy right now. But if I can build up a decent supply of Lucy, you know, it is a powerful material. It does actually give you a lot of benefits. It's just a real dangerous one. Oh no, the bridge isn't new. It's been around for a long time. It's under structure, so most people miss it. It's basically when you look at the load bearing of tiles, you see how this one's only got like light, and this one's normal. This lets you build some more on thing. Just 10 Lucy per year per colonist? Right, but that was what, 2-3 Lucy? That's not enough Lucy to start that problem. You don't start the run of Lucy on 3, because you'll have a year where you have no one show up with any Lucy, and things get grim. But you are right, it's actually not as bad as you'd think to deal with Lucy. But see, aren't there more bridges added in 1.6 or something like that? Yeah, no, I know. I don't remember if that is the 1.6 or... Yeah, it's not the tech. I don't know if that's 1.6 or if it is Odyssey. I don't honestly know. You just want to know who the hell is Lucy? Lucy is the bringer of joy and the bringer of tears. Lucy is your best friend and your worst enemy, all bundled in one. Yeah, and she's in the sky with diamonds. Exactly. I get that reference. 16%, 3.9%, and everyone else. Alright. Who's got the least compatible ideology? Individualist is benign. That's not a priority. Creed is honestly... honestly, it's well aligned, actually. And you are straight up a tire fire. And unfortunately, you're the one that's not going to work hardly at all on. We'll start working on PST4. Relationship. There are a few people who have relationships among your tribespeople or prisoners arriving in the group. Oh. Apparently Lilypad has a lover here, and PS has a brother here. So... your lover's... honestly, that's not a bad pawn. Super immune is not a bad pawn. Is that who thought it was? I missed the name. Oh, was it Huntsman? I didn't even catch if it was. Alright, fabrication. So we're going to drop back from that now. And we're going to start looking at some of these other ones. So what we want to get going next is the stuff for mining. So we'll want the drills themselves. Which should be... Why am I having problems seeing it? There it is. You thought it might be? If it was, I very well just overlooked it. People spot the names way better than I do. I admittedly mostly don't pay attention to the names of people in the game. Husband heard you mention Smurf. Oh yeah, coming back to finish the job. Well, so we'll cut down a little bit on this eating space, or the space for the animals here. Gonna go ahead and make a path so we can run back and forth over there relatively quick. Eventually, I'm gonna need to go in here and start having stuff. One of the things we can do is grow zone hay grass down here. And it'll need to work until I get that set up. Schedule. Oh, the other thing we're probably gonna need to do. So that's all fine there. This is all enclosed in my base now, so this is part of my home zone. Once we get that enclosed, we'll make that part of the home zone as well. For those who aren't catching the reference, Mortal Smurf is another person who does a lot of RimWorld. Pretty well known in the community and all that. But one of the memes in the channel is there is a named person in RimWorld that like they draw the names from, named Huntsman, and like lost basically a number of runs because of that one specific pawn that has kind of made it their quest to be like, no, this pawn does not deserve to be treated with kindness, or it's like every time you see him must go. So it's become like this whole meme about how awful Huntsman is, and that they must be dealt with. You need a light there. Okay, so we got the Twisted Obelisk showed up. Admittedly, with the obelisks, you can tell which obelisk is which just by the aesthetics. I never remember which one's which. Is it a whole channel on Smurf's Discord screenshots of that pawn being killed? Yup. Oh, whoa, wait. Oh, actually, I can't. Yeah, we'll do serum synthesis. An elephant has made itself into package meals. Thank you again for your contributions, elephant. I wanted to make sure I had something set for advanced research on Anomaly because otherwise it's doing nothing helpful. Yeah, so with the obelisks, there's 3 types of obelisks. There's one that will clone whoever's on it, and it has a couple different outcomes it has, but it's about cloning. There's a second one which will mutate whoever's at it. So we'll get like a tentacle arm, that kind of stuff. And there's a third one that'll teleport you to an alternate location. That's like a very backdoors maze kind of thing. Ignoble obligation skip. Oh. It was one of these other ideologies we haven't gotten converted yet. They couldn't do their ritual because they didn't have the person needed to do it. Alright, bills. Make components. Don't care. Do until you have... We'll say always keep at least 20 components on hand. And that's a bunch of power. So we still got 500 power to spare. You'll just have to keep people working at it. You don't know if they got answered, but they have been said that they put heavy bridges in vanilla, and that they can be built upon. Question. Yeah, so I don't see it here, because we got our structure, bridge, and remove bridge. I don't get any choices on the bridge. I know they mentioned it was coming, I just don't know if it's an Odyssey DLC thing or if it's the base game thing. I tried to search for it in the research tab and it didn't come up as like being a separate research, so I don't know. Is it flooring maybe? We could check. It'd be weird for one bridge to be flooring and the other one not. I don't see it. So I mean, I definitely believe it's in the game and all that right now. It's just, I'm not seeing it. Are we sitting on a decent amount of dye? Not really. If we start building up a decent supply of dye, I'm going to start dyeing these paths to make them look a little bit nicer. Alright. But you haven't made the switch to 1.6 yet, so you're not sure where it would be. Yeah. Don't know. Let's see, RimWorld Wiki has put in a placeholder page for every bridge with a template, and that'll be added with Odyssey. Yeah, that makes sense. If we don't have it yet, I'd probably assume it's going to be Odyssey. Let's see, the light bridges that have been in the game for quite a while, you believe are instructors, you'd expect heavy bridges to be in the same place. Yeah, and we looked. I'm guessing it's an Odyssey thing. You assuming it'll be a new research when they add it? Something like heavy bridges, maybe? Right, we don't know what materials might come with Odyssey. It could be that they add heavy bridges, but they're just not cheap. That they have a special material requirement that we need Odyssey for. Like maybe with like the volcanic area we'll have like obsidian or something like that, and the obsidian will be more load bearing, so you can use that or whatever. Don't really honestly know. So one thing we probably should also do is get our shields going. I'm gonna go ahead and get that going. But we want to get the deep core, yeah, the ground penetrating scanner. So we'll get the shields going. That way I can get my melee people shield belts. Because that's a really good way to help keep your melee people alive, so they don't get one popped by one thing that gets loose on them. Alright. Start a social fight. Oh! Trying to kill her. Donkey just straight up biting Lily in the neck. Alright, so you got a pretty big group coming in. They're all ranged and impids. So I believe we got a little... They're sappers. Was it attacks immediately? I believe it is. Wait, those aren't impids. Yeah, those are impids. The good news is you got rain for impids. The bad news is both of my up-close chain shotgun people are currently not going to be helping because they beat the crap out of each other. Yeah, they got a lot of great bows in there. Can I just put some patches on real fast, and we got to get out there. Because we do have a decent firepower advantage. And I could probably draw them in. And get everything else sorted out. Get that bandage on. Alright, everyone who is able, don't strip your clothes off. That's not the button I wanted to push. Alright. So I was hoping to actually get some shots off on a couple of them. Alright, so this is where things can get really messy really fast. So there's no cover for either of us either way. Now, what I can do is try to split my melee people up. And split my ranged people up a bit, so that at least when they breathe fire, the likelihood of people getting in a bad situation is pretty low. Ah, crap. The only good news there is because it's raining, that's going to get themselves put out. You are one of my melee pawns. I need you to retreat out of there before you take friendly fire. The other out of there, please. Please, please. Stop standing around and put the person out who's on fire. Okay, so we are good. People got pretty messed up. You have some steel plate armor. So go ahead and strip that off of you. I'll rescue them. You're already rescuing? No. Rescue them. Hey, Dancel, how's it going? Thank you so much for the raid and all that stuff. I do hope yourself a good stream. We're dealing with, we just had an Impid raid that was a Breacher raid. We got it sorted, but a lot of people took some hits along the way. You know, lots of fire scattered. There was kind of a no cover to no cover situation. But Damsel playing some Factorio, always good times over there, so if you're looking for some Factorio, you know where to find it. And I know a handful of people here who really do love their Factorio. So we got a lot of people who all have at least minor injuries. We're going to try and get them all patched up. But not a whole lot. We're playing some RimWorld 1.6, kind of waiting for the... Wow. Like, you got some stuff going on there, none of which I'm going to take because... Yeesh. But, everything going on there. Yeah, so the good news is most of these are bruises and burns. Not a whole lot of bleeding hits. But yeah, so again, if you're looking for a Factorio, you can check that out with Damsel. For everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to hold a world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that was formerly. But I do play a variety of games here on Twitch, including like simulation games like Farm Sim and SnowRunner and stuff like that. I also play a lot of like colony builders, city builders, all that sort of stuff. I played a lot of factory automation games like Satisfactory and Factorio as well. So lots of fun stuff between all of that. So if all that sounds good, don't forget to drop your follows and all that, because that's how you find your way back. You got the speedrun achievements, so that was cool. The new DLC speed achievements, or the there is no spoon. Because I did the is no spoon way back before streaming. I have not made my attempts on the new ones yet. I haven't managed to set aside the time. But that's cool. Like the new ones seem like, on one hand, once you figure them out, they won't, like, as far as like how much you have to actually perform won't be as bad, but as far as the complexity will be astronomically worse than the old ones. That's the way it looked to me, not having attempted it yet. Yeah, it's good to hear. Like, were they brutally hard, or was it just more like you had a lot of planning and figuring out, and then it was a matter of executing on the plan? That's kind of my curiosity. Because I figured it was going to be... Yeah, time constraints really aren't bad, especially if you have the blueprint set. Yeah, that's the way it felt. It felt like they gave a little bit more leeway on the time side of it, with the anticipation that, you know, you would need to do a lot of figuring everything else out to make it work. Oh, there we go. Let's hold that steel plate armor back, because right now we still can't make armor, so that's still something. So you didn't do any blueprints for Novice? You just went wild, and then we hit the art plants and chipped? Gotcha. Alright, obelisk study progress. Investigation of the obelisk has revealed some information. It is an architectural device that seems to interact with organic creatures at a distance. It is probably a piece of a much larger architect structure that was destroyed or broken apart long ago. The machinery at its core is inhumanly complex and frighteningly powerful. Its purpose and method of action are totally a mystery. If not suppressed, its activity level will increase over time, and you can't tell what will happen if it activates. Yeah, I don't remember which one that is. I'm now worried. We're researching it for the advanced research, and we'll deal with it then. You are feeding all of the people in the hospital, because everybody is in the hospital. Did anyone take any serious injuries? It amuses me that all my ranged people are the ones who got the most thrashed in all of this, whereas my melee people seem to be pretty much fine. Alright, so you go get out your chain shotgun before anything happens to it, because you're going to need it. And then Cody here is going to need a replacement melee weapon. I need to find something better. Oh, wait. Oh, wait, never mind, you can't equip that. Oh, we found the... Psi Meditate. This weapon's persona naturally meditative and helps the wielder focus on psychic meditation. The wielder gains extra 10 Psi focus per day of meditation, as long as the weapon is held. Mad muttering. Yeah, so basically, that's a solid weapon so far as its damage and all that, but it's going to cause whoever holds it to slowly lose their mind, so far as like constantly having mood breaks. So while it's good, I don't want to use it. Cool, and we got a lot of people on the penioxylin to prevent a lot of disease. Disease infection. That's a good tend. And we'll just go ahead and... Oh, you're not converted yet. Never mind. Right, and we were working on converting you. There's actually a pretty active speedrun community. Oh yeah, no, speedrun community, that's for content creators on Twitch, I would say a large number of the ones who do Factorio speedrunning is what they do. Not all of them, but there's like some who like super duper macro scale factories, like mega factories, but there's a lot of speedrunners in the Factorio category. I need to clean that out. Forgot we're still in volcanic winter. Let's bump up that medicine. Let's just bump it the whole way up. Let's play it safe. I've got some spare medicine. We haven't been using it. We are in a tile that disease is very dangerous. I think in this case, we just take the chance, we blast it with some glitter. 1.9 million wealth. Well, the good news is once you pass 500,000 wealth, wealth stops mattering. It doesn't get worse than that. That said, 500,000, the stuff you get out of those fights, is pretty awful. Alright, so we patch the hole in the wall, so at least if another raid happens, it just doesn't stroll in and say hi. Okay, got everything here. Yeah, you got properly wrecked. That's okay. It's RimWorld. Sometimes you just have to get beaten the utter crap out of. Power-wise, you're at 500 something to go. Still trying to get that next branch off for the next thing there. We're still working on our anomaly research to... Yeah, so get the disruptor flares. I'll get void provocation, that'll go down this other direction, like I mentioned. Nah, it's fine. We'll keep working on what we're working on. It's fine. A lot of that anomaly stuff will start getting faster and faster based on just having more things to research and all that. Let's see, pretty awful, or as a self-declared sweaty try-hard runners call it, a cozy campfire made of the colony. Hey, the colony is one of the best fuel sources available in the colony. Alright, so with that we can probably drop back down to herbal, because that should more than solidify everything. What does the Nosiosphere do? It is the Doomsday button, where you get to push the button and you unleash the all-powerful weapon. That doesn't care friend from foe. It is the big I shouldn't push this button, but I'm gonna do it anyways. It's really a fun toy, but it's one you gotta be real smart when you use it. Yeah, I like to call it the murder ball. What does it murder? Yes. Yes is what it murders. It's great for when you have that encounter, you're like, man, I don't know if I can handle all these mechs. And you just push the button, the murder ball, and you send it there, and you go hide in a corner and hope the sun rises tomorrow. Because that's about what you can do about the murder ball, is you find a closet to hide in, or you caravan everyone off the tile, or launch them off the tile or whatever, because that ball is going to start killing stuff. Unless the raid's big enough to tie it up, you can actually get to raids that have just enough enemies in them that the ball can't, like, as much damage as it does, it just can't kill them fast enough. There's just too many. At which point they just don't have to worry about it. And we're slowly working on making those package meals for when we have to do the ship to the stars. Murder Ball's Happy Fun Ball's big cousin. Could you for knowing that reference? If that was a reference, I'm unaware of it, honestly. See, your wife has been having a 1.6 gun bug. She gives upon a gun, and it always acts like a Storge. That is a new one to me. I have not heard of that happening to anyone. You didn't know it was called the Nocosphere? You kept thinking of it as the No-No-Sphere? I mean, both work. It's a 30-year-old SNL skit, still worth watching today, after the stream, of course. Yeah, no, that's, I have enjoyed quite a few SNL skits. There's some solid ones that have been done over history. I still like, there's this like very passionate guy so far as like about their food in Mexico and everything, and he's working at the equivalent of a Taco Bell, and the lady's like, all right, you get your shell, you take a squirt of the brown, a squirt of the red, and a squirt of the green, and then you package it up and you give it. He goes, we used to make love out in the sunset next to the tortilla shell. We didn't put a squirt of brown in it. Like, this is an insult. Like, yeah, it's Taco Bell. I don't, was it SNL did the Taco Town? Where you could get yourself a Taco Town taco? Which is a great skit if you've never seen it. Yeah, Taco Bell is its own thing. But, they had this whole skit that's like, you know, you've probably all been to, like, it's not like the authentic Mexican food places, it's more like the Tex-Mex where they're all trying to compete with there, so they'll start doing all sorts of weird things where it's like, okay, you've got, like, your double-decker taco where it's the hard-shell taco wrapped in a soft-shell taco with, like, queso in between, and, you know, they'll start doing, like, all sorts of cool things, and some of that stuff's delicious. But, like, you know, each one's kind of trying to one-up each other, but they've got a skit called Taco Town, where they sit there and it starts as like, you can get yourself this hard shell Taco Town taco, you know, filled with ground beef and cheese and whatever. And you're like, okay, cool. It's like, but don't wait. Like, don't eat it yet. We're not done. And we could go ahead and we put a soft shell with some quesarito sauce on the out, some cheesy quesarito sauce. You're like, okay, you got it. It's like, so we can eat it now? No. After that, we go, and I can't remember what the covering is, but we put in a blueberry crepe. And then, you know, it keeps going like a step farther, and this taco's just getting bigger and bigger, and they have like the person trying to hold it. It's like, and then we put in a giant bag of vegetarian chili. You know, perfect for your later consumption. Just like a gross bag with like chili oozing out the bottom of it and everything, because the whole thing has become so unwieldy. It's like, yeah, it checks out. It'd happen. Alright, so we got the shields being there, so let's go and get our ground penetrating scanner, because we're going to need that to find resources on the map. That sounds awesome. It's a fun skit. Was it the Onion who did the MacBook wheel? Where it was a MacBook, but they replaced all the controls with like the big, like a giant like iPod wheel? That was a classic. That's an old skit. That is a skit you're gonna pull up, and it's gonna show its age pretty badly. Alright, so shield belts. I would like 3 shield belts. So I'm running into the problem where I apparently don't have any crafters that don't suck at everything. Which is not a thing I anticipated having as an issue. We actually can start making our flak pants and all that. So prioritize the helmet, then the pants, then the vest. It will say only count ones that are above 80%. That way, as they get worn out and damaged, we can start swapping them out. Okay. Robots of the win. Crafter level 20 if you spend enough on a bot. Yeah. Alright, so we got the disruptor flares, so we'll get the bioharvester next. So with that, I can't actually do it because I still don't have bioferrite. Because I haven't been deliberately triggering the anomaly stuff, because I don't have the thing to automatically trigger them, or not automatically, to manually trigger them. I only got a couple things. I've not had the chance to put anything in here to try and bioferrite extract them. Alright, so furniture. There's a pair of lights for that. And we will need... one big light for that whole area. Let's see, Canada has a similar thing where it's child awareness advisory. Those are jingles mostly. House Hippo is one of your faves. At least Taco Bell stays in its lane most of the time. I don't know. Taco Bell did fried chicken or spicy chicken sandwiches for a while, which is really weird. The Taco Bell spicy chicken sandwich is like, what? Why are you doing that? You have like, of all the fast food chains between like McDonald's and Burger King and KFC, I definitely feel like Taco Bell has its icon. Like this is what Taco Bell is, and it's very, very clear. And I feel like KFC is kind of in that same boat. It's like, this is what KFC does. It's very, very clear. Versus I feel like the Wendy's, Burger King, McDonald's, you know, between the three of them, they're kind of all competing on the same space. Whereas, like, you know, there's Taco Bell and Del Taco is utterly irrelevant because it's terrible. Del Taco is what you want if you want the most underwhelming tacos, made with slightly higher ingredients than Taco Bell, but objectively not as good. Dairy Queen has a niche too. Wasn't Wendy's made for milkshakes and ice cream? Wendy's, I remember, like, Wendy's the big thing was they had square burgers. Yeah, Dairy Queen has kind of its whole thing. Like, it's got food items, but let's face it, you're there for ice cream. You're there for, like, the vanilla cone, like, dunked in the hard chocolate, the chocolate that hardens. You disagree, Del Taco is worse than Taco Bell? I'm saying Del Taco is worse than Taco Bell. I'm saying the quality of the ingredients that goes into Del Taco, at least the last time I had it, like the quality of the ingredients wasn't as good as Taco Bell, but Taco Bell's food, you know, tastes better. And the big thing is like Del Taco, it's like their sauce is ketchup. Like their taco sauce is basically ketchup. And so it's like, what? Like, don't get me wrong, the Taco Bell sauce does the heavy lifting for Taco Bell. If Taco Bell's sauce wasn't as good as it is, it wouldn't stand a chance. You like Del Taco better than Taco Bell? It's okay to be wrong. I'm being a jerk. Obviously everyone has their own preferences, but also you're wrong. No, I'm teasing. The Dairy Queen has the best buffalo sauce the fast food I've ever seen. I've never had Dairy Queen buffalo sauce. I don't exactly have a Dairy Queen that's convenient here anyway. You like it when you're a jerk? Automod jumping on that. Yeah, no, I had a buddy who was like really would not let up. He was talking about like how good Del Taco was. That he was sad that we didn't have Del Taco in the area. And all that kind of stuff. And so like he sang the praises, like this was like the second coming of Jesus kind of taco place. And then we had a Del Taco show up not far away. And I was like, okay. yeah, like this is this place you're always been talking about. Let's go there. And to say I was disappointed was being very unfair to the word disappointed. Because I was really, really disappointed. How did Ahmad catch the word jerk? A lot of times when people say the word jerk, they're calling someone a jerk in a bad way. That makes sense. Like, that's usually something you use with a negative connotation to say, like, it's not a word I expect to be an actual problem, so I don't mind Automod not catching that. Do you play vanilla? Pretty much. Like, right now we're playing the only mods I have, add a couple more tracks to music, and then keep the music from stopping. Yeah, no, it's definitely on the insult scale, like, very, very weak or whatever. Yeah, my basically just music, yes. Like, sometimes I'll have a little bit more on here, but right now we're just running 2 mods that mess with the music and nothing else. So nothing mechanical. You feel like if you're coming into a stream and then throwing insults at people, there are far more aggressive things. Yeah, exactly. Like, if someone's here to cause problems, they're not gonna go with jerk. Nice, you like to play vanilla? Yeah, normally when I play games on, like, that have a modding scene, generally I will play what's effectively vanilla with quality of life. And usually I don't even go that far on the quality of life. It'll be like just 1 or 2 pain points I will get a mod to smooth out. It's very typically almost never things that change the game on any meaningful mechanical level. Like, to give you an idea, before 1.6 dropped, the mods I had, the only 2 mods that really impacted anything in gameplay is I had a mod that made the game harder called Random Research and No Research. So when I started the game, there was nothing filled out here at all, and instead of having the research button, there'd be nothing there. Your person just go up to the bench and they were researching something, and it's handing Randy Random the keys to your research, and that got spicy. And then sometimes I do the geological landforms that could get some pretty wild maps. But even then, I only sometimes did the geological landforms. Wait, what were we talking about making into a Nightbot command? Yeah, so which one we're looking at making into a command? Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. You think this murder ball is going to be fun in a raid? Oh yeah, no, the murder ball is a real fun time, a real dangerous time. You got to really plan for the murder ball, but it is a fun time. There's a reason why some people sit there and jokingly go, it's like, it's the fun ball or whatever. It is 100% the, you know, you've got like the light, you know, shining, so you have like the shadows on your eyes. It's like, I know I shouldn't push the button. It's 100%. What Cookie said? Calling me a nerf herder? I mean, that's Star Wars, I'm aware of it. They make Nerf steaks in... Well, actually, is that still canon? Because I know it was a big thing that, like, Nerf was kind of their proxy for cow as far as food goes. That you get Nerf steak. And they did that in, like, the, you know, a bunch of the restaurants in Legends. I don't know if that got recanonized. Honestly, I have no idea. I can't think of a place where they've mentioned it. To be fair, there hasn't been that many places in the new canon where they've had food that is more than non-specific whatever food, you know, like with Mandalorian or whatever. Okay. We got a person with blood rot. And Donkey Duff was the one there, so let's go ahead and do this. Aw, poor turtle. Poor turtle has the blood rot. Now, if it'd be so kind to actually get to its bed before it starts having serious health problems from its blood rot, that'd be cool. It was a satisfying public execution +6. Oh yeah, some of the ideology stuff gets pretty twisted. So this area here is going to probably get to proper culling time. So we're going to go ahead and say no more than 12 alpaca. And that's probably still too many. But that's where we're going to get our protein for making all of our packaged meals for when we go to caravan across the world. Is we're going to have our small army of alpaca. They're also going to be our caravan animal, and they're the source of our clothes. And it looks like Basset grabbed the armor, which is perfect. Having our melee pawn have the armor is pretty much ideal. Who is our highest crafter? So you're our crafter at 5. Right, I literally don't have a single person in the colony who has a passion for crafting. I forgot about that. I also forgot Lily. The reason it's taking Lily so long to heal is because Lily is an impid, and they have a very strong penalty to their healing. We're gonna preach health you to speed that up. So, basically what we've got is we've got a need for an extra crafter. Every single person in this colony, for the most part, sucks at it. Cody probably is going to be my backup. Let's get Cody in on the crafting train, because Cody otherwise just hauls and cleans, and that's fine. But we're definitely gonna need that. So we're gonna get the advanced research going now. So, I have 500 power to spare. We can get our comms console. Which requires 200 watts, because I totally forgot I even had this. The orbital trade beacon go right in there. I probably don't need it for the food. Human pirate primacy? Yeah, so we actually are human primacy. I just don't have someone who's really capable of being my production specialist because they're all bad at crafting. Usually I don't have that big of a problem of having crafters on hand. Yeah, it's fine. So pretty soon we should figure out what that one is. What do you think you'd take on the second map? Oh, it's too early to make that determination. We'll probably add and lose a number of colonists by that time. All the spawns are raiders before? No, we had 2 creepy joiners. We had... Yeah, so it was creepy joiner. You joined... This one joined from a quest. That was a starting pawn. That was a creepy joiner. I think that was a starting pawn. This is a raider. This is a wildman. So I think we only have one that was a raider. Yeah, I don't care about that. All the rest came from like quests or wildmen or stuff like that. I actually find it's pretty rare I'll end up capturing a raider and imprisoning and bringing them in. It's not never, but it's not particularly often. Like, back in the day, you really needed to get any meaningful number of pawns and all that, and it was one of the few sources to get decent pawns. But nowadays, between like all the quests to get pawns and the fact that we can actually see some of their stats before they join versus we used to not be able to, that's a 1.6 change. And then you have like the source where you can have kids. How do you handle so much? You can't with just 6? Oh, this is nowhere near as bad. There are people who do far more. Around the time I hit like 12 or so pawns, that's where I start getting pretty unenthused about more pawns. One big thing that does help you handle more pawns is don't get pawns that are going to be high maintenance. So don't get like abrasive and bloodlust and all the other ones that lead to social fights and all that. Those social fights and all those mood penalties that come from all that stuff will absolutely kill your colony. So like meandrous, misogynist, abrasive, stuff like that, I will avoid it. Wimp, pacifist, depressed. Yeah, depressed. Those ones are pretty bad. I wouldn't say those are particularly high maintenance ones. Depressed can be a little bit. Or take them early, but make sure they have an accident later. Yeah, I know there's a lot of people who like Bloodlust because it gives you some combat bonuses, and mood bonuses for fighting. Just the number of social fights for me is like, no, I'll go without those stats. It's not that hard to get some stats on a person. It is really hard to manage someone who can just short of one-tap your other people in a social fight, though. I've lost too many pawns to just someone kicking off a social fight against, like, the melee pawn of the colony and getting one-tapped or getting their leg cleaved off or whatever. Like, I've found social fights to be a thing that can absolutely kill your colony way faster than people tend to give it credit for. So getting that done. This is all fine and dandy over here. We're pretty much running out of slate at this point, which is fine. Got a bunch of meat sitting there. Oh, prioritize the package meals over the Site, because that doesn't stay very long. Okay. Yeah, social fights. Oh yeah, no, you'll like that's the worst one. You'll have like your raid, your like whole group set up for a fight. A raid will happen, and it just so happens like one of your pawns, because they're abrasive, insults one of the other pawns, and so you have like your main melee pawns fighting each other as the raid's closing in. You're just like, I need you all to block the door, and you're busy killing each other before the really dangerous thing gets here. Looking back is because they called someone a mean name. Oh yeah, they'll call someone a muffalo and it puts them into a blind rage. Okay. He sent 6 soldiers to do a mission, and the first 2 got to the edge of the map, and the mech raid spawned. 8 cells from them. It was a quick change of plans. Oh yeah, where you have like the ambush. Yeah, you learn to be aware of like where those happen and all that. Your mama is a pigskin, your dad is a high mate. Yep. It'll take 2 seconds to mute my mic and take a bite of my dinner real fast. We'll keep going though. Or 1 second, Cookie. What are you doing? You don't tear down the door to the pen and then go to bed. Alright, we're gonna get that patched up, and I'm like gonna quickly eat some of my food while we're in the ad break. Alright, that break's basically over. Another change they made that I'm not sure people remember is they changed the deep drills. So supposedly if I take a deep drill, so like that's like for example that's rough granite ground up here. So apparently if I put a deep drill on this, this should be rough, or this should be granite block we get out of there, unless the thing goes and says, hey, there's steel or whatever. So instead of where before you'd plunk it down and be like, all right, what rock am I getting? You know, you put it down here and instead of granite, you might get slate. It will correspond to what you put it on, or it's at least supposed to. Which is kind of a nice change. Now obviously on the dirt, you don't know one way or the other until you slam it down or whatever. You love getting slate from granite? Yeah, it was always one of those things, like, I usually don't care about realism, but it is a head scratcher where it's like, okay, so I got this giant slab of granite. I'm gonna drill into it. Cool. What am I gonna get? Marble. From my giant slab of granite, I'm gonna get marble. Just clarifying. Sorry. That change feels like wildlife change no one asked for. I'm sure someone at Luden got a support email that was strongly worded and like 10 paragraphs long, of which many 4-letter words that you don't use in polite company were used, about how it is the stupidest thing that has ever been done since the dawn of time, that it didn't work that way. And I'm willing to bet that has occurred. Which, when someone does that to me, usually it means I will absolutely not do whatever they've asked, and I will actually go to, like, deliberately double down, assuming I can, deliberately double down in whatever the thing is they're upset about. Because if you're going to be so incredibly rude and awful, I want to go out of my way to make you upset. Because, you know, there's the whole thing about, like, the social contract, be nice to others, you know, and all that. The other part of the social contract is, if you're the one who kind of does the first party foul and all that, the social contract no longer applies to you. Yeah, never give jerks what they want, they'll just keep being a jerks. Exactly. Now, if someone goes in and they're like, I have this really well thought out argument about why you should do that, I'm going to be more amused than anything. Like, that won't reflect whether or not I do whatever the thing is. You know, it's going to be a measure of, like, what's the amount of effort, what's the practicality, what, you know, does it add to the game in a meaningful way, like that kind of thing. But you're at least going to have my attention. Because I do like a good read. And the person who's just like, you know, it'd be really nice if you did that, which is what probably most reasonable people do. It's still one here to go, okay, you are proposing that we should do this thing. You know, does it make sense? Sure. Is it going to be something that'll meaningfully impact the game? Maybe, maybe not. Is it a lot of effort? Because if something's like, yeah, so there's this thing, and it's low impact, but the effort's also low, I might still do that. Like, you might go into your code and be like, oh, it's just a numerical change? Sure. Why not? We'll give that thing 2 more range. Why not? That makes sense. That's not a lot of effort. But if it's something like reworking the whole thing, it's like, okay. Because I'm imagining what they were doing is they were already in dealing with stuff related to the terrain and all that. Ooh, actually, you know what? You know what I could see? I could see an Odyssey in some of the places like the lava area. Using a deep drill might have some, experiences. So I could see that they were already in the code messing around with stuff to accommodate that. And while they're in there, it's like, oh yeah, there was this thing that's weird. We should make that not that way anymore. Crap, you brought a pacifist to your hacking mission? Oh yeah, no, the worst one I've had with pacifists is when you get forced caravanning a pacifist by themselves and then they get ambushed and you're just like, well, that's a dead colonist. You suspect they did it for obsidian? They want to ensure you get what you're drilling for? Yeah. Well, I could see a bunch of things. Like, that's, of the new tiles, because we have the mushroom tile, which on its surface, it just seems like the mushroom, like, it seems like they take the idea of the caves where you have the glowing mushrooms and being like, what if we dialed it up to 11? Which is honestly going to be probably pretty cool, but as far as, like, actually impacting the game, that one seems like one of the more benign ones. You've got the grasslands. They had the whole idea about drought on the grasslands. To me, I feel like that's just going to be kind of the same thing as like heat wave, cold wave or whatever, cold snap, sorry. And how it just kind of messes with your crops and all that. So that one feels like another one that's going to be a kind of a low impact compared to the other biomes versus the lava biome definitely feels like that's going to be real high impact. The ruins is a one that I don't know. The ruins could be just interesting, or the ruins could be like very significantly impactful. All depending on like the devil in the details. Okay, and we'll have light in the hallway, so for nocturnal events. You want to believe a Loon employee was playing drilled marble tile with their marble base and was getting limestone? Yeah, that's exactly the kind of thing it could be, is there's just that player who got upset about it and was like, you know what? We could fix this. Pacifists can hack? Yeah, so pacifists just prevent you from doing violent acts. So you can't, you can't melee stuff. And weirdly, you can't fully bypass the pacifist thing. You can't, like, make a pacifist fight. Not normally. But there is things you could do with pacifists to give them ways to commit violence indirectly, such as building traps and that kind of stuff. It's a tricky thing. There have been people who've done, like, pacifist runs for a long time. Okay, how close are we to our next conversion ritual? We're not anywhere close, so we'll just keep going at it. Slowly chipping away at our people. Tattered apparel on Smiffles. It's flak pants, that's fair. I'm down with you wearing some tattered flak pants if it means that versus regular things. You didn't do it, the trap did it? Exactly. So we've almost got the second geothermal online. An added bonus of doing this kind of thing for the geothermal is if we have like the heart. These kind of things would be really good at limiting its exposure. Some of the other things you can also do is once you start getting later on, these become really good places to put the invisible enemy beacon, because I can put it here and it'll cover that whole area. So any enemies that comes from here will see it immediately. And then if you have an outshoot up here, you get the idea. It can get really good damage. I'll put one there, because that's where the sight stealers will go through. Won't catch revenants, but well, I mean, unless they happen to go right there. So I can see putting one up here, one down here, because this is the only door on this area. We'd probably put one somewhere along here. Probably one up there, one down there, and that should cover all the major paths. Mad Capybara. Okay. Hey, Pacifist, could you take this anti-grain bomb and run around near those guys you want to attack us? Great, thanks. Yeah. Casually start filling the room with chem fuel while the fight's going on. Okay. Yeah, so the alpacas start getting ahead of this grass quite a bit. If these don't get full grown, they don't give nearly as much food. And they're just knocking down the alpaca again and again. That's fine. They changed the way that worked. Keep 2 adult female. Don't keep more than 2 young males. Honestly, just have ball. Yeah, so we're basically gonna try and deal with the population. You think Dark Rain flashbacks? I miss Dark Rain. It is a real shame that later on, like, because they did a Dark Rain 2 that I want to say was like one of the first 3D RTSs, and it was okay. It wasn't good. It was just okay. Not like the original. But like they never did end up coming out with more than I'm aware of. It was a real bummer because that, to me, that was like the big RTS for me. Like I really enjoyed Red Alert 2 and all those, and I played tons of it. I enjoyed Warcraft 2 and I played tons of it and all that. But Dark Rain was the one that, you know, I went hard on. I basically kept, you know, played it until getting it to run on stuff was not that easy anymore. Alright, now you can actually make the geothermal power generator. Let's see. Oh, there's one that out recently that became a spiritual Command and Conquer successor. You don't know? Can you repeat the name of the game? Dark Rain. It's a real old RTS. Like it didn't have CPU throttling or anything else like that. So as your CPU got faster, the whole game kept running faster. Which means after you got a fast enough processor, it would reach a point that it would like nearly instantly Dark Rain. You'd nearly instantly have your base get destroyed. Okay, Sight Stealer shrieks, so we're closing the door. Everyone's in the home zone now. We're not going to be able to maintain that, though, because of this thing. That's all fine, but we can home zone all of this. Alright, so that is going to be a tricky one. So I'll probably have to do is get everyone out here. Looks very underground. Yeah, Dark Rain is like mid-90s. So it was like pretty far back. Yeah, I know a lot of people checked out Tempest Rising. I didn't end up catching that one. There's just been too much coming out that not everything got checked out. Let's see. Yeah, so you got large sculptures forever doing any of the stone that isn't the main stuff. Alright, so work. Pretty soon we'll have to run out there to deal with that. Now, if I had already gotten the research here, let's actually make the proximity detector. If we get the research for the proximity detector done, that could solve the sight steer thing, because I can pop it right here. And we'll know what stuff. You saw Dark Rain in Best Buy back in the day? Oh, yeah. Dark Rain 2 was okay. Yeah, that's what I was saying, is Dark Rain 1 was really good. Dark Rain 2, they were trying to be one of the first RTSs to go into 3D, and it was just okay. Like, it wasn't bad. It wasn't amazing. It was just, it was pretty just okay. Kind of like, with Command and Conquer. You had, like, Command and Conquer 1, like, Red Alert. You had Command and Conquer Red Alert 2. Was it Tiberian Sun that they went 3D? There's one of those ones around that time frame they went 3D, and it was another one of those ones like, oh, it's okay. Like, it's not bad. Like, there's not a thing you can point at and be like, this is what makes it not good. It just, compared to the other Red Alerts, it was like the standard that Red Alert 2 had set, it did not meet, is the way I would praise it. It was a significant step down from that. And then later on, they got some good ones as well, but there was definitely, like, those one or two when they're trying to bridge to, like, 3D that, you know, just okay. It was Generals that was the first 3D? Was that the one that underwhelmed? I can't remember. There's definitely one of them between, like, Generals and Tiberian Sun and all those, that there was definitely one of those that you're like, oh, I mean, it's not bad. It's just alright. New lovers between Donkey Duff and Cody Husky. Cool. That actually works out, because I was actually going and thinking I could really use an extra bedroom in this place. But I haven't really given myself room for more bedrooms. As the Command & Conquer General is vastly different to the core series of Red Alert, that I might be thinking Tiberian Sun, because the one I'm remembering was still very Red Alert. It did have, like, not that it didn't have any differences from what the series had done, but, like, it was, it, like, went with the 3D thing, and it just didn't land quite as well. It wasn't special as the first game anymore, and it made it very mainstream, except for being 3D. But it wasn't even bad 3D. It was just fine. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like, it was fine. Like, it's not, there's nothing about it I could point at and being like, this is why I was disappointed with Dark Rain 2. It's just like, oh, you just kind of didn't really set, like, the same standard that Dark Rain originally. Also, Old Game Pro magazine gave Dark Rain an 84. And Dark Raid 2 a 68. Yeah. Gotcha. And I don't remember Generals very well. I know oh, we got the combat supplier ship. That's perfect. Go ahead and call them. Okay, so let's give you the club. Into club. Give you a pile of drugs. I apparently ran out of medicine at some point. Oh, the medicine's not in that room. Never mind, I didn't run out of medicine. The medicine's not in the room that we have all that. We can get rid of all these pilas and great bows and all that I've apparently been accumulating. They do have some shield belts, but I'm gonna go ahead and leave to crafting. I could definitely take those swords and take advantage of that, but I could very quickly research long blades, and at that point we'll be able to make bioferrite long swords, and those are amazing. Yeah. You can have my pocket change. Yeah, so we're gonna be in really good shape medicine-wise. Okay, they're already hauling. Alright. So, what's going to need to happen here is when we wake up in the morning, I am going to remove people from being restricted to where they're at. so that PS can go out here to warden that, and the rest of them are going to be on escort duty. That way, if the Sight Stealers show up, we have a chance to, like, rolling retreat back into the base and then fight them proper. But that way we can get this thing suppressed before it gets out of hand. Well, we can wait a bit longer, but I want to knock it down before it gets, like, 90%, and then we get a proper fight going on, and it just maxes out while we're in the middle of it. Because that's the danger of these being outside your boundaries and all that. Is you just always run that risk of, you know, it just builds up, you're in the middle of dealing with, like, some siege raid or whatever, and it's at, like, 90%, and you just can't afford to take someone to deal with it. And then it's cloning a bunch of your people as enemies, and now you've got, like, double the danger. So you gotta stay ahead of it. If you can. I don't know if they changed it, but at least in 1.5, when the Sight Stealers show up, even before you're aware of them, if you zoom in, you'd hear them making noise as they moved around. So that's one way to know if you had them waiting outside. If you just went nearby where your colonists kind of were, you'd hear them make their little Sight Stealer noise. They'd be like, alright, they're here, let's pop the door and deal with them. But that it could be something that they got rid of. Because it was kind of a cheeky way to know when there's things out there. Alright. So everyone's up and ready for the most part. So schedule, unrestrict, grab all of you, run you down over here. And we all stand awkwardly watching PS suppress the obelisk. And this is why we did that. Alright, let's spread out our melee people to intercept on any side. The good news is they're so spread out. I was actually worried I was going to have to retreat, because normally they get all bunched up, you just have to fight like 10 of them all in one go. But it seems like they're slowly trickling in one by one. Alright, and who else has some doctoring? Okay, it's feeling like we're probably done with that group. So let them eat and run inside real fast. Once they're done eating, we'll secure them all to the home zone. Because they won't scream that, like, you know, there was the threat or whatever until after that. We'll let Marcos do his research. Okay. Meanwhile, with our research, we do have the bioharvesters. So let's go to Anomaly. Get all those going. And who else is my doctors? Cody. And Stop Todd. Alright. Now schedule restrict everyone back to the home zone. And we got ourselves a set of 3 site stealers to start speeding up our research. As well as, you know, getting the other stuff going. Okay, we didn't get any that looked like... Yeah, none of them got permanent damage. You get really lucky with some of the anomaly stuff. If you manage to, you manage to, like, knock a limb off, and you get, like, both their legs off, or you break their spine or whatever, then it's one you never have to worry about, because it's you know, incapable of getting out. The best one I've had with that is, like, having a Devourer with a shattered spine. Because Devourers are worth a lot of material, they're just really dangerous to keep. Shambler Assault Relationship Shambler Swarmer Anarchist is the son of 2 of my colonists. Son of member JD and son of member Stop Todd. Wait, are you even a couple? Huh. Just a second. Alright, cool. So you got that built. So the plan here is to see if we can knock a few down and do a rolling retreat. Oh, wait, there's multiple groups. Is it just the 2 groups? No, it's a lot of groups. Alright, so it's Shambler Assault. So the downside with Shamblers is they don't follow a lot of the normal rules on how things fight. They just basically straight up walk towards the nearest, you know, thing they can attack, and they just get in there. Make sure y'all restrict to the home zone. Okay, so it looks like this group's gonna arrive first. They've got a little while to get here. Let's go over here. And what we want to do is we want to try and get to where we can pop out, kill a couple of them on our terms. They're probably gonna breach, we're gonna have a big mess. Okay, so door, grab you, stand here, grab all of you, stand there. Okay, they didn't used to feed in like that. Like, usually what would happen is they just keep hitting the wall and you wouldn't have that dangerous of a time, but they'd trash your base. So it wasn't that they were so dangerous on their own. It's they became a real danger because then the next raid would just be able to go through your Swiss cheesed base. Okay, so how badly are you hurt? Bunch of little scratches, bunch of little scratches. Alright, so we got them all spread out over here. We got a group over here on the left. There's not really a good avenue of attack over here, so let's pop up here and start cleaning up. Because they should be able to draw these ones out over here. I should have closed that door behind me. Hey, PS? Oh, never mind. It's fine. The door's blocked. Yeah, it definitely changed the logic on them, which I'm okay with. It's actually pretty aggravating getting them to try and do anything with the previous logic. They just stay bunched up, beating on all your walls, and you have to fix up all the holes everywhere. Okay, so they did destroy that wall, but they are responding. And they're trying to go through this wall. They did break into the pen. What's your deal? Okay, let's pop out here first. Alright, so we've got 3 more. Now we should be in the cleared. So far, they do have lots of cuts and all that, but nothing too serious. And we got one last up here, which is going to die to its own things too. So we'll just pop them back in, let them patch themselves up, deal with their mood breaks. Because it'll die in a moment. Because you can actually wait them out. But yeah. Now the big problem we have at this point is we're expecting more sight stealers. And we got a lot of holes in our walls. Okay, so you're our doctor here. Please get to tending. No one's got to relic? Nice. Cool. So schedule, unrestrict everyone. There's lots of repairs to do. That already had a component break. It was built like 30 seconds ago. Medical treatment needed on Stop Todd. Cool, they're all just doing their rotation and patching everyone up. That's good. That's fine. Please build that wall. And build these walls up here. I have a lot more to fix, but that's going to take a minute. So the real problem we're going to run with all this is dealing with all these corpses is going to be a whole mess. This wouldn't be a bad place to just hit it with the incinerator and just call it a day knowing it's going to lose the light and everything. I don't really want to go there if we don't have to. We did get that area enclosed. That's waiting on that door, and that's waiting on that door to be fixed. Actually, was that door? Yeah, that was a door. That I'm not too worried about being open right this second. Tension Cookie's working on getting everything patched up. We could turn this back on. Or we can also go in here to miscellaneous, ground penetrating scanner. Not sure exactly where I want to put it. Probably down here. Oh, I see the issue. Okay. Well, in that case, I can go right here and say zone, remove roof, do that, then we can put it there. Potentially, yeah. So I can put the ground penetrating scanner there. Once I've got that, we can put down the drill. Hey, Stokely, how's it going? And I'll give him a chance to have the rot stink exposure recover. Gonna wait the 2 days to do our next conversion ritual, see if we can't finally get people done. So Westwood EA's first 3D RTS as Generals in 2003. Tiberian Sun was 2007. The Microsoft beat the punch with Agents of Master. I don't know what AOM is in this there. Please, Cookie, I'm begging your friend. Don't stand in the rot. Age of Mythology. Gotcha. Yeah, they are carrying the corpses out of here one by one. Alright, that's closed. You got that done. Frightening Arctic Wolves. I can get a book that for recreation. A lot of goodwill and everything. We'll wait on that for a minute till we get the base repairs done. Then we might potentially do that because I do need more honor. We're going for the royalty ending as well. Cookie, buddy, pal, broski, friend. Stop trying to kill yourself with lung rot. Alright, you've learned more about the obelisk. It's an architect machine that transforms flesh creatures into different forms. Gotcha, so that's the one that basically what it does is if someone were to like lose an arm, I could make a tentacle arm on it. Alright, if you're gonna halt it, you two just get those two out of there. Oh my god, Cookie, can you just not stand on corpses? Okay. Alright, so with that, we at least got the corpses on the inside of the perimeter, so that they hopefully shouldn't be standing on the, the lung rot any more than necessary. That is one of the downside of the Shambler groups. There's just so much of that everywhere. Alright, so we got the proximity detector. So get the electro harvester, so we can get the bioelectric generator. So with this, we're gonna go up here to anomaly. I don't have the materials yet, but we'll put a bioferrite sensor up in this area. That'll be when I'll put a door there. And we can put a little granite spot there. And that way you can put a bioferrite generator, or the proximity sector right there. That'll cover this entrance. So if anything invisible tries to get in, you'll see it. Disease lung rot on Buttercup. The turtle. Thanks. Are you playing with any mods? Not really. The only two mods I have add more music tracks and then prevent it from stopping. So, it's literally just music mods. My fabrication bench broke down, which is preventing me from making components, so they have components to fix my fabrication bench. Okay. Machine. Alright, so we do have compacted machinery still on the map. Mine that. Mine that. Mine that. Mine that, and that. Mine that. They apparently have a tiny little closet of junk in there. I shouldn't mess with that. It's around a corner that's dangerous. There's more steel over there. Steel there. Components here. I somehow missed this rune as well. Don't care about that. Not say anything meaningful in any of that. Steel there. Silver. And that would look like all the goodies on the map. Or at least that we could see. Okay, so that should give us the components that we can fix the fabrication bench. We're still working on having someone with high enough crafting to actually make components ourselves. We need 8, I believe it is. Which is just taking time. They've got all our stuff for the bioferrite to come in, which will be good. So we can work on a lot of stuff with that. Wild boar self-tamed, so wild boar decided it wanted to be packaged meals for me. Sad wander on cookie. Because you observed corpses. Alright, so we're doing pretty good. We still got about just shy of 3,000 powers left. Hour left. I've got all the lights set up everywhere. We're still building things in here. Gonna take time. Everyone's unrestricted, so I should work on all that. That's gonna be our ritual room. This I want to make into my room for doing all the Xeno stuff, like the biotech stuff, and I need to get that going if we're gonna do it at all. But that's gonna cost me a lot of components I really don't have the spares of. It's fine. Put that down. Put an extractor there. And for right now, that'll do. What does the religion look like? Right now, it is human primacy and ritualist. We are doing a fluid. We started with human primacy and we've been expanding. Do we have any shipwreck pieces? No, I already got them all. So many corpses. All right. Okay. Got advanced fabrication, so we can make advanced components now. All right, so I could start researching all of this stuff, and I might do that. Yeah, I could definitely work on other stuff that'd be better use of my time. I'm gonna just start researching the ship parts first, just getting that knocked out of the way, which just takes a while. It's not gonna be useful for me yet, but I do imagine there was some of the stuff that's kind of locked behind it, like getting the persona core and all that. It's not hard locked, but we'll get a quest for it. That's to build the ship. As a reminder, we're planning on doing all the endings at the same time. Why not hospital beds? That's definitely one to work on, but that takes more components that I don't have. So I'm kind of looking at it as I'm just going to work on research while we try and get our components resolved. And then circle back to the stuff I actually need the components for. Like, obviously the ship itself will take components. What's the plan for Ship to the Stars? So the plan we have for doing all of the endings is we're going to get our honor squared away, we're going to get our we're going to get all of our research squared away, and we're going to get all of our anomaly stuff squared away. And then before we start any of those endings, we're going to caravan the whole colony over to Ship to the Stars. And we're going to bring with us the persona core and as much of the materials as we can to get set up on the other side and start building as fast, as aggressively as possible to get ourselves a base on there with the ship, and then build our second ship there. And then once we have it set up where I feel like we're ready to defend it and the anomaly monolith appears on that map, we hit all the buttons. All of the buttons start getting hit. Where's the Ship to the Stars? So our colony is over here, and the Ship to the Stars is over there. So the good news, bad news of it is, it's a hike because we have the full planet generated. but we're going to be cutting across pretty much, like it's going to be a little on the cooler side, but we're never having to go like full on into the ice cap or anything like that. So we should be really good. Why do you make ground penetrating scanner? That is actually supposed to go right there, and thank you for reminding me, because we had to remove the roof to do it, and I forgot to finish it after removing the roof. Because literally I just got rid of, like, right here, that spot had a roof over it. So we can go MISC, ground penetrating scanner, put it right there. Actually, we're gonna turn it. It'll still be there. I'm gonna turn it that way. And then if I get a drill, we'll start getting materials, because we're gonna need that for getting ourselves extra steel and plasteel and yada yada. Because we are going to need to get stuff to square away with the our honor. We got these components we just mined. We're using them very quickly though. Alrighty then. So we've got our colonists here, so we're going to start working on this stuff. So I've got the Impet and the High Mate as my only non-baseliners. So we're going to start going in here trying to get some of the good stuff out of these colonists. We are going to genetically engineer our people. If I'm really lucky and I get an exotic trades one, we get stuff like Deathless and the one that makes the blood quickly coagulate and fast healing and all that. One of the most overpowered runs I've ever done. Oh, hey, get out of here. One of the most overpowered runs I've ever done. We managed to get our biotech to have Deathless, blood coagulation, not very fast healing, but fast healing. And there was one other like really big thing we got on them. And it's not that they couldn't be killed, it basically boiled down to you had to torch the body or explode the body. It was really, really hard to kill them. And it was amazing. But it's really hard to set that up. We had to get so many of the Archotech things to be able to make all those all that stuff. And Donkey Duff is pregnant. We're 3 years in and we have the first baby. Congratulations. A new generation of colonists will be showing up. Why would you do this to them? Oh goody! Our first trait we successfully extracted is very attractive. So, we may not have something directly useful, but at least we can be super sexy while doing it. Don't I have an advanced component around here somewhere, or did I already use it? I probably already used it. Oh, that reminds me. You... fills, add, advanced component, that's fine. Do until you have 10. And we can just leave it at that for right now. Alright, we got an excellent crib all ready for the thing. No gene bank? Yeah, I got gene bank. It's just one right now. But I'm gonna need more. It's they didn't just haul it when they finished, they just climbed down the machine. Alright, so insert next person. The Impid. If we look at Impid, the big thing I want out of Impid is very fast runner. Most of the rest of this crap can go die in a fire, but very fast runner is a really, really good one. Poor plants and poor animals is stuff I'd also take, as is weak melee. I would take all of those as well for consideration, because all of those are good to have on the pawns, aren't specifically going to do those things. Gene didn't get in the bank? Not immediately. They just dunked it on the floor, and then I had to manually tell them to move it. Thank you, Slimcat, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 10 months. I hate that, TTS. For the 10 months, I really do appreciate it. It means a whole heck of a lot, so thank you so much for that. For those who are wondering why the TTS is weird, I was using the Google TTS and it just randomly stopped working yesterday. So I just quickly like band-aid fixed it during stream today. That I hate. Where's TTS? Where are you? Microsoft Mark, get out of here. You sound awful. Oh, I can change the speak rate. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm sure it's one of those things that if I change the speed of it, I can make it sound less cursed. Compensated bloodshed. You are willing to give me an architect leg, so you do know how to do a bribe. But you're going to send me 2 groups of impids. That are going to be, what is that? 29 enemies deep. Did you not fix your YouTube command? It should be fixed. That should work. Yeah, it takes you to the right place. A while back, if you're mentioning the 2 channels, I got rid of the second channel on YouTube and just reverted the name back to just Rual Storge instead of Rual Storge Live. Because I was going to split them all, but honestly, I haven't been able to keep up making enough of my my own content over there, like so far as editing. Why the question mark? The question mark is for a query string for the sub confirmation, asking you to sub when you get there. It's why it's on a second line. I want that architect leg, but 2 rounds of 29 impids is a lot of impids. Like, that's a lot of impids. Now, they do die fairly easily. What do we get out of you? Fire Spew? That's fine. The Arco Nexus. Okay, so the Arco Nexus has finally showed up. So that shows up around the time we hit about 150,000. I do really like Architect legs, though. The problem is there's always a chance that we accidentally screw things up and get a leg popped off. They would arrive in 5 days, 2 rounds of 29. And most of the time, they do show up close together. So realistically, we're talking pretty close to 60 impids showing up. Now, we don't know if there'll be a straight-up fight. If there's a straight-up fight, we can probably handle that very easily. If they're a breacher group, there is a very good chance they will overrun me. Because impids are also fast, so kiting them is going to be difficult. So that is worth considering. It's a dangerous quest to take. This seems like it might be a primarily melee group, which is good and bad. Hell with it. I wonder... I haven't let the Twisted Obelisk get out of control in a very long time. Oh no, because it'd be a bunch of my alpacas would be the ones that go out of control too. I was gonna say, it's like, I wonder if I could have it where I show up and I immediately attack that to cause a bunch of the animals to all mutate into, flesh beasts to split them up. But I'll also have to deal with the same problem internal in my own base. And I don't want to kill off the alpaca to make it a not issue. Alright, haul those components. They're attacking immediately. Oh, that's a Neanderthal raid that's big, isn't it? Oh, that is a real big Neanderthal raid. And those two are not in a good place. That's attacks immediately. I'm pretty sure it was. So even if we win this fight, this is gonna get real messy real fast. Okay, this is gonna be a real messy situation. Do I have one of you very quickly switch over to the incinerator? I think we do. Where'd it go? Let's go down here. JD, go get the incinerator and get back over here as fast as you can. And you two better run like you stole it. Alright, JD, hold the door for him. White might make it through that door. Run, JD. JD, move. Okay. Crisis averted. I might risk the friendly fire here. No, it's not really. We could stay there. We're not gonna risk the friendly fire. There's a chance they might start, like, bunching up here. Pop your command. That is backfiring real bad. Okay, thank you. Okay. So we got all them. You don't have anything amazing on you. I mean, oh man. I don't think we can intervene on you in time, can we? Oh, no, actually, we can probably catch you. So Beset is the one who got hurt the most. You lost an ear. You get out of here. Marcos, you go deal with that. Smiffles is in real big trouble. Okay, so all of you, actually, don't worry about melee team. You four, you run over there and try to intercept. How long till you die? Alright, so we're gonna play a little game with you here. Do we have a bed available? Yeah. So, you are gonna get captured. Oh, you're gonna be way too late, even with them being frail. Unless we get lucky and tag him, because they got like 700 bucks on him. Yeah, it's too late.
Hello there.
If I wouldn't notice it right away, maybe I could have done something about it. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? Alright, so we got some That's fine. I don't really care that they're unwavering. They're not going to be staying here long. Oh yeah, actually, we could befriend Neanderthals, can't we? You need to jump on tending to people. We got some serious injuries in this batch. Neanderthals in melee are freaking scary. Donkey Duff can run down here and trade with the trade people here. Who is my other doctor? Stop Todd and Cody. So you can tend to them, so Smiffles doesn't bleed out either. Bassett will probably need to be, after we patch them up and everything, we'll do the unnatural healing to get them their ear back. So Steel Equa is probably going to be better than your knife. That's fine, it's probably actively on fire anyways. These guns are all fine. The flak pants, those ones are about ruins. We'll sell those. We'll sell the Ambrosian, the Cytee. And we'll leave it at that. And then for our third healer, you start patching them up. Do you have a Lucy addicted pawn? I do not, but I am holding on to Lucy because I might use it later. We've been in this volcanic winter a while. I know it is one of those things that does last for a long time. Alright, now the big concern we have right now is we got a couple of days before we get 2 really big raids popping in of Impids, because I agreed to things I probably shouldn't have. I think we'll be okay not wasting my pre-healing to try and get someone back in there. You know what, Subpaw's gonna binge Lucy? Hey, if we get someone who is then, you know, our Lucy person, that is what it is. Alright, let's get Orange out of here. What is our standings with the Neanderthal tribe, by the way? It's minus 80. It's basically at its start point. Gotcha, I've lost track of what was going on with, like, Black Hawk Down and all those other things. Either way, I hope people are having fun with it. Good chitter-chatter and all that. Yeah, so we're missing the advanced component. I do have the bench queued up to do the components. We just don't have anyone who's got high enough crafting. We are working on it, but both are sitting at, like, 4 and 5. I just don't have enough projects for them to work on at the moment. As they're starting to get this bioferrite shielding in, I do actually have a lot of things for them to make here, but we just don't have the supplies to do it all. Okay. We arrived from Command & Conquer to War movies. Disease infection on Smiffles. Thanks. I hate it. We'll bump you up to industrial just because I'll lose track of it, and I want to make sure you don't die. We'll leave that the way it is. Avoid provocation, and now we just kind of don't care what we're doing. We're just going through the list. Actually, I've already forgot what we just researched. Oh, Electro Harvester. Yeah, I'm not going to worry about the Electro Harvesters on these. They're not worth anything. Aggressive. Cool. Don't autoload that. I hate aggressive. And... I mean, all these other ones could be pretty solid. I was gonna release you for the standings, but I'm gonna be honest, I think you're gonna have an unfortunate accident. Get back into the machine. Hopefully, topic is too interesting to talk about war movies. They have a lot of connection to it. No, that's fine. Like, as long as they don't get into, like, the heavier political side of some of that stuff, it's fine. Well, we instantly got Void Provocation. We'll start beelining towards Chronophagy. Let's see, your latest RimWorld run you play is 500% losing it fun, but it's not really fun. It feels like every 4 steps you took 3 steps back. Yeah. It, like, there's ways that those kind of runs can be fun versus not. Oh, we should go here. Furniture. Shelves. Put a handful of shelves there that'll be just for the hay grass. Basically, we're executing this person by removing genes. Because I don't want to keep them around. But, wait, that was only... Did it say only 2 days? Oh, no, it's the regrowing is out. That's what we're worrying about. But basically, like, all these negatives are useful. Robust is really good. Strong melee is really good. Most of the rest I don't care about. But, there's a lot of good stuff that Neanderthals give you. It's just that's a pretty terrible pawn, so I don't want to recruit them into my colony. And I could catch and release, but honestly, I don't want to deal with that. And poor shooting. Honestly, in this case, poor shooting is not a bad one. For all of my melee people, poor shooting is a perfectly acceptable negative, because they're not going to be shooting in the first place. So right now, we've got Fire Spew, very attractive, and poor shooting. Because it's actually usually where I struggle with the biotech, is actually getting the negatives. Alright, and Cody Husky and Donkey Duff have agreed to get married. Oh, you're doing all the endings and you're not beating the game once? To be fair, that's most of the people that play RimWorld. It's not like a player skill thing or anything like that. With RimWorld, it's just a lot of people want to make the colony bigger and bigger, and they just never get to the roll credits part. Manhunter Pack. This actually might work out really well for me. How much longer until we have this group showing up? Oh, it's like 3 days. That sucks. Hey, stop, Todd. I would like you to close this door for me, friend. We got some really big raids coming pretty soon. And I don't need to be dealing with this. And if they happen to stick around for a couple of days, maybe they can take care of a couple impids for me. I don't think so. 2.5 days for them to sit around here as Manhunter is not particularly likely. But getting ourselves roughed up by some rhinos right before we go into what's going to be the largest raids this colony has faced, not sounding like the play. I'm really kind of worried that one of these impid raids is going to end up being a breacher raid. And it'll be really hard to knock back a breacher raid of almost, like a pair of raids of almost a total of 60. Where are you going? What do you know that I don't? Okay, you're just stressing me out is all you're doing. Hey, Azriel. How's it going? So, I have potentially a kind of high-risk thing we could do. So we got 2.6 days till this shows up. It usually takes somewhere in the area of like half a day-ish for anomaly stuff to show up. We could try doing a void provocation. Oh, that is not what you want to see. I might have to fight the rhinos. Rhinos can't go over fences, can they? I can't remember. Do you go over fences? No. I mean, yes, you go over fences. You are not blocked by fences. Because that's way too high. I'm gonna have to deal with that urgently. All right, so we are fighting the rhinos. I didn't want to, but we're gonna have to fight the rhinos. You need to switch back to your gun. This year you're planning on getting a few fireballs and spicing up your apple cider? That's cool. And if I didn't already say it, thank you for the follow and all that. Rhinos cannot go over the wall? Did I misread that? It says blocked by fences. Oh yeah, not walls. Yeah, so this is said they're not blocked by fences, so it should be able to just go over the barricades and all that. Get up here as fast as you can. Oh, also, back up. Alright, nicely handled. I don't think anyone took an extra hit. Schedule on restrict. Hunt it before it can get up and gore one of us. Okay, and meanwhile, you run down there and suppress it right away. Because that thing's at 90% almost. You just got that slime on your map? Blew it up and destroyed it for the research corner? I missed what that is. Yeah, no, it's cool that you're into cinnamon. I'm not really big onto cinnamon myself. That's pretty fun. Allow. So, AutoMod's been dealing with this thing where they're trying to make it use, like, AI to figure out, like, new words and all that that potentially might be people trying to get past stuff like AutoMod. It's just a feature they added. It didn't like flesh mass. It was like, you know, AutoMod, AI, detect beta, whatever, is worried about this thing, it's flesh mass. I'm like, you know what? Honestly, without the context of RimWorld, if someone uses the term flesh mass about something, there's a good chance it's an insult. Do I think anyone's gonna actually do that? Probably not. Probably not. I don't anticipate that's actually a thing we need to worry about. But I could see outside of the context of RimWorld someone calling something a flesh mass as probably a way of saying someone's fat or something. We are meatbags? Yeah, like, it's just one of those things like, yeah, I could see someone using that as an insult. So I do see why AutoMod would catch on to it. Do I think it's a realistic problem that anyone needs to be worried about? No. No, I do not. Okay, so we're at 3.4 days. At 5 days, we're expecting an attack. And we just got to keep working on crafting for right now. I got 2 people on it, and they're both not great, and are just going to take a long time to get there. It's fine. And we just keep producing more and more and more packaged meals for our eventual caravanning. To be clear, I'm pretty sure behind the scenes, it's machine learning. It's one of those things that when you hear AI nowadays, it means nothing. Like, the term is utterly dead and useless. If you want to talk about like actual artificial intelligence, like a thing that is truly artificial intelligence, you're gonna have to get down to more specific technology mentions than, you know, just broadly AI. There's not many people working in actual AI. Like, they do exist, but it's way more on like research and, you know, science and study type things, academia. Not many are doing commercial AI stuff. Not no one. There's some. Most of the stuff is LLMs, generative AI, all that crap. Okay, and like I said, I'm a little concerned about what we've got there. One thing I'm gonna do real fast is furniture. Let's make a really crappy bed right here. Actually, yeah, it's fine. It can be wood. You put a really crappy wood bed there. A lot of enemies will are set up to target beds. So I'm trying to put the bed near my defensive position to, even if they become breacher, get them to breach into my general area I expect to be fighting from. Is there anything else we could do to help things out in what time I got left, which is not much. We got about half a day left. This is not a fight that I have any value bringing the incinerator. We are going to be fighting impids. They don't particularly mind. Cannot go to work a bed, not at home. Oh, right. That's fine. Try and build that bed really fast. And that's mostly just to have something that can be targeted. For this, I don't take slaves. The reason I'm marking it as this is so no one should ever use that bed. So I don't end up having one of my colonists just decide to sleep out under the stars right next to defensive position where it'll be dirty and no one will get what they want. 4.6. It's a shame we couldn't, like, force a cold snap or something. Get a quest for, like, forced weather cold snappers. Well, I mean, forced weather cold snap's nothing. But, you know, do something where they have, like, the machine persona thing, cold snap, to just freeze out the impids as they come in. Even if we were to put a bunch of freezers in time there, it wouldn't work for us. Alright, so here's hoping. No breacher raid. Straight up, just straight fight into our defensive line raid. That'll already be horrifically hard for us to pull off. But no breacher raid. We do not want a breacher raid. I could probably still, with a lot of finesse, maybe make a breacher raid work if we're really careful. But that's probably going to be one that's going to be casualties involved, and it'll be rough, because that'll be a rolling retreat kind of raid, where I'll probably have to sit back at maximum range. I promise we're set up for close range, which makes rolling retreat really hard. Okay, so first wave, all melee. Okay, so we're full-on melee impid raid. And we got 10 up here. 21. Yeah, so we're at 29 here. And it is a regular old raid, and they're just going to work their way straight on in, and they're going to be time to prepare. There's a good and a bad with that. So what I could do at this moment, and I should do at this moment, is we can go out here, and we can pick a fight with one of them, maybe knock off a whole bunch of them while we're in a good position. I'm a little worried about doing that because impids are very fast runners. Was it fast or very fast? Yeah, very fast runners. So they move almost 1.5 the speed of most of my people. So, because again, I'm short medium range other than the crossbow, there's a good chance for me to get close enough to pick a fight on that. I'm just immediately going to, like, I'm going to probably kill like 2 or 3 of them as they run in on me, and then we're just going to be in it. So I'm not sure we can kind of hold that down. Why? Oh, you still full of corpses up here? That's not part of the plan. Alright, we gotta work really fast. Dumping zone, we'll just put a little dumping zone right there. It's outside of home zone, 1 second. Home zone, we'll do this. You. Haul. Why are like none of these haulable? Haul. Haul. It's called lung rot. Right. No! That is our worst case scenario. So both of them have overlapped, and one of them is a breacher raid. This one is a mix of weapons. It's 20 strong there. So we currently have on the map about 70 impids, and it's a breacher raid. Okay. So we're gonna try and make this work. The breach is attacking immediately. I'm gonna try to run out here. We're gonna hold this door. I'm gonna try to run out here real fast and see if we can't pick a few of them off and bait them into the kill box. Okay, we got some hits in there. Did you play nice? And the rest of you get over here. Close the door behind you. My hope is because we hit them a bunch. No, they're gonna break through. My hope was that it would bait them into the tunnel. Man, they're using the actual breacher hammers. Okay. We don't have our command up yet. Alright, so we is gonna be in a bad time. So get this area here. It's gonna be a rolling retreat kind of fight, and we're gonna just try and make it work. P.S. You're with us. Get that door open. You three, get over here. You all, get there. Hey, Warren! We're about to die. Because I am not prepared for 70 breaching imps. But thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Can I get a shout out for Warren, also playing some RimWorld? It's gonna be great. Yeah, this is not looking good. We are dying here too. We're about to. I have 70 of you on. Where's the rest of them? There should be more than that. Am I missing a whole group? No, we counted. There's one group. Either way, it's 50, whatever. We're not ready. I'm mostly short mid-range, so that's the whole thing. Get a couple hits in. Don't. Okay, we got that one. We're rolling retreat. Alright, so who's in the lead down here? You two? You're gonna try and stop here. Get a couple hits in to slow them down. Impids are so much faster than we are. Yep, that's... Alright, you're a pacifist? Yeah, we just pinned ourselves in here, too. Got ourselves in a nice narrow corridor where we're easy to kill. That 1.5 times speed, almost. It's just a C. Alright, how do we want to do this? And I left the fire foam packs in the other group, which is great. Okay. They're gonna steal what they can and leave. Which ones? There's two different groups here. Leave PS alone. Alright, you go down there. We try and rescue PS. You go down there. The rest of you don't need to be in the middle of that. Get back. We slam the door in their face. Smiffles is in trouble because they're actively burning in a fire. Okay, so we got that done. Donkey Duff is in for a real bad time. Okay. So get up here. Range team. Get there. I'm gonna pop that door open. This is gonna be an overwhelming number. Preemptively do this. Back you two off, get the melee team back in here. Because we have to do a weird little juggle here because everyone needs to be doing everything everywhere. No, 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 Marcos, please. Please, buddy. I'm surprised you died. Oh, you took a great bow hit to like the head or the heart or something. Oh no, you just took a torso hit. Alright, so they got more range than we do. Let's back off, let them move up a little bit. Smiffles is going to be dead by the time we are able to do anything. Can I get anyone over there? PS had a run wild break because of... Yeah, there's Smiffles. Alright, so we're gonna need to start trying to work our way in. We'll clear up what we can. Or they can come to us. Coming to us works too. Really? Like different floors? Yeah. The good news is we did take the vast majority of our furniture is not wood, so it's not flammable. The bad news is they've torched just about everything. Okay, so we need to... Pods arrived. Well, on the brights... Oh, don't you trolls. So we did this for an Archotech leg that's currently right there. Alright. So they're all retreating now. Do what you can to save what you can. So basically... Oh wait, you're still alive? Oh, we need to retame you. Who is still a doctor around? Everybody. That's who. Okay, you need to be undrafted. No, don't get in a fight, let him out. Normally I'm all for killing them all, but right now we got bigger priorities about the fact that literally everything is on fire. Okay, so that's what our few wooden beds... Oh, actually our beds were all wood, weren't they? I do tend to actually use the stone beds a lot. And that's mostly just because with the stone beds... You have to deal with that. Alright, so this set of things are going to take down. We only used those as wood before. Oh man, this is the one that hurts. That's our entire production room. The whole thing destroyed. And you know what's the part that's the most painful about it? I have to put my recipes back in. You'd say the components and all that, but you'd be wrong. It's the fact that I have to actually take the time to enter everything, and it makes me sad. Tantrum, you're gonna destroy some wool. That's fine. Please feed the patient, literally anyone. Okay, how bad are we looking? Burns. Actual cut. So of the survivors, there's a lot of risk for infection. We are in a jungle. Well, whatever. Tropical rainforest, same diff. But there is not... Entity escape, site stealer. Look. It's not a good time, site stealer. There's a mod that keeps you undestroyed? Yeah, there is. I'm not running it, though. Alright, so we're starting to patch everyone up. So we did take 2 losses and we had 1 person run wild. Donkey Duff is starving and nobody is feeding them because of course not. Yeah, so we lost Smiffles. Smiffles was the one giving us the, that was a creepy person who gave us the Joyous buff. And Beset was one of our original colonists, Quick Sleeper Undergrounder. They were primarily our mining person, which luckily is not as urgent. Rains after it feels dry. Yeah, the thing that makes me saltier about this whole thing than anything is just the fact that the reward was an Architect limb, and they dropped it directly into the fire. So I didn't get the reward that I took all the risk for. That's the part that has me a bit on the salty side. Entity Slayer, that's fine. Oh, the alpaca on the loose. So go miss, caravan point, drop it in there. Yeah, no, it's definitely, it really should just be the default behavior that, like, unless I remove a crafting bench when they rebuild it, it should just remember the recipes. Because to me, that's the worst part of losing a crafting bench, is just having to put the recipes in. Even something as expensive as our fabrication bench, it's like, oh no, advanced was like, man, I don't care about that, I gotta re-enter the recipes. And that's not even a bad bench. Alright, butcher creature. Do forever, dark visions, that's fine. Okay. Let's find the bodies. So Beset's there. So Sentient Lily can go ahead and... Oh, we're not... Yeah, that's why you're not doing it. So Lily, go ahead and bury you. Stop Todd, where is... Bury you. So let's get these bodies in here before they have a chance to rot. So that way, if we get like the long shot chance of a mech resurrection serum, there's a chance those bodies might still be good. What's the Twisted Spire at? Too high. Put sentient cookies on it. A day's on JD, because everyone's going to be having a meltdown for a while. Okay, so far as our stuff going on, we still don't have a good crafter. We got our growers. We've got our construction person. We got our researchers. So all in all, when it came to our losses, we did take kind of hauling, cleaning people mostly. Alright, so what sentient cook you get? Honestly, a flush mass lung, I'm on board with. I believe that doesn't give you any big negatives. So thank you for the lung, man. Just everyone wandering around in a mood break at the same time. Oh yeah, we killed an innocent prisoner, that's fine. Extreme break risk. Mm-hmm. There's just gonna be a little one. So honestly, all things considered, as much as that was a really bad fight, as what happened, it could have been worse. We lost 2 colonists, and that's not unusual for a raid that scale when you're like, oh, this is not a good situation. Of the colonists we lost, we didn't lose any of the ones that were like urgently irreplaceable kind of thing. The only big cost here was these rooms being destroyed, because this is my storage room with everything in it, and then this is my production room. So we lost basically an army of components. So all in all, it could have certainly been worse. Still bad. Still real bad. Did you have fire pop in them? In these ones, no. To be fair, like, usually I will put a fire popper in those rooms. We just haven't gotten to that point yet. Bio. Delicate. No. That's the answer to that. No. Just all negatives the whole way down. Right, I was gonna haul those things. And that's when everything went sideways. So we got a couple components still on the map that we were mining before everything kicked off. And a bunch of steel. But I'm gonna need to wait for a trade caravan or trade ship to get myself the components to get my component or my fabrication bench built again. So people who aren't in bad shape, get that body out of here. Get this body out of here. Yeah, so I trashed a couple of the bedrooms as well. Okay, so any new injuries we gotta patch up? Nope, the only injuries we had were death. That's because one of our people got caught in fire and, like, we just couldn't hold the line. So they just basically got burned to death. And then the other one just took a great shot bow to the chest and was done. Alright, look at the bioferrite generator. Royal needing help. You will not work, you'll give us honor and a bunch of other stuff. We gotta give them decent accommodations. I'm not gonna say no to that, but we're gonna sit on that for a while. We are trying to do all endings. So a big part of that is gonna be kind of just waiting. Meanwhile, we have a bunch of random pieces of flak clothing around here. So I'd really like that to not just sit out here and go bad. Also... Oh, right. We got rid of the zone in here for... No? Okay, so zone, stockpile, just accept anything. Where did Cookie go? Oh, they're grabbing that last component. We can get chronophagy. So start hauling all of this chain shotguns and flak and all these like really good items. And maybe don't just let it rot in the ground over there. Okay, so we got the stonecutter's bench. We're just gonna go bills. Any. That's fine. Got the tailor. This is the worst bench in the entire game for redoing. About launching the ship. Okay, that we can worry about that later. Alright. So, as far as things going on, I'm not going to worry about the fire foam packs right now. Yes, we could do the hospital bed and all that. I'm just going to keep going with the ship stuff. And the reason I'm doing the ship stuff right now and not the stuff that makes sense like all the other ones is because they all require components I don't have. So I can keep researching the stuff towards doing all of the endings. And we'll come back to their stuff later. A large sculpture, do forever deal. We do not want to use steel or wood. Jade is fine. And no slate or granite. So that way we just take whatever the other stuff is on here. And here's the painful one, which is we need to make pants do until you have one at 80%. Wait. At 80%. We need shirts. Do until you have one at 80%. And we can go to dusters. Do until you have one at 80%. We will want to have bowler hats. Do until you have one at 80%. Yeah, thank you again, Warren. Sorry I was like full on distracted. You can imagine I was dealing with a couple of things in the moment you raided. Face masks. I already feel like I'm forgetting some piece of clothing, but that's fine. We'll do children's pants. Even though there's no kid happening anymore because people died. Get a t-shirt. And kid parka. I think that's everything. So we got our hat, we got our outer layer, we got our inner layer. We've got, I believe, the middle layer. We got the face mask. Do we have the... wait, did we get the shirt? Yeah, so pants, shirt, duster, bowler hat, face mask. Okay. Cool. We apparently build the machining table to have a broken component in it, because, like, that was just built literally 2 seconds ago, so whoever built that sucks at their job. So flak, do until you have one at 80%. Black, do until you have one at 80%. Black, do until you have one at 80%. Black. Doing GF1 at 80%. Shield belts. We never did get our 3 shield belts done because people weren't able to make them before. Actually, we'll set it to have 1 in stock and need 3 total. I believe our EMP grenades luckily did barely survive, so that's some good news. Okay, we got our drug lab. We can go here and make our penioxylin. Okay. Please get that body out of the door. Right, we're hauling steel to rebuild all these benches and all that. It's just going to take a while to fix everything, unfortunately. Days, because you're in pain and everything's dead and burning. Yeah, no, what happened with us is we got a multiple wave impid raid, and so we had like the first 30 plus impids show up and then they were waiting, and then the second group showed up. And it was a breacher raid, and then they attacked at the same time. And it was just like, okay, JD Buddy Pal Broski. Buddy Pal Broski, where is you? Prioritize taming. You got inspired taming. We can get PST4 back. Welcome back. Welcome back. Let's start taking our people who don't need to be doctors off the list. That's fine. Cool. All right, so we got PS2 for. Oh, you have heat stroke? Why do you have? Okay, well, she's back and has immediately had a break. Because the psychic bonded person. So once they're done, let's try to console them and see if we can eliminate the penalty from the psychic bond breaking. Hey, could you not take Smiffle's bodies out? Where's Smiffle's body? That's just rude. All right. And I was supposed to be doing my conversion because we got a couple people. Love it. Everyone's in serious pain and miserable. Oh, I also need to go in here. No, we'll just leave it. We had over 100 of our packaged meals for when we go to Caravan to ship to the stars. But that's all done. All right, so simple meals. Do until you have 10. We'll actually make it 50 at this. No, we'll make it 20. Do that. Package survival meals. Do forever. Society. Do forever. We'll do from there if we get that far. Fine vegetarian meals. Do until you have 10, and lavish vegetarian meals. Do forever after that. Cool. So we just need to get the door fixed. And that fixed, and then our pens fixed. Because that's our source of protein and wool and a whole bunch of stuff. Oh yeah, that's where we had all our rhino corpses. Let's delete that zone. We put that in emergency because the rhino corpses were putting rot stink in our area we need to fight at. While everything was going down. I don't know how we haven't gotten rot lung or whatever going on. You're crafting. Okay, so you're cutting stones. Let's get you to drop that off. You deal with that. Trying to get some of these corpses out of here, because those are going to be a lot of mood breaks as well. Okay, so you're back to it. But now you're busted. We gotta wait till Donkey Duff's set up, and then we can try and reassure, and my hope is that we can get this -21 off. Because we could do that, that'll be really good. Anyway, 4 days till anyone else could climb in the machine to start doing biotech stuff. Alright, so Sentient Cookie can get back to work. Because that's one thing I gotta get sorted, is we gotta get these starting to get blocked off soon. Before our next raid shows up, and that's on Cookie. The good news is, because most of our materials that were flammable are gone, Cookie pretty much has almost nothing else to work on, other than, like, rebuilding the wall out there. And once we get the wall fixed, I'll put slate shells in there so they can't burn this next time. Exotic goods trade ship. Could you finish that real fast? Because if that gives me a bunch of components, that'll go a long way. Oh, they managed to get away with my money. I thought I stopped most of them. So 9 days of the thunderstorm. Fine. Because that'll at least get us our bioferrite swords in not too long. Missing components, so I can do nothing with the ship. That's fine. It's not like you get a choice in there. Meanwhile, you should switch over to the steel mace. Actually, steel spear will be even better than that mace. Maces are pretty solid. And I don't know where your weapon is, friend. Yeah, Donkey Duff. Oh, that's probably your chain shotgun right there. Is Donkey Duff still dealing with stuff from after the fight? Yeah. Well, the good news is as every day we get through this, there's going to be less and less mood breaks we got to worry about as we start to get more and more of these penalties off of us. Okay, so you're going to go... They're not our ideology, so I can't console them. Begin conversion ritual, let's just do it. When somebody doesn't survive. Yeah, no, we lost 2 people, and we lost our production room, and we lost our storage room. So we lost most of our material goods and our means of dealing with that. So like we're very much in that component starved situation. All right, that's effective. That's not good enough to do a whole lot. That person's ridiculous to try and convert. But that's fine. Yeah, so we look at our wealth. You can see they set me back about 30,000. Okay, so we got shamblers approaching. We got a bunch of holes in our walls. So I'm not going to be able to just ignore them, I don't think. So restrict everyone to home for just a minute. And we'll see where they go. If they go down this way, we'll be in the all clear. If they go up this way, it's going to be a little bit more. We might be able to help this, though. Sentient Cookie, run over there and fix that door. Because that'll really increase the distance they have to go. Cool. Earlier you said? Yeah, no, it was that big set of Impid raids. We lost 2 people during it. Mazes are solid, but spears get right to the point. They definitely have their benefits, both of them. So they are definitely going along the top side. Let's see if I can't close this up before they get here. Cool. So we got our perimeter should be all re-enclosed now, so that's good news. You may go free. Okay, so stayed linked, that's good. No more benches for us to build right now. Yes, they should go around. In this particular case, I just want to leave it alone. We're dealing with enough mood breaks. We're just going through a cycle of them. Get your chain shotgun. It's just gonna take time to deal with it all. Okay, so now we got that set up. Let's get in here and go furniture. We got tons of slate. We can get rid of that real fast. I didn't think that through. Alright, we're gonna do the scuff way of dealing with this. And then we'll go Misk, Orbital Trade Beacon, and that'll take care of that. And then later on I can put a popper in there. Okay, good. So it looks like they're just gonna go past and leave us alone. So I can keep working on what we're working on. This person's not even mad because of all the stuff with the fight. It's because we haven't gotten their ideology flipped. They're like, no, we haven't had a conquest recently. How could you live yourselves not having conquest? I want to hurt people and you're not letting me. Alright, sorry about that. I'm gonna take 2 seconds real quick while we're on this ad break, and I'm just gonna quickly run and grab myself a new drink because I'm out. And I'll be right back, so thank you again for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. And it looks like Donkey Duff is pregnant again. Wasn't gonna let that stand. I'm gonna quickly take 2 seconds while we're rebuilding and things are settled. I'm gonna quickly eat some of my food with the mic off real fast because I've not been doing that. Oh yeah, it looks like that one did die on there, didn't it? We did cut that one up pretty bad and then left it there. I honestly don't care. All right. Alright. Now, for those who missed... Ooh, actually. We never rebuilt that door. That door's important. You don't have wood. I understand. But yeah, so for people who missed the plan of how we're playing and doing all the endings, is my plan is we're not going to be doing anything like the speed run or quicker and particularly intelligence strategy. Instead, we're going to get everything lined up so we have the royalty stuff, the anomaly stuff, and the regular ship stuff, like where we've got all research, we got all our honor, we've got all the anomalies discovered we need. And then we're going to pack everything up that we care about so far as for caravanning, and we're going to take everything to the Ship of the Stars. So we're going to do no endings, we're going to get to the Ship of the Stars, and with that ship there, we are going to build another ship on the same tile, and try to defend it all, and do the royalty ending and the anomaly ending all simultaneously. Which I do know the anomaly ending will supersede a lot of the other ones, but it is just kind of being like, hey, can I get this thing to roll like all 4 credits like back to back to back to back real fast, and then I guess just do Arco Nexus after that point. Because I do kind of want to see both ships disappear and like the little royalty shuttle zip away within like a matter of seconds of each other. Which will get weird because like both ships will hit like launch on both of them. It'll do like the fade away, and I'm curious how the game will handle that. Can't do the other endings during the third Arco Nexus? Probably not. And the reason for that, Burning Sun, is you have to caravan to the Arco Nexus. And there's really not room to build on it. It's got a bunch of junk on it. I think it had a bunch of junk on it, and I want to say there was also, like, next to no materials on that map. And I got all of these mostly built. Cookie's still doing their best. Got a whole bunch of doors to replace still, a whole bunch of this. Yeah, I want to say these two are actually in that room. Oh no. Theirs is the green and the pink. Alright, this room no longer belongs to anyone. That no longer belongs to anyone. And that no longer belongs to anyone. And that's because we had the 2 die, and then we had a couple. Yeah, so I've got the wood. Cookie's working getting all those doors built. Yeah, and I haven't looked at the Arco Nexus map in a long time, because you usually go there, you just kind of push the thing and you wrap it up. But I want to say the third Arco Nexus map. Very long. Hey, you know what? We got to mark, like, that's clearly we were ahead. Oh, did they get rid of our legendary statue? This is the important thing. Where is our legendary statue? No, good. It's right there. It's not actually important, but I mean, it is legendary. So we'd have a person stay here for 14 days. They're willing to give us honor. We need that towards Donkey Duff getting the ranks. So welcome you. Your schedule is recreation, start dawn to dusk. Before we get anywhere, I need to assign you to no drugs, because usually that's the Empire's thing. Also, who's our doctors now? Stop Todd, Cody, and PS. Let's go to assign. Cody, 3 medicine. Stop Todd, 3 medicine. And PS, 3 medicine. Look, I wasn't gonna kill this person, but they are literally. Are you? You're an impid. So what I'm thinking here is this person here is probably getting put in the gene machine twice. Meanwhile, we're probably going to get rid of the fire spew. To make room. Because I'm not going to use it. Could you stop eating my food? Oh, that bed's a medical bed. Don't stay in there. You'll get upsetty spaghetti. Stay in an actual bedroom. Hey, Salford Sal. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had yourself a good stream. Let me go and get you a shout out. Cookie's already on it. Playing some auction, not include, I assume, the new DLC and all that good stuff. But I do hope you had yourself a good stream, doing some auction, not included. For those who don't know Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator, someone I definitely recommend checking out. Plays a whole range of games, usually games with like complex systems like auction, not included. Has done stuff like, what is the medieval one? Why am I blanking on it so much? You're bringing the Pip Witches? Nice. I am realizing we got a big problem here that I need to be dealing with, because that is about to pop. You. Okay, are you researching it? Or are you suppressing it? Okay, you're suppressing it. That's good. Going medieval. Thank you. Going medieval. Yeah, and you like mind over magic and all those kind of stuff. Salford and Timberborn. So Salford Sal, absolutely fantastic content creator. Someone I highly, highly, highly recommend checking out. Is one of the only content creators I know who will go, I want to do this grand project, and then like actually does it. So it'll be like, I want to take Timberborn and make the entire map into one giant reservoir, and then does it. Or I want to set up a whole bunch of nuclear reactors in Oxygen Not Included, and then does it. So like, it's fun to like be along for the ride for that really, really big macro scale approach. For everyone popping in here, yep, you like big builds and you cannot lie. But yeah, so for everyone who's missing here, we are doing some RimWorld. We're playing the new 1.6 unstable update. We did just survive an incredibly awful time of like 50-something impids raiding us when we weren't ready, and it was a breacher raid. Managed to get away with only losing 2 people. But they definitely kicked the crap out of us and took the wind out of our sails. They managed to destroy the entire production room and storage room in the fight. So, you know, there's a big down arrow on my wealth for some reason. Couldn't imagine where that came from. But yeah, so I've been doing that. But I'm Rual Storge, I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for my exploits in Project Zomboid, where I used to have a world record with the highest kill count run ever streamed. That said, that is, you know, past tense. You can figure out what that means. But I'm a variety streamer. I do play a whole mess of games. We play lots of RimWorld here. We played lots of Project Zomboid. We've done lots of stuff like SnowRunner and Farming Simulator. So like Simulation, Tycoon, Settlement Builder, City Builders, all that kind of stuff. A lot of overlap with Salford Sal and the fact that I've done like Auction Not Included, Going Medieval. I've done a couple of times, all that good stuff. Done tons of Timberborn. So it looks like they're dropping. I'm not sure if it's here, or down there. Let's grab our team and try and get them back out of the way before they get pelted to death by those. Oh, you popped out instantly. Usually you get a couple seconds. Okay. So stop, Todd. You grab that. Cody is nowhere nearby. So we've got Molotovs, knife, we don't know, revolver. Range team, just get in here. This is going to be a no cover to no cover situation. I'm glad you're hesitating. Alright, let's deal with you real fast. Would you please hit the one person? Colonist needs rescue. Okay, so we've got that. So we've got you in here, and you on the run over there. So let's deal with the one in our freezer first, probably. Actually, we can get to you in 2 seconds. You rescue them. You go start stabbing him in the face. Yeah, no, the game is being a punk. Alright, chase them down. You should be able to handle that one. Yeah, you should have that one on your own, no problem. And you get ready to cover just in the long shot that Cody has a problem. Yeah, so you got cut up pretty bad. Okay, so we're all sorted here. And we just need to get everyone up and back ready for another fight. The good news about those drop pod raids, they're usually not a lot of people. They can be very inconvenient in their positioning and not give you a lot of time to react. But usually they're fairly small groups. Major break risk on you because you're observing rotting corpses everywhere. That's fine. We're working on it. It's only going to go so fast, and they just keep giving me more and more bodies to deal with. Yeah, no, I was surprised by that. Usually you get a good, like, 5-10 seconds to get in position, so I was trying to get in position where I could get those two into melee and then that one into melee. And so I just got caught a little off guard by the fact that they popped out of melee. Let's get this one out of the door so that our freezer's working. That's a 1.6 chain. It's a harsh one. Yeah, I mean, to be fair, with how long it took in the past, you could actually use it against them in the past pretty easily. By just running your people up, getting your melee on top of their people, and just going for it. There was a certain risk since you don't know what's going to pop out. But usually if you get your people in position fast enough, if it was a melee pawn, you would just blast them with everything the moment they popped out. Okay, so you're good here, so let's have you climb in. Keep trying to get the genes for doing a whole bunch of splicing and all that. It's super annoying. The sender drop was already incredibly frustrating to deal with. Yeah, it was a relatively small number. There was only like 5 or 6 of them from what I saw. Yeah, you had the 2 up here, that one, there's 1 down there, and then there's the 1 over here. So there's only like 5 of them. Oh, did I miss one destroying our door up here? That's annoying. I knew that was coming, and I was waiting to try and... Alright. Perfect. So that one's unowned, so we can make that a prisoner room. You're in a machine. So we capture that person. We don't plan on keeping them. I am going to patch them up. And I'm going to throw them in this machine. And I'm going to throw them in the machine a second time. To try and get some more good genes out of them. Because I want that very fast runner that the infants have. Medical treatment needed on you. Ooh, you actually got pretty roughed up. Like, because he was already injured. Diplomacy. So we would need to send Sentient Cookie and Donkey Duff. I probably shouldn't, but we're going to. So, Sentient Cookie, Donkey Duff, just the 2 of you are going on your own. Bring 2 of the alpaca. And get out of here. Because if we're hurrying, we could potentially get ourselves neutral to not being attacked by one of the factions. Because which faction was that? That was the pig faction. I'd like to get friends there. Machine persuasion, chronophagy. All right, so we got chronophagy. We'll go for. I actually don't really care about the rest of these that much. Research. We can go over here. Keep getting all the research for everything, because we're basically beholden to caravans now. I'll probably actually need to do my own caravan to a neighbor. What neighbors do I have? Yeah, so I could probably caravan down here. And maybe be able to trade for some components or something like that. Persona Core offer. Matra contacts with information, the location of Persona Core, which you'll need in order to build a starship. They inform you that it's quite rare, and usually the owners have it under heavy guard. Alright. I'm missing where that was. I think we have to contact them on it and basically pay them for the information. And you're gonna give me blue skin, awful plants, and gray hair. That's actually pretty good. It doesn't sound like it, but it actually is a pretty good one to get. Alright, so let's get our prisoner in there. Yeah, no, there's a lot of stuff. So Lily's saying, you know, it's always immersion breaking the drop pod raids because, you know, they kind of know they're going to die, but they're kind of just there to break your stuff. There are a lot of things in a lot of games that the moment you apply sound logic to it, you're like, oh, that really just makes 0 sense to do. All right. Major break risk, because you lost your bonded person. So for a whole another season, you're going to be just miserable beyond all belief. There we go. If you've had too many drop pod raids outright kill pawns the moment they pop out of their pods once, even Doomday fragged your colony before you could even respond. I haven't had that one. I've had the drop pods literally hit people and kill them before. Did the high mate die? No, the high mate's alive. The high mate's partner died. Okay, so you could reassure and all that. Cookies is dealing with their stuff along the way. No, I believe, like, if you look at the whole, there's no negative here anymore. And if you look at their needs, they do have the psychic bond torn. It now has a decay. I don't know if that's changed. The peace talks flounder. Cookie, you are just not a good negotiator on these peace talks, friend. You're getting some social XP, but you're not actually, like, that's the second time we've had peace talks and they've just straight up floundered. Fire spew, a weak melee. I'm gonna say no to that one. And then we go right here and say, hey, I really think you should take a second round. I promise it'll go well. Dark visions, that's fine. Someone else can do it. Cookie, lol, peace. And now we just don't have to worry about having a prison anymore for some reason. Yeah, if it's gonna trade caravan, what could he even trade right now? I got some weapons and all that, but not a lot that actually... Oh, we got a jade sculpture? I didn't see that we got enough jade to do that. Jade sculpture. We can put that down here. That's what you said, random death down to 0%. Yeah. I don't like the random death mechanic where it's just RNG chance someone instantly dies in the fight. Like, they just take the, you know, immediately gets brained, immediately gets hearted. Like, it's fine if that's the way the shot goes just naturally. But, like, the fact that there's literally, behind the scenes, a little thing that nudges someone towards instant death when your colony starts to get too big, it's like, okay, come on. Like, every once in a while someone takes a shotgun shell to the chest and just dies, but... It was always the thing that irked me when someone's like, oh, slow wound healing, that can get out of here. Alright, and now I take our other impid, have them hop in. Because we want very fast run. The very fast running is like the big one we want. Oh, we actually got you done. So bills, do this. Flare pack, do until you have one. That's all we'll worry about for right now. Okay, so we're down to just the electric smelter and the fabrication bench so far as our production room. So we're slowly getting there. The big thing we need for that is an advanced component. And like I said, we're gonna have to trade for it. The caravan has gotten back. They're all a little bit salty. Alright. I need to go here and say bills, details. We want to make that 30. Like, no positive moods, anything, just negatives. Solar flare, you have malnutrition. Oh, right, because you're standing inside the machine. Alright, give me something like kind. Kind would be a good one. You gave me very attractive last time, which is a funny one, but one I probably would never use. Come on. Dark visions, that's fine. The kid's coming along, that's fine. You're getting badly malnourished. And we got heat, super tolerant, and unhappy. No. That's not for our main group. You have recreation deprived, you can take care of that yourself. You can get a bunch of the lights fixed. I should have a bunch of steel around here, right? Oh, there's a bunch of jade up there I missed. Yeah, so there's still steel laying around all over the place. So JD is researching. That's fine. There's so many corpses everywhere. My luck is we'll get Death Pall and it'll be nothing but these corpses all over the place. And it'll just be a mess to fix. Okay. We could potentially caravan down here and maybe get components. So let's send caravan, have them come back, except I am going to send... I need to check my people. So Sentient Cookie is our construction person. I can live with Sentient Cookie taking a break. Donkey Duff is our cook. Do not want them to take a break. JD is our grower. Stop Todd is a grower. Honestly, we could send Stop Todd and JD because we don't really need our growers right now. I've got plenty of backlogged food. So I can go here. So Stop Todd, JD, you're gonna go along here. We're going to grab. I'm gonna grab 5 alpaca. Boom, you've got an army. Plus they'll be able to, do their own food and all that. So for the trip, let's grab all of this stuff we've got piled up all over the place. Just about anything we would potentially want to sell. Still have a battery laying around, we'll sell that too. Grab that jade sculpture, actually. We can grab... Oh, that is, those are both biocode, those can just rot. Grab a bunch of these random melee things. Basically, I'm just grabbing all this crap out of here. As a way of sort of forcing them to clean up. Okay. So we're gonna have everything we can realistically bring to drag with us. Worthwhile. So that's fine. It'll have them get out of here. And then the hope is we can bring a bunch over there. Ooh, wait, can I add more to the caravan? I believe we can. Yeah, it's fine, whatever. I was trying to remember the life of me. Caravan. I could have added a ton of the food on there. I think we'll just take what we got. It's fine. The food's probably not worth a ton. Worst case, when we get back, I'll grab like thousands of food and drag it over and get rid of it. No, biocoded. Link, storage, and no biocoded. So hopefully when we get over there, we'll have enough money to buy a pretty good stack of components and bring them back, especially if we get an advanced component in there as well. That's kind of my hope. Because if we can manage to get that to happen, we can get our fabrication bench back online and start getting all that sorted. And be back on track. The caravan has run out of food. What do you mean the caravan has run out of food? Camp. Like, we were supposed to have, like, unlimited food because of how ridiculously high their growing is. So go deal with that. Let you harvest for a minute, and then we'll send you out of the way, on your way. Okay, so it looks like you're still missing some wood. Cookie's now just repairing walls. We do have a wedding going on, which is immediately met with muscle parasites. Cool. Don't worry about shearing. Go get a bunch of the berries. Travel supplies, grab the berries. Items, grab the alpaca wool to add onto the list. And don't worry about the furniture. Yeah, so days of food unlimited. Yeah, I think what happened is because they're so capable of foraging, it's got it marked with unlimited food, but the moment they cross into these mountains, it's one of those things that, like, we suddenly don't have the food. Distress signal, not gonna worry about that. I already have a caravan out and about. Cool, our caravan got food poisoning. Love to see it. Definitely helpful. And these are just having all their components break one by one. And running a stone on the map, which isn't that big a deal. Frankly, actually, one second. Go here. Details. Make it smaller. I don't need to run out there anymore. There's better things you do, like literally not doing that. Yeah, because what we could do for the next round is we could have them go and bring that all, like, bring whatever they can back. With how much food I've gotten here and how much wealth is probably tied up in that food, there's a good chance I could probably go in here and just say, hey, take the entire stack of corn and just go. We're going, I mean, honestly, take almost all of our raw food and just go. Other than the meat, it'll just rot on the way. And that should free up enough for us to, one, get this thing to not be quite as bulking with wealth. And then two, just, you know, hopefully get us some more resources. Alright, so we got a chair here that we need to use for something. Yeah, Chris has to repair stuff literally everywhere. JD has gotten food poisoning a second time. That's cool. I also didn't think about the fact that neither of them have any real social skills. Alright. On the plus side, at least of the people we lost, we didn't lose our unnatural healer. So that's a win. We can begin our fair. We could do that really fast. Hopefully they'll give us a mood bonus to help out with things. And it was a fun one. That's good news. That'll help with some of the mood penalties for at least a little while. Okay, at least you're under a season before those penalties start dropping off of you. Okay, so trade. You have components, I would like all of them. If we can make that happen, that would be great. Here is all of my fabric. Here's some alpaca wool. Here's some drugs. Here's a bunch of random stuff you probably don't care about, but still. Here's a bunch of other stuff you don't care about, but still. Yep, you can have all of this. It is all yours. Want it or not, get it out of my inventory. Okay, so they'll have like 600 bucks for me to have back. We got a full stack here. And I can make 4 advanced components happen. It's probably more than I really want to make happen. But that's going to be good for me. And they start their way back. Okay, so we're coming back with 40... What's bad about? Nothing bad. I was saying, thankfully, they didn't kill it. I was saying I'm glad they survived. The only downside with unnatural healing is where it, like, makes the people have tentacles and all that. While it does add to your manipulation or your melee damage, depending on which one you get and all that. The people with them, unless you have, like, transhumanist or body mod or whatever, absolutely hate it. So there's, like, a mood penalty. But even then, that's kind of like a sideways versus a negative. Like, you get this thing that makes your character better, but also they have mood you've got to manage now. And honestly, that's pretty usable. This one, we only had 1 tentacle so far, and we did just cut the tentacle off and then, you know, unnatural heal them a second time to get them their regular arm back. Because we're not transhumanist or body modder. And especially at that point, we weren't really set up well to deal with the mood situations. Alright. Got visitors with items to trade. Alright. They also brought components. Take the very attractive. We don't want that. Awful plants we want to keep. All the rest of these are fine. Take that worn out clothing. It'll toss a couple of extra pieces of clothing on it. Cool. So we got ourselves a handful of components. Cookie's just going to scoop those up and put those to use pretty quickly. Let's see, who else thinks that if you used unnatural healing at a pawn with an artery blockage, and it was replaced by a ghoul heart? I would like them to do more than that, because right now it's, I think it was your liver, your lungs, your arms are the only things that can be replaced. I thought maybe there was one more, that looks like the flesh, mass, lungs, and all that. I would like it so that almost every organ could be replaced. Maybe not like the brain or whatever. And honestly, maybe the brain. Like, that would be like one of the risks is you could heal them with a brain thing, but there would be like, again, a lot of side grade stuff. Where it's like, okay, it has this negative, it lowers their consciousness slightly, but then it has this like positive where, you know, they get like a movement speed or whatever bonus from it. So that like the consciousness where it lowers your manipulation and movement speed and whatnot, it kind of has a buff to overcome that or something. Or makes them immune to stun or something like that. Having each of them grab one corpse to get it out of here. Hopefully start getting this area properly cleaned up. We are slowly seeing the number of corpses in the area disappear. As everyone's taking their turns getting them away. You wish you had that gene pack with attractive. You're going deep into the hospitality mod, and it'd be great to visit visitors' options of host colonists. Yeah. Usually for most runs, attractive is a negative. Like, it does help with social interactions, which is it's like perk. But it's just one of those things that your colonists just hit on each other forever and rebuff each other forever. And get into social fights and everyone gets messed up. Isn't the best melee weapon in the game a uranium mace? Last I checked, I thought the best weapon in the game for melee, not counting, like, ridiculously special stuff, I thought was the bioferrite longsword. I know uranium mace is way up there, though. We actually got the beacon turned on. Good call, Cookie, and doing that one first. Alright. So... I'll take those components, if you don't mind. And that's all I can afford. And Cookie should get that built. This is waiting on more components, advanced components. That's it, waiting on advanced components. Assuming you already got those ones down there. We did get the invisibility detection thing for sight stealers. Travelers harmed. What? Oh, there was a small child and a cobra took the move. Let's see, maybe for low blunt armors? Yeah, no, well, so the thing, as I recall, that made the bioferrite longsword so ridiculous is it had like a different moveset. So when you look at the different weapons, when your character attacks, they can have different hits they do. And so like the regular longsword, one of the things is they'll like pommel people with it, if I remember correctly. So you'll have like the blunt damage with the longsword, which doesn't do crap. And if I remember correctly, the bioferrite longsword, for whatever reason, doesn't use its worst attacks. And so it means you just get like nothing but the really high damage hits. And this is me trying to go off memory, so definitely don't approach that with any level of confidence. But I remember it was something like that, as of the pool of types of hits it can do to the person, as far as like the dice rolls, is it just favored doing like the really hard-hitting ones. Whereas like even the mace, you could have like the really hard hits, but every occasional like you'll get where, you know, they pommel something with the other side of the mace and it doesn't do a whole lot or whatever. So less bruising hits with a longsword and more just removing hits with a longsword. We'll probably also want to go over here since we're working on that long blade and get an electric smithy here. Spears just ruin organs. I mean, all the bladed ones tend to destroy bits of whatever they hit. It's like in Project Zomboid for the longest time. If you smacked enemies with blunt weapons, you could preserve the armor for them pretty well. But if you started smacking them with like knives and stuff, you would just or not armor, clothing. You just shred all their clothing to ribbons. Okay, so what are you working on? You are mining jade because you don't have anything better to do. I understand. Okay, I think they've actually got all the bodies out from the inside of the base now. There's no more bodies that I'm seeing in here. I mean, not counting the one rhinoceros skeleton in the pen. We still got a couple stragglers down there. You just use Bioferrite legendary swords? You two-shot centipedes? Yeah, and I remember the Bioferrite long swords were like some kind of broken level of strong. It's not like they're gonna make it so you can fight anything without any worries, but they're supposed to be particularly strong. Oh, trade's gooder. Trade's good, love to see it. And there's the long blades just in time, and that was a book, so I don't queue up another thing for research. Let's see. The AP is insane. With Genes and the Juggernaut Serum, it's silly. You could do, you can get like 50 damage. Yeah, and that's per hit, and it doesn't exactly have a slow rate of hitting. Ooh, bulk trade's good with a full stack of components and Nutrimine. Can I make that happen? That is the real question here. Understanding chocolate. I mean, we want to understand chocolate. I actually don't care about that book. We do want to understand chocolate. Everyone wants to understand chocolate. We'll go ahead and sell all the clothing again, because the alpaca will keep providing wool anyways. So we could just get that out of here. We got all these books going on. I want to keep those. The reinforced barrels we worry about later. Okay. Right, so let's go here and say 2,000. 3,000? Cool. And since I have you in town... Stop running away from me. Gift. I, friend, think you want a whole lot of food. Okay, so we've got the baby's gonna be showing up any time now. The caravan arrived, and they should have brought us like another 30 components, advanced components, and all that. I think those are still just on the alpacas, needing to be unloaded. They are. Oh, they still have the battery there. Yes, they just need to unload the alpacas. And then they should be able to build all of this. And we'll have, like... I have almost, 60 spare components now coming in. And we did ditch a bunch of our extra food right there. So you look down our food here, and it's much lower. We still got a bunch. We got like 3,000. But that's because I wanted to keep enough that we could keep making the package meals. So that when we go to caravan, like across the map, I want a good, like, at least 1,000 of those things. Well, that's not what you want. Please. Don't leave the wood in the door. That's the only wrong answer. Also, if you won't drop the stuff, I'll make you drop it. Okay, so you haul the components, you haul the battery, and Senju Cookie is already grabbing those advanced components. Because we got to get this bench. Alright, cool. So we got you built, so smelt metal into slag, and smelt weapon, do forever if it is a bio-coated weapon. And bills, we will say make longsword, don't use anything but bioferrite, and do until you have one. And fabrication bench, that's fine, do until you have 20 components, do until you have honestly 20, 40. Cool. Meanwhile, you haul the rest of those so they don't rot out there. And I'm less worried about the rest of it. So all of our benches are back online, plus one new additional bench. We just have to get that built when Senju Cookie is available, and we'll have the ground penetrating drill going. And then we should start seeing a whole bunch of stuff. We should get there. Let's see. Blunch damage propagates, so a hit on the handle transfer to the arm and then the shoulder into the torso. Yeah, and there's definitely things. You try to preserve enemies using the mace and still somehow manage to knock the whole limbs off. Yeah, no, that's a thing. Any of the really solid weapons, they do very swiftly make things dead. It's really hard to not kill things with the really good weapons. I am shocked that this thing hasn't gotten to the point where I can deconstruct it yet. I would have thought by now we have gotten that study that far. Okay, and now I've got where we can start scanning for the, various ores in the map. Which, honestly, with as much as there is for us to research, with the spare benches, probably going to take a while. Is there a way I could set you to... No, I can't put the restrictions on here for, 10 or higher. Because it would have been nice for the research people, anyone spare doing that one instead. Hey, Treacle, how's it going? I hope you're having a lovely day. Okay, and our power's still good. We still got 900 to spare. So the next thing is, now that we're not in that sweaty mess, I want to put one of those here, one of these down here, one of those over there, and skip abduction, that's fine. And one of those somewhere in this area. I'm not sure where I want to put it, because I like to pocket it in the wall where I don't have to worry about it. I could do that there. And the reason I'm putting them in these spots, if you're not sure what the reasoning is for it, I'm trying to cover all of the doors. And that the reason I want to cover all of the doors so badly is that we want to make sure, if a Revenant shows up, I see which direction it's coming from as fast as I possibly can. And you probably don't have power anywhere near you. But the other one should probably be fine. Cool, so with that I should be able to see this door, these doors, this door, that door. Do I have one by this door? I don't think I do. I'm putting one by this door. Can you cover all of it? No. It's fine. Okay, so that's gonna take a whole bunch. He's been lurking. You can't type while it's on the walking machine. Fell off the other day while doing a redeem watching Tim. But you're done now. So jumping in the shower, happy to be back. Happy to be back from holiday and hanging out here. Good. Like, I mean, not the falling down part, but good to have you back and all that good stuff. I also just recently got back for my holiday. Yeah, for those who don't know Treacle, another fantastic... Let me go ahead and get you a shout-out. For those who don't know Treacle, another fantastic content creator as well, also does a lot of RimWorld, among other things. So definitely go check them out. Because I assume if you like the RimWorld, you should probably be checking out the people who are into RimWorld. Yes, that'll burn a bunch of components. We gotta watch the power of those they'll use. They're not super costly, but they add up. Cool, and this is our guest. Get the hell out of my colony. Alright, so that is the next rank that Donkey Duff would get. I don't remember how much... Isn't it something like 80 honor? Yeah, so Archon is 65 total honor. I think. Yeah, because it's cumulative. Yeah, so 65 total honor is what we need. And that would have everything we need so far as the honor requirement goes for the royalty ending. And if everything's going smoothly, and when we finish the what's the words I'm looking for? If everything's going smoothly here, when we get everything set up on the these things, the proximity detectors, then we will probably go poke the anomaly to get the anomaly stuff moving. Keep it rolling. Because right now we've got the royalty stuff as well on its way. We've got the research. We're actively right now researching the ship. Then we're gonna go back and fill in a whole lot we're missing. We're working on some stuff for biotech just because we can. So I still got to get the anomaly stuff sorted out. Oh, actually, do I want to keep that going? So I need to get rid of the twisted obelisk. I'm surprised it's taking so long. I think it's because we have the 2 research benches going. There's a lot of that, and plus I have to walk all the way out here, and that's not really a convenient spot. They got to go through all these heavy doors and all that. Oh, cool. You just finished having your genes regrow. Okay, so we're almost have you past your psychic bond being torn. And hop on in the machine. Got that set to penny-oxalin? Yes, we do. Then we're just waiting on bioferrite. Yeah, because I'd like to get more bioferrite happening in here as well, because that'll enable a lot of things. Oh, I don't have the bioferrite to build all that stuff. Alright, yeah, so, we're just doing our gene cycle real fast. Once the gene cycle's done, we'll get it going. Got our jade statue coming in. Yeah, the jade statues are worth a lot. So where would the next statue go? Oh yeah, I've got one more statue I can put down here. We do have a baby right about to happen as well. Like, that's gonna happen anytime now. Which will be an interesting colony to have a baby in. Let's also go in here before I forget. We want the school desk. We're gonna make it a slate. We're going to go ahead and queue up even more of these expensive chairs. That'll probably almost never happen. And we can go furniture here. Blackboards, we're gonna make those out of slate, which is an actual appropriate material to make a blackboard out of. Psychic bonding. You know what? I like to live a pretty dangerous life. I'm down to go ahead and do this thing. All endings in what order? So the irony is, it's gonna be all endings with every single ending being done simultaneously except Arco Nexus, because we can't do that simultaneously. So we are planning to do all of them at the same time, because it sounds like it's actually not as terrible as an idea as I'm making it, with the exception of our wealth is going to be astronomical having 2 ships on the map at the same time, because I'm considering Ship to the Stars and building the ship as separate endings. The anomaly ending supersedes all the other ones mechanically, so once it starts, it will actually suppress a lot of the mechanics of the other endings. So it actually won't be as bad, except we're talking about doing... Most likely we'll be pushing the 500,000-ish wealth, or at least in the upper 200,000-ish wealth, at a minimum once we start the endings, just because of the 2 ships. Kill boxes go vrr. Kill boxes got nerfed. There still are kill boxes that work, to be clear, but a lot of the classic kill boxes that people really kind of got themselves behind do not work anymore. Or I shouldn't say they don't work. They're nowhere near as powerful because the enemies will stop to actually shoot back at range versus standing there and just taking it to the face. Also, you could start the engine way earlier? Wait, you could start the engine way earlier on the ship? Like, did they change that? I hadn't heard that one. Because it was what? 15 or 30 days that you had to... I think you had to hold out, what was it, like... It was either 15 or 30 days. I remember there was both the royalty and the ships had it. But I think the royalty, it wasn't as long. You can launch later, no? Yeah, I mean, you could push the button to wind it up, and then, you know, have everything stop at that point. Royalty is 12 days, gotcha. Yeah, no, I remember they were both different, but they're both a decent amount of time. Because the last time I did the royalty ending, I got screwed because, oh man, what was it? We didn't lose the fight, it was right at the end, we had, like, the leader person staying at our place got upset or something like that, and we lost it because of that. I got robbed hard on that one. We're not hunting any of these for real, but if anyone has nothing else to do. Let's see, so have you been playing for 7 hours? You went to bed last night at the beginning of your stream? Yep. I stream for about 9 hours a night. So we still got about an hour and 40, hour and a half, give or take, till we wrap up for the night. Which I won't be going long because I got some stuff I gotta do that, I gotta go ahead and send out Redacted to Redacted. That's covering Redacted because NDA. Animal filth because alpaca's inside. Honestly, we close that, it'll get rid of the message. I don't really need to be... I mean, I'm gonna leave it open. I usually try to leave a lot of the inner corridors. You notice I make a lot of my corridors doors out of stone. The stone opens much slower, which is a pretty big negative. But for enemies targeting it, because all of my doors and walls are stone on the exterior, where an enemy will sometimes randomly choose that block of wall to go burn, there's no eligible walls for them to go to burn. Okay, so we got this thing done. requires 2 shards. Oh yeah, Cookie has become our de facto mining person because our actual mining person was Beset, who got their torso exploded. So they won't be mining anymore. Because I didn't realize it, but apparently you need a torso. Something about keeping your heart on the inside of your body. I know, it sounds weird. Alright, so we got a war merchant. That should be a fun one. So we're doing perfectly fine on components now. We do need to get more people crafting more things. It's just going to take time to get them higher. That's part of the reason I keep trading away the clothing. Is the clothing is a pretty good source of stuff. I might actually go in here to our animals here. Let's bump that up to 16. And actually, for that matter, adult females. I don't have any adult females. Oh, right, because the game's weird and a adult female alpaca versus an adult pregnant female alpaca are different things according to the game's mechanics. Alright, so we got a bunch of clothing laying around again. We'll get the jade statue this time. They don't have anything I really want. But I will take their money. Okay, so we got a psychic suppressor with 4 unstable power cores, 2 the short range and the long range shield. Drop beacons are always a risk. A mech capsule and a whole lot of guns. They are willing to give me this person who's a fast learner, cannibal meandrist, who's kind and delicate because they're a high mate. They are an amazing cook, but I don't really need a cook. I need a crafter, so that doesn't excite me that much. A bunch of goodwill is pretty nice. Genuinely, these rewards I could give 2 craps about. Those unstable power cores, if I can retrieve those, that's a more exciting reward than this. That said, get it out of here. I already need to poke the things that go bump in the night while we're dealing with the heat wave and everything else. How are you doing? You've been on that for a while. Yeah, because I need to let the alpaca population probably build up a bit more. Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to keep it restricted to only a couple of males and just let the female population be as big as we want. Honestly, do that. Actually, let's not go all the way. That's way more than that could possibly handle, but that's fine. Reminds you of the vanilla expanded vanilla insect expanded, where someone takes too many royal jelly and they turn into a mega scarab. Interesting. So Cookie's getting the last of the steel mined off the map. No one's got the availability to really run that. Draw animals, summon flesh beasts. Alright, Donkey Duff is having the baby. So we're going to gather for childbirth. 90% chance we have a healthy baby, and about a 10% chance of a bad outcome, and a 0.5% chance that mom doesn't make it. Honestly, I think that's the best odds I've seen in a long while. Because a lot of times you have like a 1 to 2% mom doesn't make it, and that's I've only had it like twice now where we've lost mom. And that is a real feels bad. That's a real feels bad. Versus the babies, I've certainly had some that didn't make it and all that, and that's big sad as well. Yeah, so you're getting that all wrapped up, that's fine. Sentient Cookie is straight up pissed off right now out there. Well, if you're having serious heat stroke, don't stay out there, you silly goof. He's like, it's so hot. I could go someplace cold, but I want to just pick up this rock on the opposite side of the map. until my heart fails because heat stroke. Alright, well, see, healthy baby. All the odds are in your favor. I can handle a sick baby, but I want a healthy baby. And there is a healthy baby. Just the way it is meant to be. So we'll be naming the baby. Who apparently the default name is Nope. But it's okay, it's got like an accent on it, so you know, it's Nope. So we got, Mohan Rai is our brand new baby to the colony. That does mean we got a new recipe we got to add to the kitchen, which is to add a stack of baby food. And that we need to now go to our assignments, food policy, lavish. Don't eat the baby food. It's like, as far as nutrients, it's all but non-existent levels of nutrients for the regular people versus the baby. Schedule, home zone. Alright, so we got a mech cluster. They're gonna prepare. Not cluster, we're gonna have a mech attack. Starvation on Donkey Duff. Please feed Donkey Duff. Alright, so we've got a Lancer, a Militar, a Pikeman, and a Scyther down here. 2 pikemen up there. So they actually have got a decent amount of proper ranged garbage going on. Did we ever get those shield belts made? No. Of course not. That'd be asking too much. Alright, so in this particular case, let's usually create a loud zone around the home zone and important areas to restrict your pawns to that while it's heatwave. Yeah, no, it's definitely a thing I should do, is have like a, you know, center map zone where it's like out like this area. Enough where if something does show up, they can retreat back in time. So what I'm trying to do is decide who's swapping their weapon. I'm kind of feeling like one of my melee pawns. Yeah, you are gonna get the EMP for right now. Because they're not gonna be a whole lot of them getting into melee for the melee team to do much. But the EMPs are going to be pretty important for holding this down. And I'm not missing any, right? I ran to that once already today where I thought I was done with the fight, and then 3 more guys rolled in. And they're Scythers, so it's actually a messy time when it happened. Okay, that's fine. So Heat Wave is done. Sentry Cookie's gonna be over their heat stroke in time for the fight. Yeah, so we need to get Sentient Cookie's room to be more impressive. Alright. So you, be ready to intervene in that middle area. You're gonna have to hold it down without the rest of your support. You're gonna have to hold it down without... Oh man, having 2 people gone really thins out what you see here. Also, you, feeding, urgent on everyone for right now. Ooh, Donkey Duff's back up. I know you're not moving at speed. Alright. So let's have you drop back. Donkey Duff, take this spot. Can you reach the hallway enough? That might not be enough. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna try it. Oh, you're gonna hit all the walls. So let's try this trick here. We run up here. Yeah, I think I'd have to remove that tile And then if I hit it like this, it'd cover that whole area. Alright, so this is gonna be a bad news bear, because the problem is they're gonna friendly fire me if I stand here. So we're gonna drop back here, and it's just gonna be a matter of throwing as far as we can. You know what? What am I doing? You get over here, you get up here, you switch over here. Do that, get your EMPs out, there we go. Because you're a crossbow, you can reach this whole way, you don't need me in there. Okay, first pikeman is down. Thanks, random person who showed up and helped. Crap, you almost took those out yourself. Okay, slight change of plan. This is one we don't need all this stuff in here. What is your deal? You're really hungry? Go get food. Because those are moving slow enough, we can probably do that. I might try and rescue this person. They're terrible, and I don't want to keep them. Oh, you had a group of people. That makes more sense. Us there's like, man, how did one person manage to hold that down? Like, it's one thing if they're rocking some good equipment, but it was a person with a pointy stick. Okay, the plan's gonna be, actually, with that scyther right there, the plan's gonna be straightforward. I'm just going to slap the pikeman real fast with a whole lot of melee and shots. Really wish that scyther was moved far away. You can barely move, but it is outrunning the pikeman, which is not my favorite. Don't really want to wait the whole time, but it is just right on top of that. Fine. Because my fear is if I went through right then, I'd run to the problem where I would go to jump on the pikeman and the scyther would take off someone's arm or something, or vice versa. I'd stand back and engage the pikeman at, or the scyther at range, and the pikeman would one-shot someone in the head. Alright, sorted. Okay, allow, do that, schedule, unrestrict. Okay. Let's see, you have a Shambler of roughly 40 in your current playthrough against 12 pawns and 2 babies. A suggestion? If it's a Shambler assault, they usually are spread out, so you just go and say like, okay, here's like, say I've got a group up here, I got a group over there, and I got a group over there. You kind of look for which group's the weakest one, and kind of work your way out, deal with that group, patch anyone up who needs to, and you can just kind of work through. They'll punch some holes in your wall, but that's just kind of what they do. That's the Shambler Assault actually, a lot of times isn't really the biggest threat when it comes to actually killing your pawns if you approach it carefully. But it's really good at punching a bunch of holes in your defense so that the next thing that shows up, you're not quite ready for. That's been kind of my experience with a lot of that. Is that the Shamblers are the one you worry about, like 1-2 comboing you. That they soften you up to the next thing. But they're quite tough. Yeah, no, well, at 12 on 40, you should be able to go and pick off groups of like 8 or 10 or something like that. Because it'll also be like one of those things that a couple will come after you and the others will still poke the wall more. And so you just work your way around, get like your line of melee and put your guns behind it. And then, you know, the handful feed them in, you take a couple of hits and all that. Oh yeah, and there's a lot of them. Yeah, and also with the Shamblers, you gotta haul them out there. I haven't been good about that one myself. Alright. Inspired surgery. While we got stuff here. There was definitely one of the factions that's like, oh yeah, we can get you a Persona core. We'll want to get that. Then it'll be a matter of just trying to get a bunch of components and advanced components and all that kind of stuff. I'm a little worried at the building of everything on the other side. You need medical. Alright, so there's the next shop, spaceship piece. Alright, so you're ready to jump into the machine yet again. We're also at the point where I need another one of these. Alright. And it was really kind of planning on making that medical flooring, but honestly after this long and me being very restricted on those materials, we're just going to make it stone. But yeah, I played a lot of Anomaly, even turned down the related events to 4%, but you still get quite a few. So, with the Anomaly stuff, if you don't activate the monolith, you'll probably get decently few and far events. But it is one of those things that the moment you go to the monolith and you activate it, it does have a tendency to kind of dominate what's going on in your game. So that's kind of the way to go with it. But yeah, by default, if you turn it down, you only get a couple of events per year usually, compared to like your straight up raids. At least that's been my experience. Yeah, and I want to keep my gold, and we don't have anything going there. But we are doing relatively well on the honor thing. You actually don't need much honor. Medical treatment needed. Oh, right, you have muscle parasites. That's why you're all pissed off. So you got very fast runner and poor animals. I can live with that. That is actually a pretty solid one. Because poor animals and very fast runner means they almost counter each other. They just don't have to worry about. Hospitality for the nobles. They'll want to stay here for 12 days. Blight on the corn. That sucks. Work. Plant. Cut. Nah, that's gonna be the whole field. The good thing is I have so much food I don't care. Alright, so what I was going to say is that'll be a really solid one. We can actually work with that. Mad Alpaca. Will you go attack them and not me? Let's see which way it goes. Oh, schedule home zone just in case. Go. Yeah, there you go. And who's a good alpaca? Go give me some goodies. Or just, I guess, give me food. Alright. Yeah, so everyone is just massively obliterating the blight. Cool, cool. Yeah, so we got the blight taken care of real fast. That was actually pretty good. But what I was saying is that actually can get me to the point of wanting to make things, because we do the recombination. Oh, it's not in there. Where did it go? They shouldn't have hauled it over here. Please bank that. Because very fast runner is extremely good. And being bad at animals, I don't really care. We're using alpaca. I actually don't know the impact of, like, does it reduce the amount of alpaca wool I get? Because I honestly don't really care. Almost all of our people have that. Excited about Odyssey? Nah, it's gonna be bad. No, I'm teasing. Yeah, no, pretty much like everyone's excited. We're not gonna know until we get, like, what we're getting until we get there, like how it's going to be experienced and all that. Because I remember there's a lot of people who are like super hyped for Anomaly, and then it came out, and then were underwhelmed. And I just the same as I know a lot of people are like, I don't really know about this, who really, really enjoyed Anomaly. You just don't know until you get your hands on it. I also try to be careful about getting excited about stuff before it drops, just because. That said, I'm not expecting to be disappointed. That's fine. It is going to be curious with all the stuff it's bringing to the table, what will be the thing that, so he goes, okay, so we've got the poor animals fast runner. So looking at this, the metabolic effect would be hecking ridiculous. Because poor animals is only a +1, and fast run, very fast run is a, -4. So now I could also make them bad at plants, which would then give us just a little bit of a boost. And I can make them poor shooting, which is still not enough. So we need more negatives. This feels like a bit more anomaly. Yeah, no, this is definitely... More than likely, Odyssey is going to be kind of their biggest DLC they've done. Like, don't get me wrong, like, biotech and ideology added a lot to the game, and a lot of replay value, but a lot of that was taking a system and expanding on it. Like, or making a new system, I shouldn't say expanding, but taking a system that you could expand upon and everything. Where I do feel like when was the last time we got a proper new biome in RimWorld? Like a proper new biome in RimWorld. So we're getting 5 of them. We're getting this idea of a grav ship, which is going to rework Caravan, and they've never actually properly reworked Caravanning. They've slapped some spit polish on it a couple of times and went like this. But this is the first time that they're going to be using the grav ships as an effective alternative to caravanning, is the way I'm kind of seeing it. So that's real exciting to me. Cargo pods. Cool. So, to clarify, Cassandra blighted my corn, making me cut down all my corn, and then it feels like she felt bad, so she drop-podded me some corn. It's okay, Cassandra, I forgive. This time, don't push your luck. Okay, I do think it's about time to do stuff. So let's go in here, let's do avoid provocation. I have no idea where anyone is on this, so right now everyone's looking like 100%. 140 on Lily. Yeah, so you're gonna lead it. You're gonna be there, and everyone else doesn't matter. So we're gonna go poke the things that go bump in the night. Was she being corny? Yes. It's Cassandra. Is there any other way? You playing RimWorld for many years? Only about 100 hours. This DLC has you excited? Yeah, no, I've got thousands of hours in this at this point. All right, so you had a good ritual. Okay, so what we're watching now is we do not know what anomaly event has occurred. No one has been hit by anything from anomaly in a very long time, so we shouldn't be eligible within our own people of having the metal horror, I don't believe. Death Paul. Honestly, I think we're good. I'm pretty sure all the corpses are out of the interior of a base, and honestly, these out here have already been sorted. Tuning the monolith. Okay, so we can take the monolith to stage 2, where we draw in the more advanced things next. But honestly, as long as I keep people assigned in here, we should be good. And what was it to abduct someone? 60 bioferrite. Why did time slow down? Oh, we have one of our alpaca had been killed for butchering, and we hadn't gotten to it. Alright, and just so it doesn't happen again, hey, friendo. What we're going to go ahead and do is we're going to make this one tile not part of the home zone. And we're going to go ahead and get rid of that corpse. And sorted. And now that is part of the area. I actually have no idea what the cooldown is on that ability. It's short, right? Cooldown 5 days, so it's not that short. Still, we don't have that many corpses to deal with. Probably not going to make a difference now. Oh no, we have, we're still bringing in more people. This is definitely going to be a colony that's probably going to have a decent number of people, because we haven't really started any of the endings. We're getting good progress. We're about a third of the way, a fourth of the way to the royalty ending, having what we need set up for that. Anomaly, I would say we're about halfway right after this event. The ship to the stars is actually, not ship to the stars, the ship itself is probably the one we're closest, where I've got this technology. And then I've got this one's requirement for the long-range mineral scanner to do, then it. Then we have the sleeping casket, then it. And then honestly, it's just filling in stuff we want to have. Once we've got all of those things put together, that they're all at their last stage, I'm going to grab the Persona Core. I'm going to try and grab a lot of, like a ridiculous amount of packaged meals and all that. And just start shipping it all over as one big caravan with like all of our alpaca, to try and get to the ship to the stars. It may be one of those things that we end up having to abuse the, use the new camping mechanic. Because I could camp at a location, I should have roughly 4 safe days. So I can plunk down, have my 4 safe-ish days before going on to the next thing. Let's see, you're both regrowing stuff, so we don't have any need for that. Yeah, we have the Arco Nexus stuff. Right, so you got a lot of people you want to stay. If we're gonna do anything with that, we should do it soon. The good news is I'm not even seeing hardly any shamblers in the map. Like, I got a little pocket of them over here where there was a previous fight. Otherwise, it's at like one little handful there and then like 2 down here. So surprisingly not much. I'm a little worried about the Court Allies one. But I think we can make that work. Okay, so that should be enough. Okay, so schedule. Will any of you work? A bunch of you will. Which works out. The big problem is these Hussars. And all these ones that have the ability to just kick off and be violent. But you can genuinely help me get some stuff done that's been sitting around forever. No, I want you crafting. Alright. So who's the important one? So none of them have 0 work they can do. So you're the important one here. And you were here before. So let's go to you. Yeah, literally it's the same one who's back. So still has the schedule to stay full recreation. Cool. They can just spend their time cleaning and hauling? Yep, that's the plan. I actually want them to be crafting as well, because I don't have anyone able to do... Guest unhappy. Why are you unhappy? Used a drug? No! I wish... I wish they wouldn't automatically do that. Hey. I can't console you. Can I make your friend... They all use a drug. They showed up and immediately all use a drug. So we're going to fail this right at the beginning because I'm not going to be able to manage them all. You can word... Well, word trust is what I need. I need word joy. Yeah, they're all pissed off because every single one of them used a drug. And is depressive as well. You suck, game. Alright, what we might be able to do, we might be able to salvage this. Begin leader speech. Let's have a quick leader speech. If we can have a positive outcome here, we might be able to partially counter that penalty. There's now, make this policy the default. Okay, inspired speech. Cool. Alright, that worked. Yeah, no, it's the big thing is, like, I don't care about it being the policy most of the time. Because I generally want my normal policy to be the same one. It's the fact that when you have new people pop in, and they have an ideology that's against the use of drugs, and they immediately go and start using it, you're like, but why would you do that? And it's because they all put themselves on the penioxylin that I have floating around here. So the good news is that's going to last longer than their used drug penalty. It doesn't fully counter, but it should be enough that we're not on the edge of everything going ridiculous. Inspired recruitment, that's fine. Oh, you got the jade statue here. Put that in Cookie's room, because Cookie's starting to get up on their, or sorry, Donkey Duff's room. Because Donkey Duff, because they're gaining more in rank, is starting to get more snobby about what they want. Bulk goods tradership. I can work with that. Let's see here. I would like more Nutrimine. How much medicine do I have? Yeah, I'd like more Nutrimine and all that. You can have the scrap of that leather. You can have the Go Juice. I really have a really big pile of psychoid leaves, which I've already done that. We can get the Cryo Sleep book, which will help make things go faster as we do recreation. We can go and grab all this alpaca wool clothing. And the regular cloth clothing. And all that and get rid of it. And we got ourselves a brand new book. Well, you can understand being pissed using a drug they didn't want. They did go and use it themselves, like jerks. You didn't have an addiction, withdrawal, or as an excuse. Yeah, no, the problem is my policy. I tell them to take penioxylin every, I think it's like 5 days or whatever it is you need to take it. And it prevents you from getting a lot of the more dangerous sicknesses. And that is the default policy. I kind of feel like your guests should kind of ignore a lot of those policies, because it's weird for them to show up and be like, ah, you're, letting us stay. Oh, well, you need to go use these drugs. Oh, but this is against our religion. It's like, yeah, but I don't care. You need to use these drugs. But I don't want to. I'm going to be pissed off about everything if you make me do that. Yeah, but, go use the drugs. Like, it's one thing going into a fight and, like, having someone take a hit of go juice or something like that because it gives you an edge in a fight and yada yada. But just, like, the regular policy thing, I kind of feel like they should almost ignore it. Okay, so I'll definitely want to do the mysterious cargo, but let's wait till the death pall passes. That way, if it's something like, a revenant skeleton drops down, like, right in this, and I have to do this, like, weird thing, we're gonna run out and deal with all that. Because the revenant or with the mysterious cargo, it's gonna be the gold cube, it's gonna be the revenant spine, or it's gonna be the unnatural corpse. Do you love getting an entire Empire entourage of Hussar that can't do their dose of go juice because the Empire ideology forbids it? Yep. It's the Empire. That actually checks out pretty well. Alright. We're also going to do a conversion attempt again on Marcos Please, because he's the only ones that when I try and do a regular conversion, it goes like 1% and does absolutely nothing. Oh, Twisted Obelisk. Oh, thank you. He's finally converted. Welcome. You no longer like waiting to try and overtake things. Sent you cookie. Please, for the love of everything, get that sorted. We could probably do that once everything else settles. How long do I have to choose that one? Expires in 5 days. Inspired Taming, you're still bringing that down. Keep everyone inside, except Cookie, till Cookie Fish is suppressing it. And then these should disappear relatively soon. And then we could pop the mysterious cargo, and then depending on what that is, we could turn around and maybe run off and do the wasters. Okay, cool. So we've got that. So re-restrict Cookie. So we're now like quest stacking right now, which is always a dangerous thing to do. The colony is going pretty good. We took one pretty bad fight earlier, where it was like over 50 impids, and it was like one wave, and then before they attacked, the second wave showed up, and the second wave was a breacher wave and kind of led the charge. So we had like the whole group kind of closing in at the same time with breachers. So we did take some losses during that fight. So give me Go Juice production, or a tiny bit of these. And these can be useful items as well. Cool, we got people getting food poisoning. That's probably fine. Alright, so mysterious cargo, bring it on. And it is a mysterious corpse. Yay! Everyone's favorite, and it's one of our guests. That's gonna help a lot. So we're gonna go zone, dumping zone, and honestly for this one, I'm gonna go right here. Say storage, clear, critical, corpses, human-like, and unnatural only. And so with that, Oh, we need to let you out, don't we? So we're gonna haul that corpse up here, and I want to get it in this area so we don't have to worry about them accidentally hauling it out and getting it destroyed and all that. We should have all that sorted. We're all good there. The problem is I need more shards. So I'm gonna probably have to summon another Void Provocation as soon as we can. Because I've got one shard, and I believe I need 2 for that, and I need 2 for this to destroy it. We're actually really struggling on the shard stuff. It sort of feels like if an ideology forbids something, the pod should need to be manually drafted, or surgically administered, whatever drug it is. Also, like, a less severe version of having the work type forbidden. Yeah, something like that. It shouldn't just kind of, like, happen on its own. You're like, oh, wait. Grab the Dead Life Dust. I don't usually use it, but it's really strong. Like, it's a good thing that I could see leveraging if we have to. You seem like... Oh, you are moving slowly because you got food poisoning. That'll do it. Alright, meanwhile, we had a quest over here. Robbing the campground for even more honor. There'll be 5 wasters there. It's worth doing because they need that honor. Interesting that didn't have me select someone in advance. So we are going to take a bit of a chance here. So we're going to form the caravan, send them over. I should have waited, but it's kind of too late now. Alright, so we'll have Cody go. Yeah, have Cody go. JD is going to go. Stop Todd's going to go. Marcos will stay. Donkey Duff. Oh man, who is our cook? Are you our cook? Yeah, you're a cook. So Donkey Duff stays. Marco, please, and Sentient Cookie and Lily go. So that we can't do that. We can't do that. No way, we can because we have Donkey Duff. Cody is not as important as Stop Todd here. Because we've got 5 enemies, so I do kind of want to overrun them. We're going to go with that. We will want to... That's fine. Actually, you stay. Get out of here. Do it fast. Do we have any researchers staying? Marcos, please. JD and PS. PS was... You're staying, right? Yeah, so PS can stay and deal with the research stuff. Cool. Oh, the new caravan is so much better. Did you see how fast that caravan got out of here with 6 people and a whole bunch of goodies? Like, they got out of here in no time. Just straight out the door. Yeah, so basically I wanted to bring as much firepower to bear, because we're really close. We just had an event a second ago. So I'm trying to run over there, knock it down, and run back real fast before the next event has a chance to trigger. We got all them. I do have one person who's got doctoring left behind here that could work on it. We also have all our guests can help on stuff. That's part of the reason I'm doing it, is they can kind of cover the stuff back here. So that lets them help us a little bit. Meanwhile, that's active. Hospitality, So 17 days. That's the big thing, is they're going to need to struggle on a whole lot of that. And do you happen to have goat juice on you? No. That's gonna be a problem. I can't make it. So we're gonna start having mood stuff in a couple of days. The good news is they will get out of here before they go comatose. But they're gonna get some pretty bad mood penalties along the way. Alright, so let's see how bad this camp is that we're hitting. Come on. Okay. So, I'm not seeing any sentry guns. You got short range gun, you've got stuff you throw, you got a long range gun. There's supposed to be 5 of them. And we're all up here. So I'm going to start moving down this way while we wait to see what they've got. And you got short range talks. So let's check out the ones that here. So you've got some relatively good shootings. That bolt action's a concern. The other one's not so much. It's that bolt action's the only one that's probably a bit of a threat. Unfortunately, I don't have a shield belt or anything to absorb it. So, assuming we can get lucky and that bolt action goes inside, we could probably just roll up on the others and deal with them. There's really not a lot of cover here. Come on, go inside. No, Nicole's getting back out. Like, if we get to that side, we could have plenty of cover to roll on them. Okay, you're coming out to meet me. That'll work. It looks like it's just the 2 of them coming out to meet me. Yeah, so Nicole's gonna be late to the party. Grab you. Move you. Get ready to close the melee in here. Melee's just basically being bait right now. Nicely done. Don't get shot by your friends. Like you do. Oh right, it can only be given to people who went, and Donkey Duff didn't go. Postpone. Yeah, no, it has to be there. Sentient Cookie can have it, it's fine. That gives us a backup. Do I actually want to try and bring this person out with us? Probably, because there's some negatives on there we could take. I don't want most of their stuff. That said, before we're going anywhere, you go in here. Claim that. Claim this. You go in here. You go in there. The rest of you have fun. Nah, we didn't get the stun off. It's fine. Okay, so world map, reform caravan, go home, accept travel supplies, grab everything, items. Yeah, let's go ahead and grab these. They actually have some value. Those are all tainted, but we did see some stuff. So there's a duster here that's not tainted. I don't really care about the standing light. We'll get the fire foam popper. Could have sworn... Yeah, there we go. There's a flak jacket that wasn't tainted. And I don't really care about like the marble chunks or anything like that. So get them out of here. Okay. Yeah, so we should have all that getting back over here soon. Oh, did the corpse follow... Where is the corpse? Should be following you. And they keep hauling it back here. Where did the corpse go? Well, that's interesting. So they are showing me the corpses inside of there. Okay, there it is. They were just actively moving it around, because it'll teleport after the person, and then they have to move it back. It teleports after the person, they can move it back. Alright. For PS, we need to get that ring finger back dealt with. Alright. We definitely want to get the point of getting some like lavish meals and all that going as well. Gonna take time. Because we are making the packaged meals to try and deal with the travel situation. We got another statue? Okay, where am I putting you? That bedroom doesn't have one. So Donkey Duff can reassure and all that. We'll do a conversion on PS again. Slowly chipping that away. Unnatural corpse progress. The investigation of the unnatural corpses revealed more about the body. An archetype shard at its core physically links it with Shumnos. It will rebuild itself even if destroyed and teleport any distance to be near Shumnos. PSD4 thinks that there may be a permanent way to destroy the corpse, but we'll need to study it farther. You must study the corpse farther to destroy it. That's fine. I appreciate that it is giving me a lot of good anomaly research, so that's wonderful, because that's working towards our bioferrite generator, which we'll see if I even need, because I'm doing pretty well with these. Cool, so we've got food poisoning again. Love to see it. You gotta watch out for that, because food poisoning will definitely be a way to get our guests upset. So maybe we'll get lucky and our own people come in here and get our own food poisoning to keep it from them. I also need a much better source of bioferrite. Okay, we also are at the point of attuning the monolith. Oh, you're the one with food poisoning. Never mind. Attune. Senshi Cookie can do it. Target is busy. Alright. Okay, we got the Great Pole. Attuning the monolith has caused it to twist and grow once more. As it did, Sentient Cookie caught a glimpse of what lurks beyond. She understood. The monolith is a doorway opened wider by your actions. On the other side, Sentient Cookie sensed an inhuman intelligence of vast complexity and endless rage. The dark machine god is stirring. The physical influence will grow. Now, there are new entities for the monolith to discover. Yay, we can get scarier, awful things into our world. Just what we always wanted. Wait. Did we want that? We did, actually, but, you know, There's a certain thing where you're doing that and you're like, wait, hang on, we did what now? What did we do? I'm gonna start keeping the psycho and smoke leaves in there versus here so they stop rotting. Because right now, as far as the anomaly stuff goes, as I'm blanking on where they hide that book. There it is. We've got all but the... I don't remember which one you are. Doesn't really matter. You know, we got like the Revenant, so we haven't really hit much of the higher level stuff. But we've got all but... I always forget what that one is. It's fine. These ones all die easy and they don't take much effort. But yeah, so we got a lot more to discover. In order to be able to, like, awaken it, I have to discover 10 or more advanced anomalies. That's fine. And if we look at these, that basically means you discover all but, like, seven of them. Okay, so we shouldn't have to worry about any other major event things going on. We do have hospitality for them. They're going to be here for a whole other season. I don't want to, like, not do anything for a whole season. So what we're going to go ahead and do is go schedule, restrict everyone to the home zone again, and give them a quick minute to get back home. Because what we're going to do from here is I'm not going to learn from my mistakes, and I'm going to say void provocation. And we've got... Was it Lily? Yeah, Lily is 140%. PS is 120%. Any of the visiting people got some good stats? Nope. So I'm going to go ahead and do a void provocation now with the advanced stuff available. And bring on the next anomaly thing, because I need shards. Is one of the things we're running into. Is I need to be able to get myself some shards. And that's not going to happen unless I get anomaly stuff in. Because this thing is going to forever be a headache until we get that. And I believe that Unnatural Corpse, I can't remember if we need... I don't think we need a shard for that one. Okay, so we triggered that. Now, Shambler Assault, 22 Shamblers. That doesn't actually seem that bad. So we got 8 Shamblers down there. 7 up here. And 6 over here. So what I'm going to try to do is we should be able to handle that without involving our guests and getting them all angry. Especially since our rooms are right here, we should be able to intervene, run down here real fast, kill that group of Shamblers, tell them to hold that door on the way through. Okay, so they are beelining straight for me, so this shouldn't be a problem. So we can go ahead and do that. Get those ones all blocking. Alright, time to fall back. Cool, and the second wave is feeding itself right into the same spot. Alright, we got that team there. Stop trying to run past me. Oh wait, we got flares. Oh right, they made it ineffective on Shamblers. Oh, I missed that there's more over there. Ghoul attacking. wait your turn. Alright, so we got that one sorted out. Let's get up here. How are these walls holding up here? That door is about half health. The wall there is about half health. So there's a good chance if I pop this door, we can probably drag a bunch of them in here without having too much people get hurt. How are you doing? You're fine so far. Yeah, they did punch a hole in, so they're gonna bypass me. The ghoul's coming up behind, so let's try and deal with this real fast. In the meantime, they're gonna run off and get clear. You're going the other way. You're still banging on the wall. That's fine. Okay, what does the ghoul have going on? Adrenal heart. That's not too bad. There's a good chance I could probably deal with the ghoul entirely solo. Okay, so you're coming this way. You seem to be moving faster than I was anticipating. Let's have you drop back over here. Grab the rest of you, drop back on the other side of it. Trying to give ourselves a little bit of breathing. Oh, nope, he switched directions. He's faking me out. Oh, you're just gonna trash my light? I mean, I'm okay with that. Lights are cheap. What are you doing? Other than apparently just getting your heart blown out. Okay. Cool. So that's all sorted. Dude, you just did 2 events. Give me a break. Pit gate opening. Alright, you schedule unrestrict everyone for a moment. You get that corpse out of that door. Sentient cookie, you're fine. Go fix that wall that there's a hole in it. There's a thing down here, so you go haul that corpse. Who is the storyteller? Cassandra. Well, trade gooders. Oh, that actually might work out real well for me. Depending on where they stop, that might just take the first wave and make it a non-issue for me. Okay, so you got all that set up. So home zone everyone again. I just need to get those corpses out of the door long enough for me to get everything set up. Everyone packs themselves up, get back in business. Gas is feeling mean. Yeah, so don't get me wrong, I void provoked one of those, but that was 3 events. Now the big concern is if that ghoul had hit us, that ghoul showing up randomly in the middle of that on its own made me a little bit worried it's going to be designed to be like a metal horror kind of event. But we downed it before it got the chance to do literally anything, so that makes that a non-concern. Alright, so you all tended. You are not. Who else needs to be tended? Cassier, you need to deal with stuff here. And last but not least, Maz, you need to deal with stuff here. Get everyone patched up because we're going to have our first wave of enemies roll in. And ideally, I would like all the enemies... that's not a great spot for us to stop. I might still make it work out well. Why are you going all the way over? Where are you going? Oh, you're trading. Never mind. I was like, what is this? Okay. Let's close that door. You go poke the door. Because then maybe we'll get the enemies to dump over to the trade caravan instead of attacking me. If they can't find a path to me and instead they find a path there. That's the intent, at least. Alright. Meanwhile, for trade caravan stuff, I'm doing pretty good on components for the moment. Get the little bits of, like the hide and all that out of here. Still reading those books. I do have entirely too much wood right now. And we will sell the duster. Don't go down there. Get back up here. Cool. So we're getting that all sorted out. We still got corpses everywhere, which is definitely not what we want. Oh, hey, wait a second. Whoa, what do you think you're doing? I already killed you once. There we go. We got a rule here. When you die, you stay dead. No second chances. Alright, so let's go up here. Zone, dumping stockpile. I had this here before. Put it here, do this. We will clear it, low priority. And in the event that there's still corpses, just dump them here. So that way they can still get these corpses out of the way in a pinch. As people wake up, I'm going to have them grab a corpse and run it out of the way. Affair. PS2, PST4 has courted Krumnos by saying good things about her clothing choices. Krumnos was attracted, is now their lover. Cool, we are causing an affair. Please tell me both people aren't here. They're not. Okay. That's a really big problem, though. And the reason why that's actually a really big problem is that person isn't part of our colony. So that's going to be a permanent state of being psychically bonded to someone who's not in the area, which causes a very severe mood penalty. And the only way I know to fix it is through murder. I can arrest them, but I actually really need what they're offering me. Blessed Beast Emergence. So my hope is that they're gonna go after the trade caravan and not me. Ah, that's perfect. Okay. So they're losing badly. So let's go ahead and pop the door. So that way they don't try and breach my walls. Get you in here. Short range team in here. Middle range team in here. Long range person in here. Capture the tough spike, because I need it. Rescue Orange. Rescue Tonya. Rescue them. Rescue them. Capture that. And just do the best you can, saving as many as you can. Because each one of those we rescue is potentially 15 rep. Granted, some of them are probably pretty badly off. Oh, yeah. Yeah, some of them are in terrible shape. We're not going to be able to save all of them. Like, I should be patching some of those up out there, but I don't want to be out there for whatever the next thing shows up. Cool. So I got all that dealt. We'll need to do the pit gate. So for the moment, though, first, we're going to patch up what we can, get everyone's mood set, and then we're going to pop in for the pit gate. You save the fourth as well? Yeah, no, I tried to save everyone. Yeah, the first one just died. Second one just died. Third one just died. Churro we did patch up in time, though. We are trying to patch up the 2 spikes here. And we did get them. Alright, so Cody's still hurt, but just a tiny bit. Okay. So I got some choices for dealing with this down below. Honestly, in this particular case, I think instead of taking the crossbow, which I like for the stuns, because we're going to be dealing with raw number kind of situations, I am going to make the choice of starting fires. Oh, did they destroy my incinerator? Or am I misspelling it? I think they destroyed my incinerator when the impids did their thing. Yeah, my incinerator's gone. That's fine. That makes it so I don't even have to make that decision. Okay. Yeah, so you got Shambler, teeth injury. All of you should be ready to rock and roll. Get over here. Gonna pop in here, destroy a bit, get back out, repeat. And honestly, for right now, I'm just to unrestrict everyone. Because we'll let them deal with wardening this. You have warden in your group yet. Yeah, we'll let them deal with wardening this, cleaning up all this food and goodies we got laying around here. Alright, so along the right middle. Okay, so we got a cool little dead end here. We got an opening over there that's got lots of narrow areas we could potentially duck between. There's a door there that's actually going to be really useful if I have to make a quick escape. I can lock that door open, and when I pass through it, I can shut it behind me. So that's actually not a bad spot. We'll have you pop into the door. You got tough spike and all that back there. Let's have you shift up a little. Anything else in here? Fine, I'll do it one by one if you won't cooperate. Oh, there's a chunk there. I can't see because it's too dark. Come on. It's fine. Okay. I wish it'd come just a little farther so I can engage them without, like, because if I run in there, I'm kind of funneling myself in to fight them one on a couple. Cool. Got the first one down. Alright, just move on. Hyperweave. Well, that pushed them right over our lines. We'll be fine, but it's needless injuries we could have avoided. Because I didn't be patient and wait my turn. Alright, so deal with this last one. And I'll back out and patch up since we got a lot of minor injuries. Just doing a quick jog around to see if any of these trigger that you sense something on the other side of the wall. Okay. Alright, so we'll pop out because I goofed that one. It wasn't too bad, but we did get a lot of little scrapes on our melee. So we'll let them all get their food, patch themselves up. What happened? Went down the YouTube rabbit hole? What happened which way? Oh, we had, like, literally overlapping a ghoul attack, a shambler assault, and a pit gate. So we got the first two done, and we are now working on the pit gate. Also, where are you going? Oh, I see. You wanted the pemmican more than actual food. So we're getting everyone patched up. Alright. I've been meaning to have you get the unnatural healing so you get your finger back. There you go. Alright. It's good that we got them, because that's a bit more bioferrite per day. They're all repairing the walls, they're doing what they need to, they're getting the corpses out of here, that's awesome. So we'll let them go for a little while. We don't want them to be out here too long, because if we stay away from the pit gate for too long, it will spawn more enemies for me. We didn't get very far. We just cleared this area up there. Death alpaca. Oh, I forgot. Some of them have flu. Well, that's unfortunate, but it is what it is. Too late for me to deal with it now. Yes, they're all hauling all the corpses to get them out of here. That's going to be a lot of mood penalties because of all the rotting corpses, but it'll be a way to sort it out. It's a shame we lost the incinerator because I was... Oh, here. We also need to do this. So that way, hopefully, if we have another attack pop in here, we could just have the fire foam popper do its thing. Forgot we stole that. Okay, sentient cookies all healed up. How are you doing? You're right about to heal up. Guest is unhappy. What can we do? You observed a lot of corpses. You have Goju's dependency. So for right now, honestly, with all of you, go ahead and go back into your home zone. Don't do that, actually. You individually go into your home zone and just have a schedule of full recreation. It's fine. I don't really need you to do anything out here anyways. So that should let me start dealing with a bunch of that stuff. We can probably also... Actually, I can't do anything about your stuff. I'll use convert on you again. Okay, good news is their mood is coming back up. And that should sort itself out soon. Alright, so it looks like our group is ready to rock and roll again. How are we doing so far as sleep and hunger? It is looking relatively good. Cody's the only still injured one. Does actually have a decent number of hits on them, but I do kind of need to keep this party going. Yeah, so you're working on it. Yeah, I'll get over that soon. Okay, so we didn't get any of the warning about being like you felt something move or whatever nearby. So I'm going to quickly run along these walls. Because we get close enough to where the main big bad is, it'll give me a warning which will let me know this is the wall to break and be ready to back off real quick. Alright, so let's get back up here. Be you there. Start having you shoot all the goop everywhere. Okay, well, I was not expecting to release it that fast. So ideally I want a narrow place to fight it. Unfortunately, I don't have one of those. Now, we do have the ability to spray it with fire twice over. And that might be what we do, is like literally just give it 2 hits of fire and then run away. That's probably my best bet. Because Pitgate has taken more of my pawns than literally any other thing I've done, as far as Anomaly goes. New research available. Okay. Alright. Lily? I need you to be a hero. Okay, run. Because now that that's burning, we might be able to just let the fire sort itself out. I wonder if you could technically down it by getting it to bleed enough. Okay, so the fire didn't stay going on it long enough. We did get some solid hits that it's got some brain damage. It's got some pretty strong torso hits. I need it to pop down here more so I can get the shot line up. I don't want to chase it because this thing keeps splitting into more and more and more and more, which is what makes it so dangerous. And I can't get this area hot enough to make it a whole thing. Alright, so Sentient Cookie, it's your turn to try. I want you to give it a quick little thwack with your little crossbow. So you stunned it, you got its attention, get back to cover. Some more fire into the mix. Alright, do we try to do a quick retreat? Can I get one of these flares where it doesn't friendly fire me real bad? Can't see what's happening there. It doesn't actually look like there's that many enemies, but I can't see anything. Let's not take our chances. We'll get the stun on them. I should have retreated. Get out if you can. Alright, it's done. Cool. I don't care about much down there. That's a lot of badness. I really want those shards. But that is... climbing down to that is gonna kill whoever goes there. Okay, we healed that person up and they're on their way out. Good to see. All of our guests are relatively happy. Cool. So even though we had stacking events of a Shambler assault, a Ghoul assault, and a Pit Gate, all handled, no casualties. Now granted, that was getting a little spicy. Yeah, cool. But I don't think it's worth going back down there. Like, I do want those shards really bad, but that's going to be a big fight while this is getting ready to collapse. So I think we lost those shards. It's okay. We'll still just have to keep popping anomaly stuff. We are continuing to research this corpse again and again, so that's good. Send the Imperial Guard. Though unfortunately I can't let them get too unhappy, and none of them came armed or anything. I could pop them. I could have popped them down right at the beginning, but I didn't. And now it's not an option. So. And then with that, we can't void provocate for 2 more days. We'll keep all that going. A schedule. Everyone is unrestricted. So we're going to start dumping all the corpses down again. Guest unhappy. It's you again. Fine, we'll keep you all restricted. It's because they keep seeing that many corpses, it keeps making them mad. Let's change your schedule, because it's getting hard to manage you. We'll let them all just massively overdo their recreation to keep their mood up. That should work okay. Ambrosia Sprout, guest unhappy. It's like right on the fence. Because we're also gonna need to manage that pretty quick, because that Go Juice dependency is gonna get worse. But I don't need them running around outside now. We're not dealing with the pit gate. Alright. So on all things going smoothly. I mean, we had today's stream. We gained, I don't know how many people we gained today. We did lose 2 as part of it. We had a lot of expansions. I believe we added this whole mess on to... No, we added this part on today, but we had that down there. We grabbed our next thing over here. We built out our biotech stuff, which actually, let's see... You're still regrowing your stuff. We got a bunch of our tech. We're getting all our spaceship stuff sorted out, research-wise. So we've had like a very productive day in the game. We did suffer one pretty bad loss of losing our production and our storage room, as well as 2 of our pawns in a really bad impid raid. But we did manage to bounce back pretty well, so that's good news. We need to go here and say blocks. Please stop putting the blocks in there. Mad Boomalope, we're all doomed. It's all ogre now. So JD has taming. What I am going to go ahead and do, I'm going to go to wildlife. I'm going to say tame that Boomalope. JD, where are you? Let's go to the Boomalope in question and tell you to tame that one, because with inspired taming you should automatically get it. And that'll give me a trickle feed of chem fuel. And that trickle feed of chem fuel should be plenty for a lot of the things we need, like to refill our fire foam, popper, backpack, and those kind of things. Which I find very useful for impid raids. When you see them coming, you just plop the stuff on the ground around you so you don't get scattered by the fire if you need. I've been kind of mixed on actually using it. Alright, we got ourselves a Boomalope. Okay. So I think what we're going to need to do here as well, because you're going to be getting to the point of doing the hay grass. Now, one of the things with the way this game works with the hay grass, if they eat it when it's partially grown, the nutrients suck. But if you get like the actual harvesting of it, it's really good. Cool, so we got the bioferrite. I don't really care about the atmosphere heater. We'll get the Mind Numb Serum. That can really help you out in a pinch. Which I just realized I don't actually have the serum thing built. Let's actually wait till we got our invisibility things built. I haven't been paying attention to at all where those Harbinger trees are. There's a good little cluster up there I'm completely ignoring because they're not really in a good position. They're great for getting rid of corpses, but they're way up there. Stop putting them over there, please. A Crimson Host. They're willing to give me Luciferum. Wouldn't the Empire be a really big not fan of that? Now, I'm mixed on this. And the reason I'm mixed on this is once we start doing, if we were to take on a Sanguiphage, there's going to be a lot of pain points we have with this. But the Sanguiphages are a place to get a lot of good genes as well. I might do it for the Luciferum, because I might use a Luciferum later, And that'd give me enough for about one person for 2 years between this and the other stuff. Oh, the stuff I already had would have been destroyed, wouldn't have. We can also get the Glitter World, which is always a good one to have. Can it? That's active recruitment. Obelisk mutation. Wait, why did? Oh, it just triggered on one of the other people. Yeah, it's fine. Schedule, home zone it all. Get in here. Oh, you are carrying the baby? I'll come back for you, baby. Sorry. Let's deal with this before I forget about it. Nicely done, and we will put everyone back into their normal zones. And can you get one of those in there? Shattered spine, that is a winner. So the reason I like it when they have like shattered spine in that is that means I never have to ever worry about that one escaping, because it physically can't. Okay, so you took a couple of hits, that's fine. So I was trying to remember if there's a place in here I could check Sanguiphage's stuff. And the reason I'm thinking that is I could check what traits I can actually take from it. Because stuff like the Deathless, I don't believe the Gene Extractor can pull. I could be wrong about that. But some of the other stuff it can, like the very attractive and fast moving and that. But if I do that, I need to start having Hemogen, which means taking a prisoner to keep bleeding, and I just don't want to deal with it, because then I gotta also transport that prisoner and the Hemogen and all that stuff. I think that's very not a great idea for this set of challenges. The Luciferium is honestly as much of a meme as anything. I'll just do it for the glitter. The glitter's the least exciting. Yeah, I was gonna say you couldn't pull the archetype ones, I was pretty sure. But there are some good ones. I just couldn't remember which ones they were. So we go to Sanguiphage. Yeah, so this top row I can't get. But I could get the super fast wound healing. That is actually probably worth it. So super fast wound healing, fast runner, robust, low sleep. I should have grabbed it. Because any of these ones down here would have been fantastic. I'm not gonna fight them to do it or whatever. I don't think it's worth that thing. Yeah, my only problem with doing the Hemogen farm off of friendlies is it's manual, and I get tired of it. I'd rather be able to kind of like just be like, okay, get your Hemogen, like be able to take like for example my pacifist and be like this person. All right, so we have people who are hunting the Sanguiphage have shown up. Cool. So with that, they've got a triple rocket launcher and a whole lot of tox grenades. So it's one submachine gun, the world of tox, and one triple rocket. And there were attacks immediately. All right. I'm really hoping... Ah, they're not going to finish. I'm going to have to protect them through their stupid meeting. Now, the issue is I'm going to get bullied back by all that tox. I may have to do a rolling retreat on this the big way, but the big concern is that triple rocket right there. Because it doesn't matter what his stats are. And he's way in the back too, which is... Oh no, good. They're gonna beat it. Yeah, bait it with your face. Shoot the triple rocket. Shoot the triple rocket. There we go. So the primary threat has been removed. Oh, so they could just leave now? Do I want to do something about that? I feel like I should do something about that. I feel like we can get ourselves some free goodies out of this. Because the vast majority of them can't actually kill us directly. As long as they don't just stand there and eat tox the whole time. I'm taking a lot of hits for no reason. Would you put him down? Thank you. Okay. Oh, let's not have them all out there. Because they end up just hauling the bodies and then getting mad about, you know, bodies. Yeah, so we got a couple of gunshots. I mean, actually, that's not bad. They got a couple of bruises and all that. We got some heavy SMGs. I don't really care about the tox grenades. That is a new incinerator for us, so mine. We got ourselves an LMG, so we'll go ahead and say mine, and mine, and mine. And that'll be good. And sometimes that reads as content. Yeah, no, the thing was, like, we scored some goodies. I was hoping we would down one or two of them instead of just straight up killing them. And part of the reason I wanted that was they had, you know, flak armor and all that. I don't really care about the tox pack. And also as wasters, they actually do have some stats that are kind of nice. We can get a bunch of these negatives that I can use for making other stuff. The super immunity can be really good if you just have spare points. The anti-tox can be really good if you just have spare points with whatever you're making. That's kind of where I'm hurting right now, is I don't really have the negatives I need. We got Donkey Duff. And we can insert Lily in there. Yeah, no, super immunity is really solid. It makes disease basically a non-issue. But considering the cost of it and everything, like to get a hold of it and all that. You're not burying that, are you? I missed what that dialogue was. Ah, don't do that. Contents. I really hope that's not going to get us all killed. So unnatural corpses, no. Unnatural corpses, no. Oh man, that's bad if they were doing that. If they were burying that corpse so I couldn't research it, that would probably get someone killed. The good news The good news is a good chance that these people will be out of here before that corpse decides to murder. Sleeping sickness. It's real unfortunate that the others not part of this colony now have that. I don't. Unfortunately, Baby has it. The sleeping sickness is pretty annoying. It's not hard to treat. Yeah, no, so I don't usually end up taking super immunity, usually can handle diseases just fine. It's definitely solid, like it's definitely one I would not turn down. But usually stuff like the coagulate and all those are good. I like very fast runner. That is a really, really strong one. Like very fast runner is a really, really strong one. The very fast healing is a really, really good one. We got cold weakness, fire spew, and poor plants. And it ends up being kind of... That ends up being a wash. Like it's neutral. I don't actually want that. But for right now, I'll just leave it in there. We can sell it later. Okay. I'm gonna let them hop out. Yeah, so as you can see, we're slowly building up our collection. The bioferrite's gonna start popping in here faster and faster. I should also check. Have you managed to make one of the swords yet? You haven't. Because I'm making all these like proximity sensors and all those kind of things. It is eating up my bioferrite kind of as fast as I'm making it. Because while I am getting more creatures, we're getting all the creatures that kind of suck at getting good stuff out of them. Honestly, with these creatures and not caring about those lower ones, let's go ahead and say maintain only, maintain only, maintain only, maintain only, maintain only. We'll still get basic out of this thing. And I'm not too worried about that. And that way we're not wasting our researchers' time just standing around there the whole time. There's so many corpses over here. Alright, give me stuff that, like, kind. Yeah, you slept a major Stillen's ability for years, but if you add that in super immunity, it's free metabolism for pawns R30. Yeah, it just adds a lot of complexity, but later on, that's not that big a deal. Alright, so we got long-haired. Cool. Long-haired, excellent. Okay, though, chat. It is getting to be about that time, though. I am getting tired. It's around that time that I wrap up for the night. So if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop the follow. That way you can find your way back here in the future. We will be back again tomorrow at 7 p.m. EST till 4 a.m. EST and all that kind of good stuff. We would also stream on Wednesday and and Saturday and Sunday. Thursdays and Fridays I tend to do bonus streams, but it's not technically on the schedule. For at least the next 2 streams, I'm probably going to be doing more RimWorld and all that good stuff. If you're watching over on YouTube, the stream will be ending abruptly for you because I don't have a host ready over there, but thank you so much for watching over there. Don't forget to like and subscribe. For everyone over here, over on Twitch land, I'm going to go ahead and hit the ending stream screen button, and we will go see who